Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 1. Bang, 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 squeak, squeak. The sound of basketball hitting the floor mixed with the sound of shoes rubbing against the floor continued to ring in the basketball hall. This is the Shohoku basketball hall. It was a training match between seniors and freshmen. On the sidelines, 2 or 3 players were staring at the 2 players on the court. As expected of senior players, they are so amazing. Yet, if it weren't for Kaede Rukawa, we juniors would have been left behind by double digits. But the score is still far behind. Well, Captain Akagi and the others are not vegetarians either. In the corner, a man with a red crew cut was dribbling the ball alone. When he heard the words of the people around him, his face turned red and veins on his forehead twitched. Ah! Why can that stinky fox play? And as a genius, I can only practice some basic movements here. He kept muttering and complaining. Next to the man, a woman was holding a cardboard and watching the game while scolding, "Sakuragi Hanamichi, don't be lazy, practice hard, you will have a chance to play." Not far from the two, there was a fat, amiable old man wearing glasses sitting beside him, holding tea and watching the game. All this was seen by a man. At this time, his eyes were dim, his hands were propped up behind him, and he sat half lying on the ground, his face full of boredom. His name was Shin Izumi. A few years ago, he accidentally traveled to the world of slam dunk. This made him laugh and cry at that time. He just liked slam dunk, so he didn't need to travel through time. Fortunately, he knew a lot about basketball in his previous life. And he activated the gold finger as soon as he traveled through time. Template system. At this time, in front of him, a translucent screen that only he could see was floating. Host, Shin Izumi. Template character, Aomine Daiki, awakening level 100%. Talented abilities, super speed dribbling, formless shot, wildness, Black Panther, zone, awakening. Ultimate mission, lead Shohoku to win the national championship. Reward, unknown. Looking at the system panel, Shin Izumi felt a little emotional. It took a lot of effort to awaken the template to 100%. Fortunately, although the template has been upgraded to 100%, his personality and hobbies have not been affected. Generally, after completing the system tasks, he will get a lot of rewards. Being able to awaken the template process is one point, and another point is that he will get a lot of small money. Let's put basketball aside for now, who would have trouble with money? In this life, he is an orphan. According to his memory, when he was young, his cheap parents in this life died in a car accident one after another, and he grew up in an orphanage since he was a child. Just when he was still wandering, the first-year freshman next to him reached out and gently touched Shin Izumi. "Izumi, it's your turn." Shin Izumi frowned calmly, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "It's just a training match. Do we really need everyone to perform?" He began to stretch his muscles and prepare to go on the court. "I don't know how long it has been. SHH. With a whistle, the training match ended, and the juniors won the final victory with a very small advantage. This also surprised many people. The juniors surrounded Kaede Rukawa one by one, feeling a little bit of admiration. In their opinion, if Kaede Rukawa hadn't been there, who knows how badly they would have lost. Sakuragi Hanamichi doesn't need to be said much, he is a beginner, everyone knows, and don't hold much hope. As for Shin Izumi, originally, they were quite looking forward to it. After all, he has a height of 193 centimeters, but until the end of the whole game, they all shook their heads and sighed. What? He is just a little taller. Shin Izumi just laughed at these remarks. Indeed, Japan is a country that respects the strong. The stronger you are, the more they respect you. At this time, the old man stood up. His name was Mitsuyoshi Anzai, and he was the coach of the Shohoku basketball team. But Shin Izumi knew that from the beginning to the end, this old man was here to take care of the elderly. The basketball team was basically a free-range model. It was only this year that Sakuragi Hanamichi and Kaede Rukawa joined that he became a little interested. This game is really exciting. It seems that there are some good guys in the team this year. His eyes stayed on Kaede Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Shin Izumi for a moment. He watched the whole game. Kaede Rukawa was undoubtedly a great player. He also knew Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was a beginner but had excellent physical fitness. He was a rough diamond that had not been carved. As for Shin Izumi, as a coach and a former national player, he saw it clearly. He didn't take the game seriously at all. After a simple comment and encouragement to the newcomer, he handed the right to speak to Akagi. As a newcomer, the training plan and the team's rules and regulations still need to be explained. Sorry, Captain Akagi, interrupt me. Shin Izumi in the queue suddenly raised his right hand, looked at Akagi with a smile and continued, the cleaning work in the stadium is fine, but can I choose to participate in the training? As soon as this was said, the originally quiet scene was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were focused on Shin Izumi. Chapter 2. The first-year students were shocked, while the senior students looked at Akagi with fear. Even Sakuragi Hanamichi, the troublemaker, couldn't help but glance at Shin Izumi. I didn't expect that there were people like him who didn't care about the rules at all. After all, in Japan, people still pay more attention to seniority. Generally speaking, no matter where they are, junior students have no right to speak, and they have to be respectful to their seniors. This is also an unwritten rule. And this is the first day of joining the team, and a troublemaker jumped out? Wow, as a first-year kid, you are too arrogant. This is the basketball team, and the basketball team has its own rules. That's right, and you still choose to participate in training? His strength seems to be just like that. I have to say that this year's first-year students are really courageous. They dare to say these words in front of Senior Akagi, and they are not afraid of being punched. Yes, and Coach Anze is here too, there will be a good show to watch. For a while, everyone whispered and talked about it. Free participation in training, this right only those who are so powerful that they are scary have in their opinion. Shin Izumi is obviously not in this group. The freshman showed a little sympathy to Shin Izumi. It was not a wise choice to anger the seniors in the team on the first day. As everyone chattered, Shin Izumi, as the person involved, had a calm face and looked straight at Akagi, as if waiting for his reply. Akagi frowned. If ordinary people talked to him like this, he would have punched him. He stretched out his hand to suppress it, and the noise of discussion on the scene suddenly became much smaller. In the training match just now, he did not play the whole game, but went off the court more than halfway through the game and watched the situation of the newcomers. Except for Kaede Rukawa, the performance of others was mediocre, but Shin Izumi? He has been paying attention to him for a long time. His physical fitness, skillful dribbling, standard shooting, and all aspects are pretty good, but his attitude is a bit casual, and he is not active in offense and defense. This made him a bit overwhelmed. Another problem child has come. At this time, Coach Anze was also there. He obviously couldn't make the decision, so he threw the question out with his backhand. Coach Anze smiled, and a gleam of light flashed across his thumb-thick glasses. He was very interested in Shin Izumi, even more than Kaede Rukawa and Sakuragi Hanamichi. People like Shin Izumi have their own ideas. Maybe they are lonely and unwilling to participate in group training, or they think that training is boring and tedious, so it's better to train on their own. Any situation is possible. He doesn't know which type Shin Izumi belongs to now. But he firmly believes that Shin Izumi is a piece of exquisite Hishin jade, but now it has edges and corners and is not round enough. Maybe it will be better if it is polished. He recognizes that young people are arrogant. Arrogance makes people grow, but just arrogance without tempering will only make people feel that they are just a frog in the well. A moment. Coach Anze spoke. Oh, Rukawa, do you still have the energy to play a game? He looked at Kaede Rukawa, who had some sweat on his face, and said with a smile. Kaede Rukawa's cold eyes were a little confused, but he nodded slightly. At the scene, no one knew what Coach Anze was up to. How about this, you and Rukawa play 10 balls. If you can win, I will consider this request. Hearing Coach Anze's words, there was an uproar in the basketball hall again. What? Play with Kaede Rukawa? Isn't this asking for trouble? Yes, Kaede Rukawa is a recognized super rookie. They just played in the game, and the strength difference was immediately determined. How could Shin Izumi beat Kaede Rukawa? It seems that Coach Anze wants to give Shin Izumi a warning. Coach Anze. Kagure, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help but speak. Play with Kaede Rukawa? He didn't care what kind of guy Shin Izumi was. Kaede Rukawa's character was that he would never show mercy to anyone. The basketball team finally got a new player who was not bad except Kaede Rukawa. This might ruin Shin Izumi's interest in basketball. It was not worth it. Before Coach Anze could speak, Shin Izumi responded first, this is not good. Coach Anze was slightly startled by Shin Izumi's answer. He looked at Shin Izumi, but he asked a sole question in his heart, did I see the wrong person? He is not a proud guy? Is he a coward? But that look, why is it still so arrogant? You backed off when you heard you were going to play against Rukawa? It seems you are quite self-aware. Ah, I was thinking I could see Rukawa bully the weaker players again. Izumi, I still like your rebellious look just now, please keep it up. No one else in the basketball gym noticed Shin Izumi's look. Even the arrogant Sakuragi Hanamichi was doing basic training honestly. You said you can't be more arrogant than Sakuragi, and you are not as strong as Kaede Rukawa, so what are you arrogant about? Shin Izumi ignored the comments of the people around him and smiled at Coach Anze. I'm afraid your decision will destroy his love for basketball. Chapter 3. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach everyone's ears. Suddenly, the huge basketball hall became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone was stunned. It was frozen for 3 or 4 seconds. The next second, everyone ignored Akagi's death stare and exclaimed one after another. I thought Shin Izumi would give up and participate in the training. Who knew he would be so arrogant as soon as he opened his mouth? Although Kaede Rukawa is also a rookie, the title of Super Rookie is well known. There are not many guys in Kanagawa Prefecture who can make a name for themselves in junior high school. Moreover, in a short contact, they found that Kaede Rukawa has a cold personality and is also a little arrogant. He is not a good person. And now? I am afraid that I will destroy your love for basketball. Listen to what a person says. This melon is worth eating. Coach Anze was quite surprised at this time. Kaede Rukawa is not enough to make him feel pressured? As a former national player, he would think nothing of it if his former teammates spoke to Kaede Rukawa in such a tone, but Shin Izumi? As a freshman, he spoke to Kaede Rukawa in the tone of a superior. For a moment, his interest in Shin Izumi reached its peak. You know, Kaede Rukawa's strength is obvious to all, even he admires it. At such a young age, he has such strength, and he will definitely have great achievements in the future. But he did not say yes or no, but looked at Kaede Rukawa, as if he wanted to see how this boy he liked would decide. As the person involved, Kaede Rukawa raised his eyebrows, and his always cold face was slightly moved. From the beginning, he also paid attention to Shin Izumi because of his height, and he should be a master. Even though Shin Izumi did not have any outstanding performance in the training match, he still felt that Shin Izumi must have some secrets, not as simple as it seemed on the surface. At least there is strength. But he never expected that Shin Izumi would be so arrogant. From the time he got in touch with basketball and fell in love with basketball until now, it can be said that no one dared to speak to him in such a tone. That feeling was like a winner who had already reached the top of the mountain talking to a climber who was climbing uphill, which made him feel unhappy. Come on. He was also a ruthless man who didn't say much. He threw the basketball in his hand to Shin Izumi. It was not difficult to see the action of throwing the ball. This problem child was enraged. In an instant, the atmosphere in the basketball hall became somewhat tense. Kaede Rukawa is irritated, and now there's something interesting to watch. Tisk tisk, Kaede Rukawa is irritated, I wonder how badly he will be beaten. Estimated 82-8, Kaede Rukawa 8, Shin Izumi 2, there's no comparison at all. Kaede Rukawa is not weak, and he's best at singles, I bet 91-9, Shin Izumi is taller after all, if he gets the priority to attack, he should still be able to score a goal. Both senior and junior players started talking again. Kagure gently nudged Akagi's arm with his hand and whispered, is this really okay? Don't you really need to persuade him? You should know Kaede Rukawa's temper, what if? Akagi interrupted Kagure. Coach Anze has his own arrangements. Why should we come out? Just watch carefully. Besides, they are both stubborn. No matter who wins, it will be beneficial to the management of the basketball team. Hehe, they are both arrogant guys. Sakuragi Hanamichi curled his lips. He was consciously pretending to be a little bit drunk regardless of Shin Izumi or Kaede Rukawa. Before the game started, Shin Izumi and Kaede Rukawa walked onto the court. Shin Izumi smiled and threw the basketball in his hand to Kaede Rukawa again. No need to fight for the ball. I'll give it to you. Kaede Rukawa didn't say anything, his eyes flashed with coldness. How much contempt does this mean? He took the basketball and didn't say much. He was not a guy who talked big. He secretly decided in his heart that he would make Shin Izumi pay the price for his arrogance. Damn! Giving up the ball? Shin Izumi is so arrogant. Kaede Rukawa, come on, don't let him be so arrogant. Shin Izumi, I'm optimistic about you, and you should keep your arrogance later. The gym was filled with all kinds of noisy voices. One-on-one bullfighting is not very friendly to short people, and friends who have played basketball know it. But if both sides are about the same height and strength, the offensive side will definitely have more advantages, and the defensive side will be quite passive. After Shin Izumi stood up, he hooked his finger at Kaede Rukawa, still smiling. Arrogance makes people angry. Kaede Rukawa spit out a few words coldly. As soon as the voice fell, a gleam of light flashed from the corner of Kaede Rukawa's eyes. He didn't make a fake move to test, but directly lowered his center of gravity and dribbled the ball to start a breakthrough from the left. But as soon as he took a step, he felt that his forward direction was blocked. This did not affect his pace of attack at all. He pushed forward with his body, but found that the opponent's strength was not weaker than his. So, Kaede Rukawa did not choose to force physical confrontation. He lowered his center of gravity again, dribbled with his hands while rotating his body, and successfully passed Shin Izumi's defense line at an extremely fast speed. What a fast speed! Kagure looked solemn. He could not imagine that Kaede Rukawa, who was so tall, could dribble so smoothly. Akagi held his breath and did not speak, but he also showed a shocked expression. And Coach Anze's eyes were like eagle eyes, staring at the two sides of the court, one attack and one defense, with sharp eyes. His brows tightened a little, and a strange light flashed in his eyes in the next second. Kaede Rukawa was holding back a rage in his heart, and now he wanted to release it all. Success! But in the next second, he suddenly stopped when he thought he could score in the penalty area. The ball disappeared. He turned his head and saw Shin Izumi playing with the basketball. Chapter 4. Broken. When did it break? I didn't see it at all. Did Kaede Rukawa make a mistake? It's possible. Shin Izumi is just lucky. After a moment, everyone exclaimed, and then pretended to be calm and analyzed. They just saw Kaede Rukawa pass Shin Izumi gracefully, but they didn't see when Shin Izumi shot and stole the ball. There is only one reason, that is, Kaede Rukawa made a mistake. Akagi and Kagure were also standing there in a daze, their eyes full of disbelief. Even they didn't see how the basketball was stolen. If Shin Izumi wasn't lucky, then his strength was a bit scary. Only Coach Anze said nothing. He saw it clearly just now. Although Kaede Rukawa passed Shin Izumi on the surface, it was just his body passing by, and the ball was stolen by Shin Izumi in the moment of hitting the ground after changing hands. If it wasn't calculated at the beginning, Shin Izumi's speed would be a bit too fast. But now, with only one ball, it's hard to tell. Kaede Rukawa's face changed slightly, but it disappeared in an instant, and he returned to his original cold and handsome expression. It's my turn. Shin Izumi's voice rang again. Kaede Rukawa came to the defensive side, he stretched out his hands, lowered his center of gravity, and his eyes became more focused. He began to think about his defensive methods. Generally speaking, if two players are of similar height, if they shoot directly, the opponent only needs to move and jump to block the shot at the first time to maximize the interference. According to his inference, Shin Izumi will not shoot easily. Keep a controllable shooting and blocking distance, then you only need to defend and break through. Shin Izumi began to move. He did not use fancy dribbling at the beginning, but chose to confront with his body. Kaede Rukawa did not retreat, and also chose to meet it, but the moment he just touched, he felt the pressure like a mountain. This guy is not only tall, but also very strong. Just a moment of contact made Kaede Rukawa have a rough judgment in his mind. In terms of strength, he is probably not inferior to Akagi. But it's not over yet. While he leaned forward with almost his whole body, blocking with the greatest strength, he could vaguely feel that he was pushed back uncontrollably with every collision. What a terrible power! Just when he had just stood firm and was ready to meet Shin Izumi's collision again, he found that Shin Izumi did not move forward, but jumped up. Kaede Rukawa immediately adjusted his steps and jumped. But just when he jumped, he had an illusion. Why do I feel getting farther and farther away from the opponent? At this time, Shin Izumi's figure almost showed a 60-degree angle in the air, with a jaw-dropping amplitude, a super fadeaway jump shot beyond the textbook level. Kaede Rukawa's eyes were full of shock. Facing jump shot? With this amplitude, let alone blocking, even interference is probably impossible. All he could do was watch the basketball pass over his head. Swish! A perfect parabola, the basketball went straight into the net. Dong dong dong! When the basketball landed, the basketball hall, which was originally full of chatter, became unusually quiet, and everyone stared at Shin Izumi standing on the court. In addition to the shock in their eyes, they didn't know when there was a hint of restlessness. After a moment, the basketball hall was in an uproar again. Got! What an exaggerated fadeaway jump shot! He can actually do a fadeaway jump shot? This is not easy, and the angle is so exaggerated, my god, what did I see? It's crazy! And he didn't fall down. Sakuragi Hanamichi rubbed his eyes, although he didn't know what the fadeaway jump shot people were talking about. But he knew that Shin Izumi's shot just now was extremely handsome, not to mention that Kaede Rukawa, whom he had always disliked, was defeated, which was what he was happy to see. There was a lot of restlessness off the court, but the two sides on the court were obviously not affected. The game is still going on. Shin Izumi scored and continued to have the ball. Kaede Rukawa gritted his teeth, his eyes were not depressed or discouraged. If you look closely, you will find that there seems to be a small flame burning deep in his eyes. 2 rounds made him realize that Shin Izumi is very strong and a terrible opponent. Keep going. He continued to set up a defensive posture. Shin Izumi looked at Kaede Rukawa, who became extremely focused. He had no expression on his face and started dribbling with one hand. This time Shin Izumi did not choose to rely on his body to beat Kaede Rukawa. Instead, show off his skills. He dribbled the ball left and right, at a moderate speed and just the right rhythm. Kaede Rukawa also moved left and right. The next second, when Kaede Rukawa was still guessing how Shin Izumi would play this ball, Shin Izumi threw the basketball in his hand straight out with his back to his body. This? Everyone off the court was stunned. Is Shin Izumi planning to give up this attack? Some people can't help but feel that Shin Izumi is a good person. Give up the ball again? Kaede Rukawa is also a little confused. However, it is completely different from what the public thinks. The basketball actually fell into the net steadily. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was petrified. Got in? This can go in? Just a simple throw, the ball went in? What kind of magical play is this? The game is still going on. Shin Izumi looked at Kaede Rukawa, who was defending him closely, and couldn't help shaking his head. Is he planning to not give him a chance to shoot? The idea is good, but it's a bit naive. He turned around, as fast as lightning, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rushed to the basket at lightning speed, jumped high, and dunked the basket with great force. The huge force shook the entire basket and made a creaking sound. Boom! This is the sound of Shin Izumi's feet hitting the ground after he landed from the basket. Whether it was the previous huge backward move or the score he just made with a throw, the visual impact was not as direct as a slam dunk. At this time, the basketball hall was dead silent, and the sound of swallowing saliva was heard one after another. Everyone's shocked eyes were all focused on Shin Izumi. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. Shin Izumi. I'm afraid he is an extraordinary master. Chapter 5. Continue. Shin Izumi walked to Kaede Rukawa with the basketball and smiled. Kaede Rukawa was so quiet at this time. The ball just now shocked him extremely strongly. Shin Izumi's ball just now seemed simple, just a back-turning pass, but he saw many things. Whether it was momentum, eyes, or strength, speed, the fake move could be said to suppress him in all aspects. When Shin Izumi just passed him and he wanted to chase him, he found out. He just turned around, but Shin Izumi's figure had crossed the free throw line. Chase? Maybe he couldn't catch up. But, so what? There was no word give up in his dictionary. He refused to admit defeat. Come again. The game continued without any surprises. But the final result made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. 10:0. Sweep Kaede Rukawa. Since the beginning, after Kaede Rukawa was intercepted, he never touched the basketball again, let alone scored. Shin Izumi showed everyone what absolute suppression is through his actions. Lightning fast speed, various fancy shots, various breakthroughs, various fake moves, from shooting to layups, the kaleidoscope-like offensive means are not repeated once. On the other hand, Kaede Rukawa. From the initial anger, to some surprise, to the focused game, until the end of the game, you can clearly see his brows knitted, his face full of disbelief. Undefended at all. There was no excessive noise in the basketball hall. It can be said that the noise began to gradually decrease after the third ball, until now, even though the game is over. Even though Kaede Rukawa was swept 10:0. But the basketball hall still maintained absolute silence. All the spectators were stunned. The initial desire to watch the excitement had long since disappeared. Now if there is still someone who says Shin Izumi can't play basketball, they will be the first to disagree. Completely defeated Kaede Rukawa, you tell me he can't play basketball? Slap you with a big mouth. Shin Izumi looked at the autistic Kaede Rukawa, and he did not choose to go forward and say something like, "Come on, you will definitely become a superstar in the future. To be honest, Kaede Rukawa's strength actually surprised him a little, and he also made some efforts. Whether it was speed, strength, or overall basketball level, it was remarkable. But even so, he still lost completely. I don't know if his mentality was affected. But in other words, if he can't even withstand this little setback, then Kaede Rukawa's desire to break through himself and become stronger is a bit whimsical. Or he can give up basketball as a professional career as soon as possible. Without thinking too much, he turned to Coach Anze and smiled without blushing. Coach Anze, does what you said before still count now? Compared with the numbness of others, Coach Anze was also extremely surprised, but he had seen the world. He looked at Shin Izumi and couldn't help feeling mixed emotions. He saw a lot from Shin Izumi, including people and things. The back of a person appeared in his mind, that was the most proud disciple he coached in college. Tani Sawarayagi. Even stronger than Tani Sawarayagi. If Coach Anze were to judge Shin Izumi's strength now, he would label him as a professional player without hesitation. The incident with Tani Sawa has been a regret in his heart for many years. Until yesterday, he still hadn't come out of the pain. At that time, he cultivated Tani Sawarayagi as a rising star in the national basketball world, but things went against his wishes, and all his efforts were in vain. Coach Anze. Shin Izumi saw that Coach Anze did not respond, so he raised his hand and waved. Oh, ho, ho. Coach Anze's eyes became clear again from the initial blur. He looked at Shin Izumi in front of him, and seemed to have rekindled new hope. After a brief moment of thinking, he smiled and said, "Of course." So. Shin Izumi turned around and left the basketball hall in full view of the public. He disappeared from the public's sight for a long time. The sound of people's discussion in the basketball hall was sparse. They felt sympathy for Kaede Rukawa's experience. No one expected Shin Izumi to be so strong. But they knew that they were completely inferior to Kaede Rukawa, so how could they talk about sympathy? Perhaps to take care of Kaede Rukawa's mood, no one continued the topic of bullfighting. Even Sakuragi Hanamichi, who always liked to watch Kaede Rukawa lose, now chose to start his own training with a basketball, which was sensible and distressing. "Let's go, let's continue training!" Akagi shouted and broke the deadlock on the scene. While leading the team to continue training, he did not forget to look at the gate of the basketball hall. That was where Shin Izumi left. Kagure came over and smiled, "Akagi, it seems that our Shohoku has a great guy this year." After a pause, he continued, "But is Kaede Rukawa okay? Do you need to comfort him?" Akagi shook his head, "As a man, I don't know how many setbacks I will encounter in my life. Don't think too much. The most important thing now is to improve my strength. The summer league is not far away. Then Shin Izumi really doesn't need to care about whether he participates in training. Coach Anze has spoken." After everyone joined the training, Kaede Rukawa left the court with a tired body and mind. He didn't say anything, sitting on a chair with a towel on his head, covering his entire face, making people look down on his expression. Ayako, who was closest to him, could clearly hear Kaede Rukawa's heavy breathing. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This kid. I'm afraid he was hit hard today. She couldn't help but reach out and pat Kaede Rukawa's shoulder, but found no response. Looking at Kaede Rukawa like this, Ayako couldn't help but think of what Shin Izumi said. "No, I'm afraid it will hurt his belief in basketball." Chapter 6. As a senior of Kaede Rukawa in junior high school, she can be said to be the person who knows Kaede Rukawa's strength best in the entire Shohoku. There are few rivals in the same grade, and her reputation is rising. I don't know how many colleges have offered her olive branches. Today's training match also fully proved Kaede Rukawa's strength. Even facing Akagi's defense, he was able to score the basketball and led the first grade to win the senior team composed of second and third graders. She is worthy of the name of a super rookie. but she was still being watched by everyone in the previous second, and was beaten bloodily in the next second. Such a gap is like falling from a high mountain into a deep abyss. Ayako looked at Coach Anze. It seems to be seeking help. Coach Anze has always been shrewd. At first, he just wanted to use Kaede Rukawa to see Shin Izumi's strength from the side. He had a general understanding in the first few balls. Just one dribble can show that Shin Izumi is much stronger than Kaede Rukawa. The feeling is a bit like a professional player going to a high school and competing with high school students. The two are like fireflies and the bright moon, and there is no comparison. But he knew it but still did not pause. Only after experiencing pain and suffering can one achieve true transformation, just like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon, it needs to be reborn and reborn. But he doesn't know what Kaede Rukawa is thinking now. Rukawa classmate, I'm sorry. He walked slowly to Kaede Rukawa, paused, and continued, I could have stopped the game earlier, but I know you wouldn't allow it if I did. Kaede Rukawa didn't answer, but his breathing was slightly calmer. This is indeed true. The bullfight was stopped by Coach Anze before it was finished. That would be more painful than killing him. In fact, I was just curious about Izumi's strength at first. I think you have the same idea. I want to use you to see what level Izumi is at. Fortunately, my choice is right. If it were someone else in Shohoku, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see what level he is at. Then, did you see anything? Kaede Rukawa asked after a long time. There are many benefits to fighting with strong people. If you can learn something from it, you will benefit a lot. Coach Anze did not choose to answer Kaede Rukawa's question directly. Then he continued, if you know what path you want to take and what kind of path you want to take, then there will naturally be many difficulties along the way. Life is like a grindstone. Only after being sharpened can it shine. Survive it, it is the Phoenix Nirvana, it is the glory of rebirth, and Izumi is a big obstacle for you now and in the future. There is still a big gap between you now. His words made Kaede Rukawa stunned again, and slowly pulled the towel off his head. Looking at Coach Anze in disbelief. He knew what level Coach Anze in front of him was in Japan, and he was definitely one of the top few. Could it be that in Coach Anze's eyes, there was such a big gap between him and Shin Izumi? He was a little bit unbelievable. But thinking of the bullfight with Shin Izumi, he was like an ant in a glass bottle. No matter which way he went, he would only touch the glass in the end, and Shin Izumi was like a glass bottle, suppressing him in all aspects. What is his strength now? In the end, Kaede Rukawa couldn't help but ask the question he was most concerned about. What do you think of Kaguya's strength? Coach Anze said slowly after a moment of silence. Kaede Rukawa frowned and didn't react immediately. After a moment, he suddenly looked at Coach Anze. Do you think that the distance between him and me is the same as the distance between Kaguya and me? Kaede Rukawa was stunned. In the Shohoku basketball team, he felt that the only person who was a threat was the captain Akagi. He didn't care about the others. Coach Anze didn't reply yes or no, just looked at Kaede Rukawa quietly. Kaede Rukawa's heart was hit by 10,000 points of attack. So, in Shin Izumi's eyes, there is not much difference between him and Kaguya? Or, not at all? For a moment, his mind was blank, he opened his mouth, and then closed it. Coach Anze leaned over and patted Kaede Rukawa's leg with his white and fat hands. His way of scoring and his unconventional dribbling are worth learning from. Don't be discouraged. Only by breaking and then building can you usher in the new year. A few seconds later, Kaede Rukawa said seriously. I know. But this time, the shock, reluctance, anger, and confusion on his face disappeared without a trace, and he returned to the cold and indifferent look at the beginning, with a little more concentration. Coach Anze looked at Kaede Rukawa, who regained his confidence. He smiled with some relief. Kaede Rukawa did not become depressed because of this, and he would definitely be self-reliant and reborn. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was concentrating on basic training. He stood up and left the basketball hall with a smile. Thanks to the guest upstairs for the 2,000 reward, thank you for the guest upstairs, and fake for the monthly ticket support. Chapter 7. Time flies, light and shadows are like arrows. In a blink of an eye, it is time for the friendly match with Ryonan. At this time, Shohoku Basketball Hall. Everyone in the basketball team is basically here. The players sat together and talked about what happened in the basketball team during this period. Shin Izumi should come, right? I haven't seen him come to the basketball hall in the past 2 days, and it was Coach Anze who asked me to call him to go to Ryonan for the game this time. Oh, I really envy him. He can come to training whenever he wants and leave whenever he wants. Do you have his strength? If not, then train hard. Am I not here to accompany you? Kaede Rukawa has been training very hard during this period. Every time I come to the basketball hall, I see that he has already arrived. It seems that he has not come out of the last bullfight. During this period, Shin Izumi has always been the subject of discussion among the players. Basically, he only comes to the basketball hall once every 1 or 2 days, and every time he comes, he only does basic training. This made Gildo Shijin, who was envied by everyone in the basketball team, even more excited. With such simple training, how could he still have such a strong basketball level? This was a question that they could not figure out. Of course, the one who had changed the most was Kaede Rukawa, who was always the first to arrive at the basketball gym and the last to leave. He could no longer be described as a hard worker, but a training madman might be more appropriate. Has that guy not come yet? Akagi came to Kaguya and asked. I think he was delayed by something, but Sakuragi didn't come either. Kaguya shook his head. Akagi felt a headache and said that it was not easy to be the captain. They were all problem children. Thinking of this, he looked at Kaede Rukawa in the team. If everyone wanted to train as consciously as Kaede Rukawa, it would be a wonderful thing. It's over, it's over, it's late, it's late. An anxious voice rang out from outside the basketball gym. It was Sakuragi Hanamichi who had overslept. Before he could stand firm, Akagi's iron fist greeted him. UBD. Is there a little time concept? There is still a few minutes to set off. For Sakuragi, Akagi hates iron and steel, and his physical fitness is good, but he is not in the way. After he said, Shin Izumi also walked into the basketball hall under yawn. Akagi was not used to it. It hurts, Captain. This fist for more than 10 years is not a joke. Seeing Shin Izumi was beaten, everyone in the basketball department was much more comfortable. Kaede Rukawa looked at the 2 people who were beaten, and he turned his eyes. 2 idiots. Yo ho ho ho. Looks like everyone is very energetic. Now that everyone is here, we should set off. Coach Anze witnessed all this, but he did not say anything to stop it. At this time, Ryonan High School, Basketball Hall. Bang 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 bang. Squeak squeak squeak. The basketball hitting the floor and the shoes rubbing against the floor made frequent sounds. It was the Ryonan basketball team who were training. By the way, isn't there a game today? I heard about it too. It seems to be with Shohoku. Alas, I don't know what the coach is thinking. Even if he wants to practice with someone, he will find Kanan or Shooyo. What's the matter with Shohoku? This game is prepared for the captain, so that he can completely defeat Shohoku's Akagi and participate in the summer league with better psychological quality. Although they knew that today was the day to play against Shohoku, everyone still kept training. In their opinion, playing against Shohoku was completely uninspiring. The gap between the two is too big, like a chasm, and there is no possibility of crossing it. On the sidelines, Takemoiki, wearing a green shirt, crossed his legs, touched his chin with his hand, and his eyes kept wandering around the players. His goal this year is simple, that is, to lead Ryonan to defeat Kanan and enter the national competition. So he started the devilish training at the beginning of the school year. As a coach, he knew the situation of Ryonan, and there were only a few talented players. Since the talent is mediocre, it is necessary to make up for the shortcomings with hard work. Okay, just warm up today, there will be a game later. Looking at the people who were passing the ball, Takemoiki waved his hand to signal to stop the training. This is not too happy for the people of Ryonan. At the same time, he silently thanked Shohoku in his heart. If it weren't for Shohoku, they would probably have to crawl out of the basketball hall today. You guys, clean up the venue first. Also, remember to put away your dirty clothes in the locker room, so as not to embarrass the school. Hey, so-and-so, go prepare the basketball for the game. Damn it, where did Sendo go again? Just as Takemoiki was arranging everyone to prepare for the venue, the door of the basketball hall was opened. A large group of people walked in. In the basketball hall, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on it. Everyone in the Ryonan basketball team looked at each other's clothes. Shohoku? Is Shohoku here? Chapter 8. Takemoiki was the first to react, and he quickly stepped forward to greet Coach Anze. Oh, I'm so rude. I should have visited you, but I was too busy and couldn't leave. I had to trouble you to come in person. Hey! That! Hikoichi, hurry up and move a chair for Coach Anze, and remember to move an extra one. He turned his head and began to tell Aida Hikoichi, who was closest, to do the work. How dare he, a small substitute player, disobey the coach's words. He ran away from the public's sight without saying hello to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Yes. Coach. Yohoho, Coach Daka is polite. I'll trouble you for this game. No, no, Akagi, don't give in to that brat Izumi. Ha ha ha. Hearing Takemoiki's words, Akagi hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Takemoiki was full of smiles, and his eyes swept over the entire Shohoku team intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing Kaede Rukawa, he felt a little sad. Why did Ryonan go to Shohoku when he was fine? He just glanced over and found that none of them could fight. But why does that red-haired guy look like a delinquent? Also, the guy behind him is half a head taller than Kaede Rukawa? Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Is he also a freshman in Shohoku? Without thinking too much, Takemoiki arranged for a player to lead the Shohoku team to the locker room. The court is still being cleaned, please take them to the locker room to rest first. Locker room. Ayako took a list and began to distribute jerseys. Number 4, Akagi Sr., Number 5, Kagure Sr. Seeing that the second and third grade jerseys were in hand, the first graders couldn't wait. At the same time, Ayako began to recite the jersey numbers of the first graders. Kaede Rukawa number 10, Shin Izumi number 11, Sakuragi Hanamichi number 12. He was so hot-tempered that he thought that he had defeated the captain, so how could he be ranked lower than Kaede Rukawa? With the strength of this genius, how can I be ranked behind the stinky fox and the king of slacking off? Ah! Dad, you are biased. He snatched the number 10 jersey that Kaede Rukawa had just got and said, no matter, this genius wants this jersey. Ahole, what are you doing? As the captain, Akagi is usually the person in charge of maintaining order in the team, so it is natural that he would not let Sakuragi Hanamichi be so unreasonable. After punching him, he wanted to snatch the jersey back from Sakuragi Hanamichi. Who would have thought that Sakuragi Hanamichi would not give in? Mine, it's mine. Shin Izumi didn't pay much attention to him and wore the number 11 jersey in his hand slowly. Kaede Rukawa did not choose to fight for his jersey. He looked at the crazy Sakuragi Hanamichi with contempt, took the number 12 jersey from Ayako and put it on. Sakuragi Hanamichi would not take anything he touched, for fear of being infected with idiocy. Seeing that the jersey was almost deformed by the brute force of the two, Coach Anze came out. Okay, don't fight for it. It's just a jersey. Since Sakuragi likes number 10, let him have no 10. In his opinion, distributing jerseys is a trivial matter. As long as there is one, it's fine. What number does it matter? Hehe, my dad is still good to me. Seeing that he had grabbed the jersey, Sakuragi immediately smiled flatteringly at Coach Anze. That smile was so arrogant. Half an hour later, the cleaning of the court had been completed. Takemoiki arranged a substitute player to come and inform Coach Anze. Under the leadership of Coach Anze, all the Shohoku players came to the rest area from the locker room wearing brand new jerseys. They began pre-match preparations. On the other side, the Ryonan players also changed into their game-specific jerseys and gathered around Takemoiki to listen to the starting lineup and tactical arrangements. Now let's arrange the starting players. Coach Anze ignored the noise in the Ryonan rest area and stood up and came to the front of everyone. First, the center, Akagi, I'll leave it to you, and then the power forward. Coach Anze paused at Shin Izumi and Kaede Rukawa and continued, let Izumi play, small forward, Rukawa, shooting guard, Kagure, and finally point guard, Yasuda. After the starting players were arranged, the first one who was dissatisfied was Sakuragi Hanamichi. He stood up suddenly and vented his protest to Coach Anze. Dad, the stinky fox and the slacker can play, why can't this genius play? Coach Anze had already thought of an excuse for Sakuragi Hanamichi's question, and successfully fooled him by saying that you are the secret weapon of our team. Sakuragi was so proud when he heard about the secret weapon. The Shohoku people were collectively ashamed. How simple-minded are they? Let's go on the court to warm up before the game. Akagi twisted his neck and led the Shohoku people to the court, and started shooting and dribbling to warm up. Shin Izumi actually wanted to give the starting position to Sakuragi. Training game? To be honest, he didn't have much interest in playing. But since the opponent is Ryonan, it might be a little more interesting. Chapter 9. After Shohoku warmed up, the starting players of both teams came on the court. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire basketball hall became extremely solemn. At this time, on the stands on both sides of the basketball hall, many students came to watch the game. They whispered to each other and talked a lot. I thought there was a strong team coming to play, but I didn't expect it to be Shohoku. What's so good about this? Did Shohoku achieve any results in the county competition? Since we are here, we might as well take a look. Besides, Shohoku looks very good in all aspects of the players. The number 11 is actually about the same height as Akagi. I wonder how strong he is. On the court, the jump ball position in the center circle. Izumi and Akagi looked at each other, neither of them giving in. Akagi, I must be the winner of this game. Don't be so sure, just come on. The two can be said to be both enemies and friends. Neither of them wants to lose to each other. In terms of strength, they have their own strengths and have won and lost against each other, but in the overall confrontation, Akagi is still slightly better. It can be said that the two can be said to be the representatives of Kanagawa in the field of center. This is also the reason why Takemoiki chose Shohoku in this game. Defeating Akagi completely consolidated Izumi's confidence. After the other players of both sides also stood in their positions, the referee blew a whistle. The game officially began. The two jumped almost at the same time and had a brief confrontation in the air. Ah! Mine! With Izumi's roar, the basketball was successfully grabbed by him. This scene also made the Shohoku people off the court concentrate. He actually won Akagi with the advantage of strength in the jump ball? This scene is rare. I can't help but sigh that Ryonan is worthy of being a top 4 team, and the title is not exaggerated. The basketball was successfully taken by Ryonan's point guard Yukusa. He pushed the ball forward and began to organize Ryonan's first round of offense. Bang bang! Izumi and Akagi landed at the same time. As soon as he landed, Izumi turned on the taunting mode. Hey, it's been a while since we last met. You've fallen behind, Akagi. Akagi looked at Izumi, who looked very proud. He said, the game has just started. Don't be too happy. In his opinion, the current Shohoku has changed a lot from the past. First of all, there are two big Buddhas in the team. One is Kaede Rukawa, and the other is Shin Izumi, who beat Kaede Rukawa. In terms of strength on paper, plus Miyagi Ryota who has not returned to the team, the current Shohoku has completely reached the level of the top teams in the country. Especially Shin Izumi, the man who is particularly valued by Coach Anze. Without saying much, the two began to rush to the backcourt of Shohoku. The offense and defense are about to start. Shohoku adopted a man-to-man tactic. Yakuza has the ball. As a point guard, the first thing he needs to do is to control the basketball well, and then how to organize the offense. Ryonan's overall long-range shooting ability is not outstanding, and his scoring areas are generally in the mid-range and under the basket. Facing the defense of Shohoku point guard Yasuda, Yakuza dribbled in an orderly manner. Without too much entanglement, he easily passed Yasuda and entered the inside. Looking at Shin Izumi who suddenly approached him, Yakuza felt frightened. His attention has always been on Akagi, and he didn't notice that Shohoku actually had such a tall guy. Yakuza protected the ball and swept past the tall man in front of him. He was unfamiliar with him and didn't recognize him at all. He was directly labeled as a rookie in his heart. In normal training, he faced tall people quite a lot of time. But a simple encounter. Snap! The basketball in his hand was stolen by Shin Izumi. This shocked him. How could this big man shoot so fast? Yakuza! What are you doing? Izumi in the inside saw this scene and immediately roared. He clearly saw the basketball coming towards him, and he only needed Yakuza to pass the basketball to him, and he would definitely score the ball against Akagi. Ryonan's morale was greatly boosted. Now, the basketball was actually stolen? The students on both sides of the stands who had originally come to watch the game just to kill time were suddenly in an uproar. Hey! Shohoku, the number 11, is really something. He actually stole the ball so easily, Yakuza. Yakuza, cheer up, how come you got intercepted by Shohoku? As the starting point guard of the basketball team, Yakuza is still famous in Ryonan school, but he was intercepted by the unknown number 11, which made many of them interested. This game is going to be interesting. Good shot. Fast break. Fast break. Shin Izumi. Come on. There was a cheer in the Shohoku rest area. Although they didn't see how Shin Izumi practiced during this period, since the bullfight with Kaede Rukawa, although they didn't say it explicitly, Shin Izumi has tacitly become the first scorer of Shohoku in their hearts. Coach Anze looked at the slightly positive Shin Izumi, and he was a little surprised. This is not like Shin Izumi's style. Then he glanced at Ryonan's lineup. He had a rough answer in his mind. Everyone in the Ryonan rest area saw this scene and was a little unbelievable. They shouted hurriedly. Defense! Defend quickly! Takemoiki frowned and stared at Shin Izumi. He heard the three words Shin Izumi from Shohoku's shout. Is this the name of the No 11? He quickly went through his mind. Nothing, no information about Shin Izumi. Hikoichi, do you know that Shin Izumi? I don't know, but I heard Sakuragi mention it before. It seems that he is a guy who likes to be lazy. Takemoiki was a little speechless. How come there are always one or two guys who like to be lazy in every team? He ignored it and turned his attention to the court again. At this time, the two sides switched offense and defense. But after stealing the ball, Shin Izumi was like a locomotive running towards the backcourt of Ryonan. No matter whether it was Shohoku or Ryonan, the players on the court could only look up to him. In the end, Facing the eyes of the whole audience, Shin Izumi performed a tomahawk dunk, smashing the basketball into the basket fiercely. Bang! The huge force made the entire basketball stand emit a creaking sound. FK. Slam dunk. That number 11 can actually dunk. What a stretching posture, it's simply violent aesthetics. Who is he? Does Shohoku have such a powerful player? In slam dunks, nothing is more explosive than a slam dunk. Kaede Rukawa stopped and looked at Shin Izumi's back. He couldn't help but clench his fists. He had just launched a fast break at the fastest speed, but he still couldn't catch up with Shin Izumi's speed. This made him feel the gap between the two sides again. Not enough, not enough. Not enough. He murmured to himself in a very small voice. There was applause and shouting in the Shohoku rest area. Good shot. Let Ryonan see the strength of our Shohoku. Come on, Shin Izumi, come on. Shohoku. Unlike the noise of Shohoku, the Ryonan rest area was somewhat silent. The substitute players looked at the joyful Shohoku rest area, and many of them cast contemptuous eyes. It's just a goal, it seems like we won the game. Yes, it's just 2 points, we will catch up in a moment. Takamai touched his chin and stared at Shin Izumi, who was a few meters away from him. This ball also surprised him. The speed, the burst, the dribbling, the perfect posture that was completely stretched in the air. Turning his head to look at Coach Anze, who was drinking tea calmly, he said faintly, "Where did Coach Anze find such a talent?" He was so envious and jealous in his heart. "If you don't want to double the training, cheer up!" he shouted to Izumi and others on the court. When they heard the words "double the training," Izumi and others shuddered uncontrollably. As the captain, Izumi must take the lead. "Don't worry, coach, we will definitely win the game." After a pause, he let out a deafening shout, "We have to beat Shohoku by 50 points in this game." Chapter 10. Izumi looks pretty good, it looks like Shohoku guys are going to be in trouble. I heard that the super rookie Kaede Rukawa joined Shohoku, isn't that number 11 Kaede Rukawa? He did join Shohoku, but number 12 is Kaede Rukawa. Who cares, this game will definitely be interesting. Izumi, you guys have to cheer, this is our home court. Looking at the high-spirited Izumi, the students started talking again. As a student of Ryonan, who doesn't know Izumi? He's a very nice person, but he gets really serious when it comes to basketball. It's like basketball is his belief, it's his life. Seeing his mortal enemy dare to talk so shamelessly, Akagi also didn't back down. "Hey, win by 50 points? Izumi, it's not even dark yet, are you dreaming? In the end, we will definitely win in Ryonan. Just wait and see." The two started to spray each other as soon as they disagreed, and their faces were almost squeezed together. The referee had to intervene to separate the two. The game continued. This time, Ryonan had the ball. "Yokusa, don't be careless." Izumi reminded Yokusa while serving the ball from the baseline. Yokusa nodded, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at Shin Izumi's position. Opposing Shin Izumi was Ryonan's substitute player, Shugahira. The height difference between the two was not much. If the fast break just now was Shin Izumi's strength, I'm afraid Shugahira would not get any advantage. Without thinking too much, Yokusa dribbled slowly. He had to get back on this ball. After passing Yasuda, he passed the ball to Koshino on the outside. Koshino did not covet the ball and passed the ball to Shugahira in the inside. "Pass the ball." Seeing Shugahira get the ball, Izumi was obviously a little impatient, and he wanted to return the favor with a slam dunk. However, before Shugahira put his hands together, a big hand stretched out from under his hands. Bo! The basketball was kicked out with a light tap. The basketball was grabbed by Shin Izumi again and a fast break was launched. This time, everyone in Ryonan was not calm. "It's that Shin Izumi again. Shugahira, how did you get the ball? Damn it! What a damn guy! While returning to defense, he kept cursing. While chasing and defending, they found that they could not catch up at all, and finally they could only watch Shin Izumi score a layup. 4:0. Shohoku led by 4 points at the beginning. That Shin Izumi is probably a tricky guy. Takemoiki stared at Shin Izumi's back as he returned to defense, feeling a little uneasy. Hikoichi, where is Sendo? Where did Sendo go? With just 2 simple shots, Takemoiki roughly knew the strength of Shin Izumi. I'm afraid that Sendo is the only one in Ryonan who can compete with him. After being asked by Takemoiki, Aida Hikoichi, who was still immersed in shock, came back to his senses. He shook his head. No, I don't know. Why don't you go find it? Really, you are so careless every day. Yes. Seeing Takemoiki was a little angry, Aida Hikoichi left the court tactfully and went on the road to find Sendo. He complained in his heart, I can't even let people watch the game. The coach is really something. How can I know where Senior Sendo went? While talking, Yokusa made a wonderful pass to Izumi under the basket. It was a good pass. But Izumi just received the basketball and was blocked by Shin Izumi and Kaede Rukawa at the same time. Under the defense of the two and Akagi, Izumi, who got the ball, lost the ball again. This made him want to curse. He felt aggrieved and helpless at the same time. The basketball was picked up by Kagure, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Fast break! Fast break! He was ecstatic. After playing for so long, he finally tasted what Ryonan's basketball tasted like. The offense and defense of both sides changed again. Kagure's speed of advancing with the ball was not very good. It can be said that he was not outstanding in other abilities except for his shooting. Compared with the other players in Ryonan who were undergoing devilish training, he was much slower. He was soon caught up by the opposing Koshino. Pass the ball to me. Kaede Rukawa appeared in his sight and waved for the ball. Without thinking much, Kagure hurriedly passed the basketball in his hand to Kaede Rukawa. Kaede Rukawa jumped up to catch the ball, which delayed him for some time, and Ikegami also caught up. At this time, Shin Izumi had no intention of stepping forward to assist. He stood still and did not even launch a fast break. In his opinion, Kaede Rukawa did not have much pressure facing Ikegami's defense alone. If possible, save your energy appropriately. It would be a bit ugly if one person scored all the points. Besides, he had a general understanding of Ryonan's current strength. Boy, don't dream of scoring in front of me. As Ryonan's defensive elite, Ikegami's speed is not much slower than Kaede Rukawa. He followed closely on the left and did not forget to interfere with him. Kaede Rukawa naturally ignored him and just kept running to the backcourt of Ryonan. Now he was holding back a lot of energy in his heart. It had been a long time since the bullfight, but he still couldn't find the feeling of playing confidently. He was sure to score this goal, no matter who came. After rushing to the Ryonan penalty area alone, he jumped up like a vigorous tiger. Ikegami also jumped up. Don't even think about scoring. The defense was in place, almost blocking Kaede Rukawa's offensive route. Takemoiki smiled. He once threw an olive branch to Kaede Rukawa, but Kaede Rukawa didn't give him any face. He joined Shohoku just because Shohoku was close to home, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He also knew Ikegami's defense, a real defensive stalwart. And now this ball has been defended in place, as long as he doesn't hit the hand, it is a beautiful defense. Kaede Rukawa must be taught a big lesson. Kaede Rukawa's cold face flashed a trace of surprise, he actually underestimated Ikegami's defense. But it's far from enough. At the critical moment, Kaede Rukawa made a smooth and elegant mid-air change of hands. Bang! The basketball once again ruthlessly passed through Ryonan's net. Not only did he complete a change of hands dunk through Ikegami, but he also caused the latter to foul. For a moment, The whole basketball hall was boiling. Chapter 11. Just a few minutes later. The scoreboard showed the score of both sides coldly. 20:8. Shohoku led by 12 points. Shohoku is too strong. Number 12 and number 11 took turns to attack. Izumi and the others couldn't defend at all. Too exaggerated. Number 11, Shugahira couldn't limit him at all. Even Izumi was intercepted by him twice. Tisk tisk, fortunately I came to watch the game today, otherwise I would have missed another wonderful game. By the way, where is Sendo? Did he go fishing again? The students on both sides of the stands kept talking, and the topic was all about Kaede Rukawa and Shin Izumi. Many people had a question in their minds. Where did this damn Shin Izumi come from? Looking at the playing style, it is very elegant and powerful, and there is nothing wrong with the shooting and speed. It should be entertaining and efficient. This should not be a nameless person. At present, Ryonan has not found anyone who can limit him. However, Ryonan is not a weak team after all. With the tacit cooperation between the players, although it was a little difficult to score, they still scored several goals. Shohoku! Shohoku! Come on! Shohoku! Shohoku, we must win! In the Shohoku rest area, Kuwata and other first-year students couldn't help but stand up and cheer. Ah! Ryonan, what on earth are you doing? You said you are a top 4 team? That's it? You can't even defend against the Stinky Fox and the Fish King, If you don't catch up, I despise you. Sakuragi Hanamichi simply came directly to the boundary line of the basketball court. He was a little crazy. Seeing Kaede Rukawa and Shin Izumi frequently in the limelight, he was very anxious. He thought he was the secret weapon handpicked by Coach Anze. He must have thought that Shohoku was in dire straits, and he must have come out to save the situation and acted like a hero. However, Ryonan was at a disadvantage from the beginning, and he was spitting foul language at Ryonan. What did you say, you BD red-haired guy? What's so arrogant about you as a substitute? Let's compete with Ben. What a presumptuous guy. Koshino and others on the Ryonan court were also hot-tempered and immediately retorted. The whole basketball hall was in a bit of chaos. SHH. Red number 10, you are not allowed to interfere with the players. I'll warn you once. The referee couldn't stand it either. He thought to himself, where did this red-haired guy come from? Is he causing trouble off the court? As the captain, Akagi rushed up at the fastest speed and pressed his big hand directly on Sakuragi's head. Sakuragi Hanamichi even wanted to resist. I didn't play, why can't I say anything? Shut up! UBD! He held Sakuragi down and shouted at Ayako, Ayako, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on this guy? After Ayako took Sakuragi away, Akagi hurried to apologize to the referee. I'm really sorry, he's just a newcomer and doesn't know the rules of basketball. Calm down, calm down. The referee took a deep breath and gave up. Ryonan rest area. Takamoiki ignored the unreasonable Sakuragi Hanamichi. He had a stern face, and the current situation was not very optimistic for Ryonan. How did Shohoku become so strong? Coach Anze, what are you up to? It's only been a few minutes since the start of the game, and Ryonan has been pulled 12 points behind, which is very shocking. This is completely different from what he expected. Ryonan met Shohoku in a game last year, and he beat Shohoku at that time. This year, Kaede Rukawa joined Shohoku, and with Akagi, it was not a big problem for Ryonan. Now the problem lies with Shin Izumi. He scored 14 points alone, which is a very terrible scoring ability, which is much stronger than Kaede Rukawa's scoring ability. As long as he gets the basketball, scoring is as easy as taking something out of a bag, not too easy. Even when facing Izumi's defense, he can make an unexpected shot to score the basketball. Shugahira, who is facing Shin Izumi, is completely like air, and he can't play any role on both offense and defense. And he knows that in addition to Kaede Rukawa, Shohoku has another player he is extremely eager for the year before last, Hisashi Mitsui, and last year's player, Miyagi Ryota. But I don't know what happened, and the two suddenly disappeared from the basketball world. Thinking of this, he looked at the gate of the basketball hall intentionally or unintentionally, waiting for someone to appear. At this time, on the court, Ryonan has the ball again. The passing of the ball by several people is relatively smooth, but except for Izumi, the scoring ability of others is not strong. They usually don't choose to do it themselves, but give the basketball to Izumi. Izumi gritted his teeth, and he was angry. What an annoying guy. He was not afraid of Akagi's defense alone. Every time he planned to compete with Akagi, Shin Izumi would appear behind him like a ghost. Give a strong sense of pressure. The final result was either passing the ball or being intercepted. Now Izumi got the basketball, but Akagi and Shin Izumi doubled up again. The forced shot didn't go in. One person couldn't get a good position after all. The rebound was grabbed by Akagi again. Kaede Rukawa, run! He first protected the basketball and immediately observed the position of his teammates. Kaede Rukawa on the outside is in an excellent passing position. Kaede Rukawa, who got the basketball, once again showed his superb scoring ability. Facing the joint defense of Ikumi, Yokusa, and Koshino, he was like a spring, changing his body posture in the air and making a pull-up shot in the air. The basketball hit the backboard and went into the net. Shua. 22:8. Shohoku led by 14 points. SHHH. Ryonan requested a timeout. Chapter 12. Ryonan requested a timeout. Players from both sides went off the court to rest. Students on both sides of the stands were all in disbelief. Didn't they say that Shohoku was a first-round team in the Summer League? They're suppressing Ryonan, and you tell me that this is a weak team? Ryonan rest area. The players who left the court sat on chairs, wiping their sweat and talking. Damn it, when did Shohoku become so strong? One Kaede Rukawa and one Shin Izumi, are those two really just first-year kids? Kaede Rukawa is a super rookie, and it's normal for him to have such strength, but I've never heard of Shin Izumi, and his dribbling is so fast that I can't keep up with the rhythm. Okay, don't encourage others and destroy your own prestige. We're just behind temporarily, so cheer up. Izumi frowned when he heard what Koshino and the others said, and quickly scolded them. Izumi is right, stop complaining and don't let yourself be scared. Takemoiki interrupted the noise. Although he said so, he knew in his heart that the players were all upset at the moment, and he was no exception. You know, Ryonan was a semi-final team last year, while Shohoku was only a first-round team. The two teams are at different levels. Even if Shohoku falls behind at the beginning, it may not have a big impact, but Ryonan can't. They subconsciously think that they should beat a team like Shohoku. But now it's 22:8. They are the ones who are being beaten. This has a great impact on morale. Then Takemoiki took out the tactical board and began to write and arrange tactics on it. Listen, although Kaede Rukawa and Shin Izumi of Shohoku seem to be scoring aggressively, such frequent attacks will only consume their physical strength. As long as we maintain our rhythm, when their physical strength decreases, it will be time for us to counterattack. Koshino, you don't have to worry about Kagure for the time being, just team up with Shugadera. As long as Shin Izumi gets the ball, double team him. Even if it is a foul, you must prevent him from scoring. Also, don't let him run in to interfere with Izumi. Do you hear me? Ikumi, don't let your guard down just because the opponent is a freshman. He is Kaede Rukawa. Pay attention to him and keep an eye on him. Yes. Got it. After getting feedback from everyone, Takemoiki put away the tactical board, clenched his fists and placed them on his chest, looking at everyone with a sharp gaze. You must remember that our goal for Ryonan this year is to beat Kanan and enter the national competition. No one can stop us from moving forward. We Ryonan is the strongest. We are the strongest. Hit to Kanan. Defeat Shohoku. The whole rest area began to boil under his drive. After simple encouragement, Takemoiki took back the chair again and looked at the gate of the basketball hall. Where did Endo go? So I will teach him so well. Don't look at Koshino and others very excited, but Takemoiki knows. Although the fish live is Ryonan's captain, the actual sole character is Sendo. Fen is just temporary. Only by one of the scoring of Ryonan, it can completely mention their morale. Now Ryonan's biggest problem is that there is no scoring point. On the other hand, the opponents, the two bright super score players, like two sharp swords, tear Ryonan's defense line easily. Cheers and joy. Still noticed the extremely noisy Ryonan rest area. Why are Ryonan so excited when they are behind by so many points? I don't know, it feels like chicken blood. Could it be that they are shocked after seeing the strength of Rukawa and Izumi? Coach Anzai saw at a glance that it was Takemoiki who was encouraging morale, and stretched out his hand to press down. Wait until the rest area quieted down. He started to speak. There were no excessive tactical arrangements, only some verbal encouragement. If the players can solve it by themselves, they can better train themselves and improve their abilities. Sakuragi applied to play again, while Coach Anzai was still considering. Shin Izumi suggested that they were all on the same team, Sakuragi would play sooner or later, and now the score was still far ahead, so why not take advantage of the training match now to experience it first? In fact, he felt a little bored now. Ryonan? There was no one who could play. Besides, the system might not give rewards for such a training match. As soon as he said this, except for Sakuragi himself, everyone else rejected it in their hearts. But they all looked at Coach Anzai. Yo ho ho ho, what Izumi said is indeed true, then let Sakuragi take your place. He felt that what Shin Izumi said made sense, and Sakuragi would definitely become an indispensable pillar of Shohoku in the future. Shohoku will definitely have a lot of games in the future, and now the depth of the bench is a big problem. Speaking of adapting to the game, it is also possible to cultivate the depth of the bench. Sakuragi, play. Sakuragi's ears immediately stood up. This was probably the most pleasant thing he had heard today. He came to Shin Izumi and held his hands with a serious look, slacking off. Ah, Izumi brother, you are still the best to me, don't worry, this game is left to this genius. After the game, I will treat you to oden. Sakuragi's appearance made Shin Izumi a little funny, and nodded, then I won't be polite. Akagi looked at the arrogant Sakuragi and couldn't help but warn him. Sakuragi, don't mess around, or I will ask Coach Anzai to replace you immediately. Kaede Rukawa heard it and said coldly, idiot, don't drag your feet. Damn it. You guys. Chapter 13. At this time, in the basketball hall, more and more students came to watch the game. Ryonan was beaten by Shohoku? This is rare. They were very curious. How strong is Shohoku? Both sides stepped onto the court again. Takemoiki looked at the lineup of Shohoku. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. What is Coach Anzai going to do? The red-haired guy? He looks a bit bluffing. Is he really as strong as Hikoichi said? We need to observe more. Man-to-man defense, don't miss it. The tactics just now were directly invalidated, and he spoke again to remind Izumi and others. Got it. Ryonan and the others agreed to pay attention to Shohoku's lineup. What they were most concerned about was not Shin Izumi's exit, but the appearance of this shameless red-haired monkey. The previous shouting of Sakuragi appeared in their minds, which made them a little angry. Let's see how strong this presumptuous guy is. Hold on, let's score a goal first. Izumi said in a deep voice after serving from the baseline. Yes, X4 the game started again. Shhh. Red number 10 took the ball and walked. Ah. I didn't. You didn't even see it clearly. Sakuragi was very unhappy with the referee's decision. He took the basketball and demonstrated the situation just now. That's right, he walked a little bit. If the referee hadn't observed carefully, he might have been fooled by him. His funny behavior caused the whole audience to laugh. The originally tense and exciting game became a little interesting because of his appearance. Yasuda also felt regretful. Why pass it to Sakuragi? At this time, the referee raised his eyebrows. Good guy, are you challenging my authority? Red number 10, are you going to raise your hands? Sakuragi suddenly got angry. He put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the referee with a step that didn't recognize his relatives, wanting to argue. As expected, he was stopped by Akagi, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Ahole, do you want to leave the court? If not, raise your hand. Sakuragi pouted angrily, but finally raised his hand in disdain. Ha ha ha. Red-haired guy, aren't you arrogant off the court? Is that all you can do? It's so funny, you don't even understand the rules of basketball and you're talking nonsense here. Ryonan's people immediately followed up with ridicule. Less than 5 minutes. Shhh. Red number 10 committed a defensive foul. Red number 10 has committed 5 fouls. Leave the court. The referee's whistle sounded again. What kind of referee? What's that look? Where did I commit a defensive foul? You're targeting me because you think I'm too strong, right? Sakuragi was mad. Didn't he just make a little big move? Is that a foul? It was less than 5 minutes, and he was fouled out. Shugahiro looked at Sakuragi, who was leaving the court, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What? It feels like he's not here to play basketball, he's just messing around. When he got the basketball, Sakuragi Hanamichi didn't care about anything and just slapped him. He didn't hit the basketball, but his whole arm was slapped red. What a thing! Now he stepped onto the free throw line, ready to shoot. At this time, now the score between the two sides has reached 30:29. Shohoku is only 1 point ahead. Without Shin Izumi on the court, Ryonan now has a sense of pressure from the top 4 teams. The players pass the ball, pick and roll, and all aspects of coordination are much stronger than Shohoku. Izumi does not have to be afraid of someone suddenly jumping out from behind under the basket. Although the team's scoring is still not very fast, at least it can maintain a stable output. On the contrary, on the Shohoku side, Kagure and Yasuda do not have the ability to hold the ball and play one-on-one, and currently there is a certain gap between Yokusa and Koshino in terms of physical fitness and awareness. Sakuragi, an outsider, can't be relied on at all. Akagi and Izumi are almost evenly matched now. As for Kaede Rukawa, one person dribbles the ball to the end and passes the ball? That's impossible. Although the defensive Ikumi cannot absolutely limit him, it still slows down his scoring efficiency to a certain extent. Overall, without Shin Izumi, the scoring champion, the Shohoku team showed signs of weakness. Ryonan played more and more vigorously. At this time, the score was gradually caught up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, at the entrance of the basketball hall, 2 figures rushed straight in. They immediately attracted the attention of the whole audience. Look! It's Sendo! Sendo is finally here! Wow! Sendo, I finally waited for you! So handsome! Many female students couldn't help but scream, their eyes turned into stars. Who is the most popular player in the Ryonan team? Sendo is the well-deserved number 1. At this time, Sendo ignored those female fans and came to the Ryonan rest area as quickly as possible. Coach! Coach, I'm sorry. I was delayed for a while. As soon as he stood firm, he put his hands on his knees and explained to Dakamoiki breathlessly. Takenori was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. No need to explain, you'll see what happens after the game. What delayed him? Sendo could smell the fishy smell from a distance of 1 meter, so he obviously went fishing. Sendo spread his hands and carefully sat down next to Takenori. Didn't Hikoichi say that we were in big trouble at the beginning? As soon as he sat down, he looked at the scoreboard. Ryonan was only 1 point behind. As long as Sugyupura made one of 2 free throws, the score would be tied. Aida Hikoichi was a little surprised, and his mouth was shaped like an O. So anxious. He clearly remembered that Ryonan was nearly 10 points behind when he left, but now he has caught up? Takenori stared at the Shohoku rest area and pointed at Shin Izumi, who was sitting on the chair. The biggest change in the whole game is that guy. He will definitely play later. Sendo looked in the direction pointed by Takenori. Shin Izumi took off his coat and walked onto the basketball court amid the cheers of the Shohoku players. Oh? Is he the super rookie Kaede Rukawa? Takenori shook his head and said solemnly, no, he is much more difficult than Kaede Rukawa. After a pause, he patted Sendo's shoulder and said in a deep voice. You should adjust your state as soon as possible, because the key moment to win will be later. Sendo raised his eyebrows, which made Takenori feel pressured. He murmured in his heart, it seems that number 11 is not simple. Chapter 14. At this time, after Shin Izumi came on the court, the students at the scene were in an uproar again. In the previous few minutes, Shin Izumi's strength had already been known to all of them. This unknown guy definitely has the strength of a top player in the country. They are now a little worried about Ryonan's situation. They clearly saw that the score was catching up, but now it was going to be pulled apart again? However, many people turned the topic to Sendo. Sendo has not come on the court yet, and it is too early to discuss the outcome now. On the court, Shugahira started to shoot free throws. Bang! The strength was a little weaker, and the basketball hit the basket and bounced out. Steady! Don't worry! Ryonan and the others encouraged verbally. Shugahira took the basketball, symbolically patted the basketball, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. But at this critical moment, how could he calm down? Often, the more critical the moment, the more it tests a person's psychological endurance. Obviously, there is a reason why Shugahira is just a passerby player. He couldn't calm down. With a clang sound, the basketball hit the rim again. 2 free throws missed. The 2 sides under the basket immediately blocked each other and prepared to fight for the rebound. Akagi took the advantage and blocked Izumi tightly behind him. Kaede Rukawa and Ikumi were also entangled with each other. Shin Izumi did not rush forward to fight for the rebound, but quickly retreated to the 3-point line. He believed in Akagi's rebounding ability, and he had an advantage under his own basket. Sure enough, the basketball was finally taken by Akagi first. Izumi. After he protected the basketball, he immediately threw the basketball to Shin Izumi on the outside. Go back to defense. Don't let him rush over. Izumi under the basket reminded Yokusa and Koshino on the outside before he stood firm. Koshino and Yokusa reacted quickly, and it can be said that their game experience is not bad. When Shugahira shot, they were ready to go back to defense. As soon as Shin Izumi got the basketball, a thunderous shout rang out from the Shohoku rest area. Go! Shin Izumi! Clear the score completely! Shin Izumi held the ball without hesitation, exerted force on his right foot, and rushed directly to the backcourt of Ryonan. Facing the obstruction of Koshino and Yokusa, he directly distanced himself twice in a large disguise. The 2 who were passed could only watch the back of Shohoku's freshman stride across half-court, and then easily made a standard 3-step layup, without any fancy moves, and steadily picked the ball into the basket. 32:29. Shohoku once again widened the score to 3 points. Amazing speed and ball control ability. Sendo in the rest area couldn't help but exclaimed, it seems that this guy is really capable. Takemoiki felt a headache when he heard the cheers from the Shohoku rest area, and his eyebrows were twisted into a shape again. His back teeth were clenched tightly. What is this? A bottom-ranked team can actually rub against the top 4 teams. Sendo. Are you ready to play? Hey. I ran here and finished warming up a long time ago. Sendo exhaled and grinned. On the way here, he heard Hikoichi talking about how great and awesome Shin Izumi was. His ears were about to get calloused. Now that he had a glimpse of Shin Izumi's strength, he was also a little itchy. Takemoiki saw Sendo with a smile on his face, and he also smiled unconsciously. Okay. Go, let Shohoku see our Ryonan's real ace player. Then he made a substitution gesture to the referee. Shugahiro left the court, and Sendo came on the court. Suddenly, the whole audience was boiling. Wow! Sendo, is Sendo finally going to play? Sendo, come on! Let Shohoku know that this is our Ryonan's place. Shohoku rest area. Everyone heard the cheers of the students on the scene, and Kuwata and others looked at each other in surprise. Sendo is going to play? The man who scored more than 40 points in the match against Shohoku last year. It can be said that Sendo is a nightmare in the hearts of senior players. After a year, they still feel fear when they see Sendo. Why are you all so scared? We may not lose to Ryonan with our current strength. Besides, we are leading the score now. We must believe in Akagi seniors. The final victory will definitely belong to us Shohoku. Ayako saw that the atmosphere was not right, so she started to encourage. Her words made everyone who were looking at each other in bewilderment come back to their senses. Yes. We have Kaede Rukawa. We have Shin Izumi. We have Akagi seniors. We will definitely win. Shohoku. Come on. Shohoku. We will win. Only Sakuragi was pitifully comforted by Coach Anze. On the court, Izumi and the others stared at Sendo dimly, their eyes seemed to say, are you finally willing to come back? Do you know what kind of bullying we have suffered here? Sendo could only give an apologetic smile. Okay, Sendo, that guy named Shin Izumi is now in your hands. Show him how powerful he is. Yes, that guy is very strong. Don't underestimate him, but I think you can still suppress him with your strength. The game has just started. Are you ready? Izumi clapped his hands and roared. Let's go. Oh. All of a sudden, Ryonan people unconsciously changed a little. Fighting spirit seemed to be rekindled. Izumi served the baseline ball. Yukyusa still held the ball and pushed forward. Pass the ball. Before crossing half-court, Sendo waved to Yukyusa for the ball. Yukyusa threw the ball to Sendo without any hesitation. That's Sendo, Ryonan's real trump card. Cheer up! Akagi felt Ryanan's morale surge, and was shocked. He reminded Shin Izumi and others. Be good at defense and keep a close eye on your opponent. Yes. Shin Izumi looked at Sendo who was holding the ball, his eyes were still as calm as water. Chapter 15. Sendo holding the ball is undoubtedly what the students of Ryonan are looking forward to the most. Sendo! Sendo! The students shouted Sendo's name in unison. As the strongest attacker and the most handsome player of Ryonan, he deserves such treatment. Takemoiki's face showed the confidence at the beginning again. Sendo's strength is beyond doubt, and he has rich experience in the game. Facing Shin Izumi, who is only a freshman, he must be able to absolutely suppress him. He knows that Ryonan with Sendo and Ryonan without Sendo are two different teams. As long as Sendo is there, people's hearts are stable. Just like a drop of sodium dropped into water, it will make the water boil. At this time, Izumi and his team are like that water, boiling at a speed visible to the naked eye. He couldn't wait to see the broken expression of Coach Anze. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the Shohoku rest area, Coach Anze. But he found that Coach Anze was still sitting on the chair with a smile, and there was no sign of nervousness at all. He couldn't help but sigh a little, worthy of being Coach Anze, he is really calm. On the court, Sendo came to Shin Izumi with the ball, with a smile on his face. "Hey, freshman, I heard you are very strong." Shin Izumi smiled, not knowing whether it was okay, stretched out his palm and hooked his finger towards Sendo without saying anything. Sendo also laughed, "Haha, you are quite interesting." He was not angry because of Shin Izumi's rude behavior, but in the stands, the students were indignant. "That Shohoku freshman is really arrogant, but that's Sendo. Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength? Sendo will teach him how to be low-key right away." Sendo, beat that arrogant guy. Not only did the students react violently, but there was also an uproar on the bench of Ryonan. What strength does Sendo have? He is the undisputed #1 player in Ryonan, the pillar of the soul in everyone's heart. Many of them chose to join the Ryonan basketball team just for Sendo. Now their idol is provoked by a first-year kid? How can they bear this? While booing Shin Izumi, they cheered for Sendo. Seeing the boos from the outside world in the Shohoku rest area, they naturally did not want to be outdone. They all spoke up for Shin Izumi. Shin Izumi is the most powerful player after defeating Sendo. Only Coach Anze held his chin with his hand and sat quietly in a chair watching the two people fighting on the court. Sendo's strength is undoubtedly strong, but in his heart, Shin Izumi? It seems stronger. On the court, whether it is Ryonan or Shohoku, they tacitly distanced themselves, giving the two enough space to fight alone. The strongest against the strongest. Although Kaede Rukawa was unwilling, he could only watch from the sidelines. After a burst of noise, the scene gradually quieted down, and everyone was watching the first confrontation between the two on the court. The whole arena was filled with the sound of bang 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 basketballs hitting the floor. Sendo held the ball in his right hand and dribbled rhythmically. Suddenly, he began to exert force and broke through directly to Shin Izumi's left. However, the next second after he started his steps, a figure blocked him. It was Shin Izumi. Sendo was a little surprised. He had a shrug like a right breakthrough before taking a step, but Shin Izumi not only did not fall for it, and his reaction speed was quite fast, and he responded almost at the same time. But he was very experienced. He immediately made the next move. He lowered his center of gravity and pushed up with his whole body. Shin Izumi's strength really surprised him. This guy who looked about the same height as him seemed to be much stronger than him in terms of strength. Just a simple collision just now made him feel that the person in front of him was not a person, but a wall. Just a physical confrontation? That was not his fundamental purpose. After all, he was not Shinichi Maki. The purpose of seeking physical confrontation was just to make Shin Izumi's feet exert force, like a tree root that was more firmly rooted in the ground. The next second, Sendo's tense muscles burst out at this moment, and his left leg suddenly took a big step forward, as if he was launching a catapult. He broke through Shin Izumi's right side directly. Speed. It is always the only way to win on the basketball court. Although it is simple, it is very practical. Sendo is also very confident in his own burst, not to mention that Shin Izumi must have exerted force the moment he blocked him just now, and it is not so easy to catch up after starting. However, the moment he took the first step, he saw Shin Izumi's calm eyes. This shocked him. How could it be possible? How could the guy who should have taken root on the ground catch up with his pace again? At this time, Sendo's speed and burst were very fierce. He reached the free throw line in just a blink of an eye, but Shin Izumi's body was like a wall, and there was no defensive loss at all. Coupled with the sweeping power, Sendo could not move forward half a step. A squeak sounded, and Sendo suddenly stopped and jumped. In the air, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking at the figure in front of him. He thought he would see Shin Izumi panic and at a loss, but what he saw was a face mixed with a hint of teasing in the playfulness. That's right. Shin Izumi also jumped up. Compared with Sendo, he had a stronger burst, jumped higher, and had a longer arm span. Sendo's face changed slightly. Shin Izumi's defense was like the five-finger mountain, completely covering his shooting route. Dead end? No. There is still a way to break the deadlock now. That is to pass the ball. But the basketball IQ of his teammates did not seem to be very high. Only a pop sound was heard. The basketball in his hand was ruthlessly slapped away by Shin Izumi. Chapter 16. Wow! In the stadium, there was another burst of exclamations. Sendo was blocked? Incredible! That number 11 of Shohoku is not only fast, but also jumps high. If another person attacks and is blocked by Shin Izumi, the noise may not be so loud. But you have to know that this is Sendo. Not to mention Kanagawa, even if you look at the whole country, he is a star player. He was ruthlessly blocked by an unknown guy. Awesome! Awesome! He actually blocked Senior Sendo. Hikoichi clenched his fists and shouted like crazy. Takemoiki did not scold Hikoichi to be quiet as usual. At this time, he hugged his hands in front of his chest, and his eyeballs could not stop jumping. As a coach, he naturally saw much more than everyone else on the scene except Coach Anze. Sendo's moves just now were smooth and there was nothing wrong with them. Even though he was blocked, no one except him and Coach Anze could see the clues when he made a quick stop jump shot. This round of offense was perfect and impeccable. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no reason for this shot to be blocked, even Kanan's Shinichi Maki would never do it. You know, Sendo's physical fitness is not bad, and the quick stop jump shot just now had a little backward component in it. However, he didn't want to admit it. Such a perfect jump shot was actually blocked by Shohoku, a freshman. Of course, he saw more than just Sendo's perfect jump shot. What shocked him even more was Shin Izumi. Not only did he not lose his position in defense, but he also had an explosive and fast start, a shocking jump height, a very resilient body, and a terrifying arm span that exceeded Sendo's. Whether it was his skills or his physical talent, he was even more terrifying than Sendo. And what surprised him the most was that Shin Izumi not only blocked the ball, but also blocked it from Kaede Rukawa's most advantageous position. If it wasn't a random shot, then this freshman must be a scary guy. A few seconds before and after. His confident smile after Sendo came on the court slightly restrained. It seemed that no one thought that Shin Izumi could actually defend Sendo. So except Kaede Rukawa, everyone else on the court stood there stupidly. When the players on both sides came to their senses, Kaede Rukawa had already rushed to Ryonan's backcourt with the basketball. It was impossible to catch up, and in the end he could only watch Kaede Rukawa put the ball into his own basket. Shohoku! Come on! Shohoku! Must win! Kaede Rukawa! Kaede Rukawa! Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! Shohoku was cheering in the rest area. On the scoreboard, the score between the two sides changed from 32:29 to 34:29. If the score was behind before Sendo came on the court, Ryonan had to rethink Shohoku, but this goal completely hit Ryonan's morale. Even if Sendo came on the court, couldn't he overtake the score? It's just one goal, come again. Although Izumi's heart was as turbulent as the waves, he still strode forward and patted Sendo on the shoulder with his hand to give some affirmation. Seeing this, Ikegami and others also spoke. The score has not been pulled apart yet. This year's Shohoku is indeed very strong, but it's not certain who will lose until the last moment. Sendo listened to his teammates' encouragement, and he was a little amused. The ball just now was not a dead ball. Maybe if his teammates came forward to help, the situation would be different. However, Shin Izumi gave him a feeling of extraordinary strength. That feeling. It's a bit like someone he met in junior high school. A simple ball made him know that he would definitely not be Shin Izumi's opponent in singles, but basketball is not a one-person game, but the glory of the team. The game continued amidst the noisy discussions. Izumi served the ball from the baseline, and Yokusa still held the ball. Although he seemed to be dribbling carelessly, he was actually observing the direction of both sides at all times. Kaede Rukawa and Akagi kept Izumi and Ikumi very close, so there was not much chance. Koshino on the outside was also closely guarded by Kagure, and he could not make a shot for a while. Only Sendo could do it. But at this time, Sendo was also closely followed by Shin Izumi, and there was no space to receive the ball. This made him shocked by Shin Izumi's defensive awareness again. You know, Sendo is absolutely first class in terms of running and court vision, but now he is stuck to him like a dogskin plaster by Shin Izumi. In the end, Yokusa did not figure out how to break the deadlock. Helplessly, he could only attack the inside line by himself and look for offensive opportunities. Facing Yasuda's defense, he passed it with a slight shake of his body, and relying on the space pulled out by his teammates, he successfully rushed to the penalty area in 3 or 2 steps. Facing the basket, he jumped up without any hesitation. No one was defending, and the ball went in. But just when this thought just came to his mind, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him on the left. It was Akagi. At this time, he could not care about Izumi, and could only stop Yokusa first. Yokusa was not panicked at all, because behind Akagi, he saw another figure. That was Izumi. Just when he was about to throw the ball to Izumi, a red figure with the number 12 printed on it appeared in front of Izumi again. His passing route was intercepted. And Ikumi's scoring was unstable. Who should he pass to? For a moment, he was a little anxious. Facing Akagi's defense, he could not score the ball at all. Forced shot? That would only be blocked. Just when he was extremely anxious, he saw a figure rushing in from the 45-degree angle of the 3-point line. Number 7. Ryonan? That's Sendo. Where's Shin Izumi? Sendo actually left him a body length away, so he could pass the ball. At this moment, Sendo's face was very serious, and he made a gesture to catch the ball with both hands. Yokusa smiled in his heart. As expected, Sendo was still stronger. As long as he kept running, Shin Izumi would reveal his flaws even if he had a strong sense of defense. At this moment, he had no time to think about it, so he could only throw the basketball to Sendo. Suddenly, a big hand suddenly came out from the passing route between the two. It snatched the ball away. Yokusa was stunned. The person who came was Shin Izumi, who was originally distanced by Sendo. Chapter 17. The ball was intercepted again. Takemoiki in the Ryonan rest area couldn't help but tense up his muscles, his eyes widened like bells, and his face was full of disbelief. Was that just a steal? No. He has been coaching for so many years and has experienced countless games, and stealing is a common thing in basketball games. But Shin Izumi? It seems, he had already made plans to steal from the beginning. At the beginning, he defended Sendo so tightly that he didn't give him a chance to catch the ball. The other members of Shohoku also showed their usual defensive level, so Yokusa had to do it himself. When attacking the inside line, Shin Izumi could have stepped forward to block it, but he let Yokusa go and continued to follow Sendo. This also gave a false impression that Yokusa could attack the inside line with his own strength. But the problem also emerged at this time. When Yokusa attacks the inside, Akagi will definitely come forward to defend. Yokusa cannot score from Akagi, so he can only choose to pass the ball. Kaede Rukawa miraculously blocked Izumi again, and only Ikumi could receive the ball. Shin Izumi was betting that Yokusa would not pass the ball to Ikumi, who was not good at scoring. Then he took advantage of the situation to reveal a flaw to Sendo, giving him space to receive the ball, and at the same time his own speed also slowed down. This was also what Takemoiki did not understand at first. Shin Izumi was obviously at a top-notch level in terms of physical speed, burst, and defensive awareness, and it was impossible for him to make such a big mistake. Now he knows. Shin Izumi deliberately revealed this flaw, just for Yokusa to pass the ball to Sendo, which was also a kind of trust in his own burst. Confidence that he could pass Sendo and steal the ball in an instant. Thinking of this, Takemoiki's forehead faintly showed beads of sweat the size of soybeans. Only with enough basketball IQ and understanding of the strength of the players on the court can these series of changes be deduced. This person's basketball vision, basketball IQ, and control of the whole court can be said to be in a different field from everyone on the court. Shin Izumi seems not to be a player, but more like a chess player. Ryonan, it will be quite difficult to win this time. The ball possession on the court changed in an instant. Retreat! Sendo shouted at the first time. But even if he shouted, it would not matter, with the speed of Ryonan and others, they could not catch up with Shin Izumi at all. All the members of Shohoku stayed in place, without any plan for fast break. This is a recognition of Shin Izumi's strength. At this time, Sendo was the only one on the court who followed Shin Izumi closely. One did not have the ball and moved later, and the other had the ball but moved first. The competition between the two teams' trump cards began again at this moment. Everyone on the sidelines held their breath again, and hundreds of eyes stared at the two people on the court one after the other. Even though Shin Izumi had the ball, he was visibly distanced from Sendo. Gulp! Takemoiki couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He clenched his fists so tightly that he didn't even notice that his nails were almost embedded in his palms. He silently chanted and shouted in his heart, "Catch up! Be sure to defend!" As he wished, when Shin Izumi came to the free throw line, Sendo's figure was not far behind. Finally caught up. Takemoiki loosened his clenched fists and exhaled heavily. However, the next second, he seemed to think of something terrible again. His originally relaxed heartstrings tightened again. He kept muttering in his mouth, "It shouldn't be like this. Sendo can see it, right?" Sendo looked at Shin Izumi who caught up, and his mouth corners slightly raised. "I won't let you score." On the sidelines, many students also breathed a sigh of relief. Catching up means half of the defense is successful. At this time, Shin Izumi ignored Sendo, his eyes were still as calm as water, and he jumped up and made a layup. Sendo followed closely behind, and his defense did not lose position. As long as Shin Izumi took a shot, he would definitely let the former taste the taste of hot pot. But just when he was about to reach out to block the shot, he looked at Shin Izumi again, with a playful look in his eyes. "What?" The original blocking action immediately stopped, and there was a slight movement of shrinking back. His intuition told him that if he shot it, it would not only fail to prevent Shin Izumi from scoring, but would also result in a foul. Thinking of this, he, who was always calm, felt a chill on his back. The guy in front of him was very scheming. Shin Izumi raised his eyebrows, as if he saw that Sendo was no longer planning to defend. But since he had come here, how could he return empty-handed? This was not his style. The hand holding the ball retracted and followed Sendo's retreating palm to meet it. The moment his arm touched Sendo's palm, he turned his wrist and gently threw the ball upwards. Sh. Chapter 18. SHHH. Finally, the referee blew the whistle. The game between Shohoku and Ryonan was over. 108:80. Shohoku won the final victory with a 28-point advantage. Looking at the huge score difference, everyone present was in disbelief. The entire basketball hall was sparsely talking about today's game. All this was too incredible. Shohoku? It is a well-known underdog team in Kanagawa Prefecture, and Ryonan? Although it only made it into the top 4 last year, it is needless to say that this year's strength is stronger than last year. However, today's training match actually lost to Shohoku? No, it should not be said that it lost to Shohoku. It was the number 11 who was resting his eyes in the Shohoku rest area at this time. As long as Shin Izumi is on the court, he is a godlike existence, showing the world what a real scoring maniac is. Various unexpected shooting postures emerged one after another, which refreshed everyone on the scene. Can basketball be shot in this way? His superb skills and the unity of man and ball were the leading presence in the whole game. No one could catch up, even Sendo could only watch. After Sendo came on the court, the score between the two sides did not close at all, but became farther and farther away. At the end of the first half, Shohoku was already leading by more than 20 points. Then in the second half, no matter how Ryonan chased the points, the difference between the two sides remained around 20 points. On the scene, everyone was impressed by Shin Izumi's strength, and some even doubted Shin Izumi's true identity. This is a high school student? It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a professional player. The two sides on the court have lined up on the court and are taking the last step after the game. Akagi, congratulations, I finally met a good teammate. Izumi looked at Akagi, and then couldn't help looking at Shin Izumi, who was yawning, and continued, we lost today's game with a sense of conviction, but when we wait for the county competition, we Ryonan will definitely make a comeback. Just come at us, we will not show mercy. Akagi tried his best to make himself look less frivolous, but if you want to beat me, it's still 100 years too early. Izumi didn't get angry, but looked at Akagi and shook his head with a smile. The two looked at each other, and then the two big hands were tightly clasped together, with a feeling of sympathy. The other team members also bowed to each other. Thank you for your guidance. Sendo took the initiative to greet Shin Izumi. Hey, you are very strong, how did you practice? Shin Izumi glanced at Sendo, who came over, and he said in a coaxing way, have you seen Kanagawa at 4 o'clock in the morning? This made Sendo frown. Kanagawa at 4 o'clock? Is there any direct connection with playing basketball? Shin Izumi looked at the somewhat confused Sendo, and he smiled and said, I hope you can make me feel more interesting in the next game. Sendo smacked his lips a little, he wanted to retort to Shin Izumi, the next game? At least they might meet in the quarterfinals. Ryonan was in the semifinals last year, so this year they will directly advance to the semifinals, but Shohoku? They must start from the first round. However, he thought that Shohoku had the strength of Shin Izumi, the great god, and Kaede Rukawa, the little god, and he really couldn't think of any obstacles. I really can't do anything with you, I will definitely do it next time. Finally, Sendo shrugged, sighed and shook his head at Shin Izumi. He wanted to say that I would definitely win next time, but he couldn't say it. He used almost all his skills in this game, but he seemed a little immature in front of Shin Izumi, very frustrated, but he had no way out. There is still a big gap between the two sides, and perhaps we can only look forward to what Dakamoiki will do later. Kaede Rukawa watched the two people chatting with resentment, and he felt a little uncomfortable. However, in the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak, whether it is Shin Izumi or Sendo, their strength is above him. And his temporary goal now is to surpass Sendo first. After a simple cue on both sides, the players of both sides went to the locker room to change clothes. The students left the basketball hall one after another. Before leaving, the students kept talking about Shin Izumi's difficult way of scoring, and some students even imitated Shin Izumi to do a backward move while walking. After getting dressed better, the Shohoku team said goodbye to the Ryonan team under the leadership of Coach Anze and left Ryonan High School. Dakamoiki stared at the backs of the Shohoku team as they left. This game caught Ryonan off guard. He stared at Shin Izumi at the back, his eyes filled with deep fear. After Sendo came on the court, he watched Shin Izumi's game. Even Shinichi Maki, who was known as the number one in Kanagawa, gave him a sense of crisis that was far inferior to that of this first-year rookie player. Because, he couldn't see through what level Shin Izumi was at. Throughout the game, his focus was almost on Shin Izumi, and Kaede Rukawa, who was originally the most interested in him, had long been forgotten by him. The loss in the match with Sendo made him see the general strength of Shin Izumi. However, the more he watched, the tighter his heartstrings tightened. On the offensive end, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as an offensive kaleidoscope. No matter what tricky angle, whether it is the basket or the shot, the basketball can always be scored in an unprecedented way. On the defensive end, the footsteps and awareness are like a moving fortress. Even if Sendo is strong in singles, he cannot rely on his own ability to get rid of the defense. You know, there is no second person in Kanagawa Prefecture who can make Sendo so frustrated. But what Takemoiki fears most is even such an extraordinary performance that far exceeds the strength of high school students is probably still not the true strength of number 11. This also makes him wonder, if he meets Shohoku again in the county competition, what will Ryonan do? Coach? Coach? They have gone far away. Izumi reached out and gently pulled Takemoiki's arm that was still waving in the air. It's good that I'm leaving, it's good that I'm leaving. Takemoiki coughed twice, turned his head and looked at the Ryonan people who were waiting for his arrangements, and exhaled, from today on, everyone's training will double. In addition, Izumi and Sendo, you two should double it on this basis. He originally thought that the Ryonan people would definitely wail, but he looked at them one by one. Everyone's face was full of enthusiasm. Yes. Takemoiki was very relieved about this. Usually, their noses were upturned to the sky, and they only had Kanon in their eyes. Because Shohoku appeared, it sounded the alarm for them in advance. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. After explaining the training tasks, Takemoiki put his hands behind his back, frowned, and kept pacing in place. His headache, Shin Izumi? What is his weakness? But fortunately, it's still early, and there is enough time to think of a countermeasure. Chapter 19. On the Inoden Railway. The carriage was originally quite crowded, but until Shohoku arrived, the four people in the team, Akagi, Shin Izumi, Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Kaede Rukawa, looked very intimidating, so that the people around them walked to the next carriage cautiously, resulting in the entire carriage being occupied by Shohoku. Shin Izumi was resting his eyes at this time, but the others had already been overwhelmed by the victory. Ha 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 ha! This is simply unbelievable, we actually beat Ryonan. Shin Izumi, Kaede Rukawa, and Akagi are so amazing. Although Sendo is indeed very strong, he suffered a lot at the hands of Shin Izumi. I feel that our Shohoku is now terribly strong. Kuwata, you should practice ball control first. Everyone was playing with each other, so happy. Senior Akagi performed well today, scoring 18 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 blocks. Junior Kaede Rukawa also scored 26 points, 2 steals. They all played well. Ayako sat on a chair, took out her notebook and read it. This caused everyone in Shohoku to sigh again and again. Where's Junior Shin Izumi? Shiozaka tilted his head and asked Ayako. Well, let me see. Ayako scratched her forehead with her hand, and then turned a page in the notebook. Junior Shin Izumi scored 52 points, 10 steals, 5 rebounds, and 3 blocks. As she finished speaking, the train was briefly quiet. Then there was a buzz of exclamations. 52 points? 10 steals? Oh my god, that's too good. I saw Izumi score a lot of goals, but I didn't pay attention to how many points he scored. This is against Ryonan. He scored almost half of the team's points. Then, Ayako revealed another piece of data that made them completely worship. And the hit rate is as high as 90%. This? For a moment, everyone didn't know how to describe it. There are only 2 words. That is perverted. This is completely beyond their understanding. Kaede Rukawa didn't pay much attention to it until Ayako exposed Shin Izumi's hit rate, and his cold face was slightly moved. This hit rate, let alone in the official game, even in the usual training, he dare not guarantee such a high hit rate. At this time, he couldn't help but glance at Shin Izumi, who was quietly dozing, and felt a little powerless in his heart. And the main thing is that he saw Shin Izumi's calm appearance after the game. Maybe he didn't give his all. There is still a big gap. At this time, whether it is the first-year guys or the second-year and third-year players, they all tilted their heads and looked in the direction of Shin Izumi, their eyes full of admiration, especially the first-year Kuwata and others. They are all first years, and they don't even have a chance to play, but Shin Izumi? He can already kill all around. Can you guys keep your voice down? This is a public area, and the game is already very tiring. Sakuragi Hanamichi folded his hands in front of his chest and stared at Kuwata and others with unhappy eyes. It's okay to talk about Shin Izumi, but why do these guys look at Kaede Rukawa with admiration? Is he not even worthy of mentioning? Hearing Sakuragi Hanamichi's voice, everyone restrained themselves. Kaede Rukawa said coldly, I don't know what's tiring about the guy who fouled out after playing for a few minutes. What did you say? Stinky fox? Big idiot. The two started fighting again after a disagreement. You two stop arguing, there are a lot of people watching. Kagure hurriedly pulled Kakuta and several others to separate the two people who were fighting. The carriage was quiet. Shin Izumi didn't care too much about the fight between the two, because he was looking at the rewards issued by the system. This surprised him a little. There was no system task, just a training match, but he actually received 30,000 neon coins. Does it mean that in addition to the training matches within the team, as long as you play with other teams, you will get rewards? Shin Izumi murmured in his heart. No need to work, playing basketball and getting money, why not? Money or nothing is not important, what matters is that he likes playing basketball. Back to Shohoku High School. Shin Izumi still did not choose to go to the basketball team, which was promised by Coach Anze. In this regard, Akagi, as the captain, has no power to force Shin Izumi to train. Of course, maybe he still felt that Coach Anze was too indulgent towards Shin Izumi before. Training is not all basic training, but also tactical training such as cooperation between teammates and passing. Until the end of today's training match with Ryonan, he finally knew why Coach Anze allowed Shin Izumi not to come to training. It is normal for such a person to have his own ideas, as he is so powerful. In fact, in Shin Izumi's mind, whether it is Ryonan or Shohoku, they have nominal running and tactical training, but in his opinion, perhaps they can't be called tactics. Takemoiki and Coach Anze undoubtedly understand various tactical theories very well, but what's the use of the coach understanding? You have to know that the players are just high school students, and they can't implement the tactics at all. At best, it's just some simple running and space pulling. This is also one of the reasons why Shin Izumi can easily see through Ryonan's passing route. Not to mention Shohoku and Ryonan, I'm afraid the whole Neon country is similar. Moreover, since he is from the future, his understanding of tactics may be no less than that of the current high school coaches. Basketball is a team game, but when one person's level is far higher than the team's, all kinds of tactics may become ineffective. How can passing the ball to the best scorer in the team not be a tactic? Chapter 20. Ring. In Class 3, Grade 1, Shin Izumi woke up from sleeping on his desk. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his hand, yawned and stretched. After so many years, I still sleep comfortably in class. Hey? What is this? Just as he stood up and prepared to move around, he saw several pink heart-shaped origami stacked on the corner of the desk. He picked it up and took a look. There were densely written words of admiration, worship, and ambiguity on it. A anonymous love letter? Again? This made Shin Izumi, who was always indifferent, a little amused. Appearance is justice. It seems that even in Japan, there are many crazy girls. At the same time, in the corner of the door and by the window, several female classmates with ponytails saw Shin Izumi reading the love letters, and hurriedly covered their faces with their hands and ran away shyly. Shin Izumi put away the love letters. If he was in high school in his previous life, he would definitely find out everything, but now? He can't even muster much interest. Young high school students? To be honest, this is not his cup of tea. Besides, if it's just holding hands and going shopping? We are all adults, who doesn't have some other thoughts in his mind? He prefers older sisters who are more mature and intellectual. When you are young, you don't know how good sisters are, and you mistakenly treat girls as treasures. It has been a while since the training match with Ryonan ended. During this period, Shin Izumi has received no less than 100 love letters. Now he is a celebrity in Shohoku, all thanks to his lovely teammates. One person passed on 10, 10 people passed on 100, and how great his goal was in the match against Ryonan. Without thinking too much, Shin Izumi looked up at the wall clock. It was past 4 in the afternoon. Calculating the time, it has been a long time since I went to the basketball hall. At this time, Shohoku Basketball Hall. Compared with before, it has become much more lively. Looking closely, there are two more unfamiliar figures on the court. Mitsui's shooting is really textbook-like. Yes, he deserves to be the MVP of junior high school. Miyagi's speed is so fast, just like lightning. First-year students Kuwata and others talked about Hisashi Mitsui who was doing shooting training and Miyagi Ryota who was doing ball handling training. Yes, the fight between Miyagi Ryota and Hisashi Mitsui had already happened a few days ago. And now, the two problem children have returned to the team as scheduled. Kagure and Akagi sat on the sidelines, watching Miyagi Ryota and Hisashi Mitsui who were training, with a look of surviving a disaster on their faces. Just a few days ago, the basketball team was still facing the risk of disbanding, but fortunately, it was calmed down with the help of Sakuragi's gang and coach Anze. Akagi, now the basketball team has you, Mitsui, Miyagi, Rukawa, Sakuragi, and Izumi. I feel that our goal this year will be achieved. Kagure held up his glasses with his hand and said to Akagi with longing. Of course, this has always been my dream. Akagi's eyes were straight, and his gaze wandered around everyone in the basketball team. Any news about the summer league? I don't know, it should be soon. I'm really looking forward to it. The two chatted again. Suddenly, voila! The door of the basketball hall was opened. Shin Izumi walked in lazily. Everyone who was training in the basketball hall stopped what they were doing and moved their eyes over. Seeing the person coming, their faces showed not only surprise, but more admiration. In an instant, the voices in the basketball hall that were originally discussing other things became surprisingly consistent, and they were all discussing Shin Izumi. As mentioned before, Japan is a country that likes to rank people by seniority, but it is also a country that respects the strong. Although Shin Izumi is only a freshman, his status is equal to Akagi. The sudden noise made Shin Izumi a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that just coming to the basketball hall would cause such a big reaction. The sudden scene made Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota, who were originally enjoying the admiration of the world, stunned. Shin Izumi? This is also the first time they have seen him. During this period, I have heard a lot from students in the same school. The two stopped training and looked over curiously. Except that he is a little taller and a little more handsome, there is nothing special. Is his strength really that strong? The two couldn't help but question Shin Izumi's strength. Kaede Rukawa in the corner looked at Shin Izumi, who came, paused for a moment, and continued to train on his own after a flash of enthusiasm in his eyes. Sakuragi Hanamichi ran towards Shin Izumi. "Hey, Izumi-san, how about it? Do you want to compete? I've become much stronger recently." Shin Izumi smiled and refused Sakuragi Hanamichi's invitation. What a joke! How good is Sakuragi Hanamichi? After Akagi stood up to calm the commotion in the basketball hall, he didn't ask Shin Izumi why he came to the basketball hall. He can take care of others, but Shin Izumi in front of him? He really can't take care of it. Coach Anze has said that as long as Shin Izumi plays the game, he doesn't need to worry about training. Just when everyone was about to go back to continue training, Ayako walked in with a long newspaper in her hand. "Akagi Sr., everyone come here." "Hey? Izumi Jr., you are here too? I said I didn't find you in your class just now." Ayako shouted to everyone, and then saw Shin Izumi sitting on the chair. She was surprised. Shin Izumi nodded politely in response, his eyes fixed on the long newspaper in Ayako's hand. "Is this the Summer League schedule?" Chapter 21. With Ayako's shout, everyone in the basketball team gathered around. "What's wrong, Ayako?" Akagi asked. "Senior Akagi, look at what this is." Ayako playfully raised the long newspaper in Yang's hand. "Hey? Is this the schedule for the Summer League County Trials?" Akagi raised his eyebrows and said impatiently. Ayako smiled and nodded. Kuwata and several first-year students who were sensible quickly brought a long table. Ayako directly unfolded the long newspaper in her hand. Suddenly, everyone came over excitedly. Ding! A cold mechanical sound rang in Shin Izumi's mind. Participate in the Kanagawa County High School basketball trials, and give corresponding neon coins according to the team's strength level. You can get it if you win the game, at least 50,000 neon coins. Shin Izumi listened to this voice, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little. The previous guess was indeed true. As long as you play, you will get money. From the current situation, the stronger the opponent, the more money you will get. I didn't pay much attention. Shin Izumi also came over. He wanted to see if his arrival would lead to a different plot from the original. The long newspaper clearly printed the schedule of this year's Kanagawa Prefecture qualifying tournament, including the team, time, and location. There are a total of 64 teams in Kanagawa Prefecture, divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, D. Enkainen, Shooyo, Buri, and Ryonan, as the top 4 teams in Kanagawa Prefecture last year, are like goalkeepers, arranged at the top of the 4 groups, and will only meet in the quarter-finals. Hey? We are in Group B. Where? Here. When the schedule just unfolded, everyone began to look for Shohoku's group. What? The first opponent is Miyagi. Ah? I met such a strong opponent right away? Oh my god! Miyagi? Is he strong? The second-year students Yasuda and others began to frown as they looked at Shohoku's first-round opponent. The first-year students Kuwata and others were a little confused and hurriedly asked about Miyagi. Ayako looked around and slowly began to explain. Miyagi's strength is strong for the first round. They were the top 8 team last year. They lost the game after meeting Kanan in the winter qualifiers. After a pause, she continued, and according to rumors, they may be stronger this year than last year. Suddenly, the first-year students in the basketball hall were in an uproar. They're actually a top 8 team? So strong. They won all the way until they met Kanan and then lost the game. Why do I feel so nervous? I feel like we're being targeted. Not only the first years, but also the second years and Kagure all looked a little serious. This is not good news for Shohoku. But they may have forgotten that the current Shohoku is not the same as the previous Shohoku. Akagi was relatively calm. He looked at Shin Izumi and other main players. What do you think? What do you think? It's just a Miyagi day, what's the fuss? I'll let them see what the top 8 and the top 4 are, they're all the same. Miyagi Ryota curled his lips and looked at the nervous first-year players with a look of disdain. That's right, I haven't played a game for a long time. An opponent of the top 8 strength? Maybe it can help me stretch my muscles. Hisashi Mitsui turned his wrist, also showing that he didn't care much. Kaede Rukawa said nothing, looking for Ryonan's position on the long newspaper. As for Shin Izumi, he stretched and did not make any comments. He took a rough look. Except for the semi-finals, the other schedules were the same as in the original book. Just a Miyagi day? He really couldn't understand why his teammates were so scared. Now he was curious about how much money he would be rewarded for defeating Miyagi Day. The strength of the team was 1 point. Would it also be related to his own performance on the court? These systems were not explained, so he didn't know. Akagi was a little confused. They were all problem children, and he couldn't ask anything. Sakuragi Hanamichi put his hands on his hips and wanted to speak, but Akagi blocked him before he could say anything. Okay, our goal is to dominate the country. Let's continue training now. It's better to be fully prepared for our first round of games. After sending others to training, Shin Izumi and Ayako were left at the scene. Akagi glanced at Shin Izumi and wanted to ask something, but finally sighed and walked towards Ayako. Ayako, does Coach Anze have anything to say about the list of players for this game? No, he told you to decide, ha ha ha. Ayako's hearty laughter coupled with Coach Anze's words made Akagi speechless. Is it true that you can't just grab a captain and pull him to death? Okay, I'll tell you now, you write it down, and then I'll trouble you to give it to Coach Anze. Ayako made an okay gesture and started to write down all the players Akagi had selected. After writing everything down, Ayako chatted with Shin Izumi for a few words and then left the basketball hall. Shin Izumi sat on a chair and looked at the people who were practicing hard. Since we are here, let's stretch our muscles. Chapter 22. After Shin Izumi came on the court with a basketball. Except for Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota, everyone else was used to it. Most of them returned to their training after taking a look. Although Shin Izumi rarely came to the basketball hall for training, whenever he came, he would always carry the basketball on the court to symbolically dribble and shoot. He did not show too many skills. At first, they wanted to observe Shin Izumi's playing style and learn from him. Later, they found that Shin Izumi was ordinary in dribbling or shooting, without any skills. Over time, they got used to it. Learn from him? It still takes the master to teach him step by step. However, Shin Izumi himself thinks that teaching? It is completely unnecessary. Most people here have played basketball and have a certain understanding of basketball. In addition, there are not many people with outstanding physical fitness. Even if they are taught, they can't be taught. Especially, physical talent determines the upper limit of basketball. Whether it is his dribbling or scoring, even if he writes it down and shows it to others, he still can't practice it. But there are exceptions. Sakuragi Hanamichi may give it a try. Sakuragi Hanamichi is a complete basketball rookie now, and if he wants to draw on a piece of paper, the paper should be blank. Otherwise, he will smear and change it, and in the end, he will look like neither a human nor a ghost, which is not worth the loss. At this time, Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota on the court stared at Shin Izumi with the same eyes. But after watching for a few minutes, Shin Izumi? It seems that he is just so-so, dribbling is average, shooting? It's also average. Except for being taller and more handsome, he doesn't seem to have any special skills. After a simple warm-up, Shin Izumi got up and left the basketball hall. After a series of operations, Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota were a little confused. With this ability, how could Coach Anze allow him to choose to participate in training freely? In the blink of an eye, time came to May 19th. That is the time when the Summer League County qualifiers began. At this time, Yokohama Arena. It can accommodate about 2,000 to 3,000 people. Perhaps because of the first round of the game, there were not many spectators. Just as the audience was talking about today's game. At the gate, a group of people walked in. At first glance, they were the Ryonan basketball team members wearing Ryonan school uniforms. Their arrival perfectly filled the boredom before the game. Them? Are they from Ryonan? It's really Ryonans, the one in front is Izumi, and the one following closely is Sendo. Wow, Sendo is so handsome. By the way, why is Ryonan here? Is there a match for Ryonan today? No, Ryonan was one of the top 4 last year, but I heard rumors that Ryonan lost miserably to Shohoku in a training match. Shohoku beat Ryonan? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Hearing the discussion of the audience around them, Ryonan was slightly startled. It seems that there is no impenetrable wall in the world. There were no reporters present at the previous match, but it was still known. Recalling the previous training match with Shohoku, they unconsciously clenched their fists. Winning and losing is a common thing in the military. Don't think too much. The game is about to start. Let's sit down and watch the game. Sendo looked at Izumi, who stopped, and he smiled and comforted him. After hearing Sendo's words, Izumi let out a heavy breath and continued to walk towards the chair. Just after sitting down, everyone in Ryonan began to discuss. Shohoku vs Miyagi? There is no way to win. Yet, I hope Miyagi can be stronger and force Shohoku's trump card out. Yokusa, what are you thinking? Force out Shohoku's territory? Just Miyagi? Hikoichi, are the video recorders ready? If it were last year, these remarks would never come out of the mouths of Ryonan people, but this year, Shohoku left them with a very deep impression. Aida Hikoichi patted the video recorder with his hand and said excitedly, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Sendo did not discuss today's situation like everyone else, but stared at Shohoku's player channel. His purpose of coming today is very simple, just to watch Shin Izumi play from the side and find a way to crack it. At this time, amidst the noise, players from both Shohoku and Miyagi ran out of the tunnel. A simple warm-up to get familiar with the court. Beep. As the loudspeaker sounded, the game was ready to start. Shohoku's side. Coach Anze stood up with a smile and arranged the starting lineup. Point guard Yasuda, scorer Kagure, small forward Izumi, power forward Kakuta, center Akagi. Coach Anze's decision caused Hisashi Mitsui and others to be very confused. Starting? They are not included? Coach Anze seemed to ignore their existence, turned around and sat back in his original position, holding a thermos cup and began to drink tea. Ayako saw the confusion of the crowd. She looked at Hisashi Mitsui and others with a naughty expression, and whispered to underestimate them. Hehe, this is the result of Coach Anze punishing you for fighting. Ayako's words struck several people like thunder. They all glanced at Hisashi Mitsui. Hisashi Mitsui didn't say anything, he could only rub his hands together unconsciously and sit down obediently. Shin Izumi didn't sympathize with the others' thoughts. Whether they played or not, it didn't matter. As long as he could play, it would be fine. He also wanted to verify whether the reward was directly related to his performance on the court. On the other side, Miyagi's starting players were also determined. Point guard, Kazuo Araki number 5, scoring, Kazunari Miyamoto number 6, small forward, Kengo Murasame number 4, power forward, Hiroshi Taketsu number 7, center, Akio Kawasaki number 8. The players of both sides appeared on the big screen one by one. The game was about to start. Chapter 23. Seeing the players from both teams on the court, the audience began to discuss. Didn't Kaede Rukawa go to Shohoku? Why didn't he play? He's sitting in the rest area, but Shohoku's lineup doesn't look very good, with only Akagi as the main player. Don't talk nonsense, look at that number 11, he looks pretty good. Miyagi looks pretty good, it seems they are determined to win this game. Many of the audience are old fans, and they have a general understanding of both teams. Miyagi, last year's quarterfinals team, is quite strong. On the other hand, Shohoku? Basically, they are eliminated in the first round every year. After the graduation of the senior class last year, even the first-year substitutes last year have come up to start. At first glance, there is no comparison. However, some audiences still have high expectations for Shohoku's big win over Ryonan. Regarding Shohoku's lineup, the Ryonan people in the stands are also a little confused. Why didn't Kaede Rukawa, such a strong player, play? But as long as Shin Izumi plays, he is the one we should focus on in this game. Izumi had a dead fish face, talking about Shin Izumi, but only Akagi's figure was in his eyes. Sendo held his chin with his hand, smiled and said in a firm tone, facing a team like Miyagi, I believe Shin Izumi is enough. Sendo's words made Ryonan stunned for a moment. This? Even if Shin Izumi is good, basketball is not a one-person game, not to mention that Miyagi is not weak. On the court, Miyagi's captain Murasame Kengo looked at Shohoku's starting lineup. He grinned to his ears. Ha ha ha, Akagi, you are really unlucky. You met us in the first round. You'd better surrender early. I can make you lose more beautifully. After he finished speaking, others in Miyagi also began to sneer. They looked down on Shohoku now. A weak team will always be a weak team no matter how it turns around. Shohoku and his team were somewhat calm in response to Miyagi's ridicule. In the past, Yasuda and his team would have been extremely fearful and had a certain degree of self-awareness of their team's strength. However, Yasuda and his team focused all their attention on Shin Izumi. This super rookie who scored 52 points against Ryonan gave them great confidence. They won the semifinals, so let alone the quarterfinals. As the captain, Akagi just snorted coldly and didn't want to pay any attention to Miyagi. He turned around and shouted to Shin Izumi and his team, this game is our Shohoku's first official game this year, and we must win. Yes. Shohoku must win. Yasuda and his team immediately responded loudly. This scene made Miyagi and his team feel a little embarrassed. Shohoku completely ignored them. Okay, very good. Akagi, wait for me, I will show you the gap between our two teams. Murasame Kengo's teeth were clattering. Akagi and others ignored him and he was very angry. Don't show mercy, win the game in one fell swoop. Then he shouted at several teammates around him. Don't worry. It's just a Shohoku, hee, let them see how powerful our Miyagi is. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the whole stadium seemed a little anxious. Akagi and Kawasaki Akio came to the center circle and prepared to jump the ball. Others stood in position. The referee looked at the positions of both sides and put the whistle to his mouth. SHH. At the same time as the whistle sounded, the basketball in his hand was thrown vertically into the air along the center line. Miyagi's center Kawasaki Akio was far inferior to Akagi in height, timing of jump and physical fitness. The basketball was first caught by Akagi. Wow! It started. Akagi's strength is still as strong as ever, but does Shohoku have other scoring points besides him? The audience buzzed when they saw the game start. Defense! Kengo Murasame shouted immediately. He was still clear about Akagi's strength, and Kawasaki Akio could not be his opponent. Yasuda got the basketball, but he did not launch an attack immediately. He was still relatively clear about his own strength. Facing some weak teams, it was okay, but facing Miyagi? That was a bit not good enough. Just after protecting the basketball, a black shadow rushed in front of Yasuda. The person who came was Miyagi's starting point guard Kazuo Araki. Hee, shorty, if you have the ability, try to pass me. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Yasuda clenched his teeth. He rarely saw such rude people. Suddenly, pass the ball. Shin Izumi's voice rang out on the right side of the center line. He stared at Yasuda expressionlessly and asked for the ball. Any hesitation for a second was a sign of distrust towards Shin Izumi, so Yasuda threw the basketball directly to Shin Izumi. The moment Shin Izumi got the basketball, the Shohoku rest area was filled with cheers and shouts. Go! Shin Izumi! For all this, both the audience in the stands and the Miyagi were a little confused. Shin Izumi? Who is it? Hikoichi, is the camera on? Sendo was somewhat more excited when he saw Shin Izumi holding the ball. It's on, and it's aimed at Shin Izumi. Hikoichi answered excitedly while holding the camera in one hand. On the court. After Shin Izumi got the ball, he didn't even look at Murasame Kengo, who was facing him, and dribbled directly towards the Miyagi backcourt. Murasame Kengo had just taken a defensive stance when he felt a hurricane-like hurricane hitting his face. That was the cyclone caused by Shin Izumi's running. When he turned his head, he saw a figure flying under his basket. This. His eyes widened like bells. Shua. The crisp sound of the basketball entering the net rang out. The 0 on the electronic scoreboard of the Shohoku team turned into 2 at the same time. Shohoku took the lead and scored 2 points. Chapter 24. Wow! In the stadium, there were bursts of exclamations. Many spectators rubbed their eyes, as if what they saw was unreal. That number 11 is too fast. Is he a new player in Shohoku? What's his name? Tisk, I didn't even see him clearly. Shin Izumi was making his first public appearance, and basically no one knew him. It's not an exaggeration to describe his speed as lightning, because the opponent was Murasame Kengo, but Murasame Kengo was like a piece of wood that wouldn't move in front of Shin Izumi. Ryonan's faces were also full of surprise. Before, they only knew that Shin Izumi was very fast on the court, but until now, sitting in the spectator seats, they could see what kind of exaggerated speed this was. It was probably only about 2 seconds from getting the ball to scoring. This speed is incredible, and his physical talent is so good that it makes people feel outrageous. No one can match his speed. How can someone dribble at such a speed? Koshino swallowed his saliva and murmured. The game has just started. His style of play is very exhausting. Ikumi frowned and spoke slowly. Sendo did not speak, his eyes were fixed on Shin Izumi. Shohoku rest area. There must be cheers and shouts. But Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota looked at Shin Izumi, who was completely different from the lazy look they saw in the gym before. Just one ball made their expressions become a little solemn. They said in unison, "What a fast speed!" Hisashi Mitsui was a little better, but Miyagi Ryota was known as an expert in speed. Speed was also his best ability to defeat the enemy. He knew how fast and explosive Shin Izumi's ball was just now. Even he felt inferior. Miyagi was also shocked by Shin Izumi's terrifying operation. Where did this guy come from? Isn't Shohoku always a team of Akagi alone? If it weren't for the fact that Shohoku on the scoreboard changed from 0 to 2, they would have suspected that they hadn't woken up. Shin Izumi didn't show any expression change after scoring, everything was so calm. On the court, Yasuda and others hurriedly high-fived to celebrate the score. Murasame Kengo came back to his senses, he clenched his teeth, and his face was unhappy. Damn kid, it's just one ball, don't let me get a chance. The game continues. Miyagi has the ball. Kawasaki Akio serves the ball to Araki Kazuo from the baseline. Araki Kazuo advances with the ball, and before he crosses half-court, he sees Murasame Kengo waving at him for the ball. It seems that he is going to return the ball. Next. Murasame Kengo took the ball. He did not choose to fast break immediately, but dribbled leisurely with one hand. The free hand slightly extended and hooked at Shin Izumi with contempt. "Boy, if you have the ability, come and defend me." His move aroused the interest of the audience in the stands. "Oh? Murasame wants to play singles against No 11. Ha ha ha, he just became a background board, this should save some face." Ryonan people looked at Murasame Kengo's actions and couldn't help laughing. Alas, provoking Shin Izumi? I don't know where Murasame got the courage. Aren't they always arrogant? Last year, they openly provoked AMU, and they were severely taught a lesson. Facing Murasame Kengo's open provocation, Shin Izumi looked indifferent, as if he was looking at a mad dog. Noisy. These two simple words made Murasame, who has always been proud, angry. He gestured to open up the position and let him play singles. Miyagi people immediately planned to open up the space, but they never expected to see that Shohoku people actually gave up their positions in unison, giving enough space for the two to fight alone. Even verbally, they kept shouting to cheer for Murasame Kengo. What's going on? Miyagi and the others looked at Shohoku's abnormal behavior, and they were extremely surprised. Intuition told them that Shohoku had great trust in the new player number 11 in front of him. Suddenly, the whole audience came forward and stared at the two people on the court. Murasame Kengo looked at Shin Izumi, who was close at hand, and his mouth corners slightly raised. "Let you see what real strength is. Arrogant brat. Just made a move." Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and the basketball in his hand was directly slapped away. There was no time to make any defense, and Shin Izumi easily completed a one-on-one steal. Buzz buzz buzz, chirp chirp. There was another noisy sound at the scene. Amidst the voices of surprise and shock, Shin Izumi launched another attack. Damn it! Kengo Murasame looked extremely unhappy. He had already prepared for Shin Izumi to steal the ball. As long as Shin Izumi stole the ball, he could dribble behind his back and turn around to score and easily tie the score. However, things were almost the same as he expected. Shin Izumi did shoot. But that speed? He only saw the afterimage of an arm. The ball fell? But as a senior, he had experienced many games. Now was not the time to be dazed. Must chase and defend. He turned around and took steps to catch up. But he had just taken a few steps when he saw Shin Izumi's figure leaping high and dunking his own basket with a powerful tomahawk. Bang! The terrifying force made the basketball stand creak. Instantly, the whole audience was boiling. Chapter 25. Shin Izumi. MVP. Shin Izumi. MVP. The loudest shouts came from the Shohoku rest area. Kuwata and others shouted Shin Izumi's name in unison. In the stands, the audience knew the name of this mysterious number 11. Shin Izumi? Never heard of him before. But these two balls made them remember the boy who hung on the Miyagi basket with one arm. The first impression they had was that he was ruthless and didn't talk much. His dribbling was fast, accurate and steady, and his dunks were like violent aesthetics. They really didn't expect that Murasame Kengo would be defeated by a first-year guy. Many people began to sigh. This year's Shohoku seems to be getting stronger. Sendo looked at Shin Izumi, who showed no mercy from the beginning. He laughed. The Miyagi guys are really foul-mouthed. If it were me, I would play the same way. Uajumi and others agreed. Miyagi had previously made a bold statement that they would beat Kanan this year and dominate the country, which was completely disregarding Ryonan. In addition, the two sides had met on the court before, and the evaluation of Miyagi was not particularly good. Now seeing that they were beaten by Shohoku, they felt a strange pleasure in their hearts. Miyagi rest area. Everyone was not calm. The substitute players all looked unbelievable. Murasame Kengo? As the captain of Miyagi, he is also the recognized strongest scorer in the team. Why do you feel so immature in front of Shohoku, the number 11? The coach sitting on the chair frowned, his hands folded in front of his chest, and his expression was a little unhappy. He looked up and down at Shin Izumi's figure. Where did this damn guy come from? After thinking in his heart, he stood up and used his hand as a trumpet to scold Murasame Kengo who came late. Murasame! What on earth do you do? Have you forgotten what I taught you? Faced with the coach's scolding, Kengo Murasame's face instantly turned the color of liver. Looking at Shin Izumi who was still ignoring him, the veins on his forehead kept wriggling. Like little worms, his cunning face looked a little more terrifying. Coach, don't worry, I will teach him how to play. Murasame tried to make his tone more stable and nodded to the coach. Miyagi ushered in the second attack. Be steady, I feel that the number 11 kid is a little different. Kazuo Araki reminded Kengo Murasame. Different? I will let him feel what is really different. Kengo Murasame stopped moving forward and paused for a moment and said, it doesn't matter whether this round of attack is successful or not, I will wait for him here. After that, he smiled at Kazuo Araki, but that smile made people feel cold. Kazuo Araki looked at Kengo Murasame like this, and he knew that he was angry. Kengo Murasame's actions made the audience talk again. What is Murasame doing? He doesn't even plan to participate in the offense. Are they looking down on Shohoku? I don't think they look down on Shohoku. I always feel that things are not that simple. Ryonan people, Koshino, and others were also suspicious. I don't understand what this operation is. Only Sendo looked at the attacking Miyagi four-man team, and then looked at the position of Murasame, inside his own three-point line. Haha, Murasame is holding back bad things. What bad things? You will know when you see it later. The Shohoku rest area was also stunned by Miyagi's sudden operation. 4 people attacking? 1 person guarding his own basket? But these are not a problem. Shohoku is now leading by 4 points in less than a minute. Hisashi Mitsui and several problem children who didn't play couldn't stop shaking their feet. I don't know if I will have a chance to play in this game. I can only blame you, Zayasan. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. On the court, Miyagi, which only had 4 people attacking, also made the battle-hardened Akagi a little unpredictable. Commanding the small players to keep an eye on the small opponents. 4 against 5, especially in the absence of an absolute scorer, Miyagi's basketball was once again stolen by Shin Izumi. Under the attention of the crowd, he ran straight to Miyagi's backcourt. Go! Shin Izumi! Yasuda and others also stopped and started shouting for encouragement. With a big leg to lead the way, being a tool man is actually not bad. Hey! Come on! Murasame Kengo looked at Shin Izumi who was attacking him with a smirk on his face. He didn't defend forward, but waited for Shin Izumi to arrive at the free throw line on the left. Shin Izumi raised his eyebrows. What did Murasame Kengo want to do? He might have guessed it in his heart. Seeing that he had already jumped up, Murasame Kengo finally made a move. He rushed towards Shin Izumi like a ferocious brown male. It seemed that he stretched out his hand to block the shot, but in fact he intended to slap Shin Izumi's arm hard. Want to lay up? I'll break one of your arms first. Let you learn how to play basketball. As he said, he turned his hand into a knife and chopped down Shin Izumi's right hand holding the ball. Suddenly, time seemed to stand still. Shin Izumi, who was originally suspended in the air to maintain the layup posture, suddenly turned in the air and pulled the lever to send the basketball steadily into the basket. Dong dong! The two continued to land. Shin Izumi looked at Murasame Kengo behind him, and he slowly spoke. Your behavior is just like a stray dog on the roadside, both pathetic and ridiculous. Chapter 26. You. Kengo Murasame's eyes widened and he clenched his fists, as if he wanted to eat Shin Izumi alive. Shin Izumi looked at Kengo Murasame coldly, then pushed him with his shoulder while returning to defense. The huge force directly pushed Murasame away. Whether it was fighting or eating, there was a level to it. In Shin Izumi's opinion, Kengo Murasame? He was completely out of his sight. The audience in the stands hesitated and kept a distance, and did not see the gunpowder smell between the two. The whole stadium erupted in huge cheers. Shohoku! 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 Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! Wow! That number 11 is too strong. Murasame is totally unstoppable, come on no 11. Miyagi started with a 6:0 lead, and all the points were scored by number 11 alone. It turned out to be the other way around. I thought Miyagi would be ahead of Shohoku at the start, after all, Shohoku's performance in previous years is there. At this time. Now not only the Shohoku rest area cheered, but the entire stadium seemed to be driven by Shin Izumi's 3 goals. Many female spectators bowed down to Shin Izumi's elegant style of play. They kept shouting, Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! At this time, the score between the two sides came to 6:0. Shin Izumi scored all the points for Shohoku, and Miyagi did not score a single point. The game continued, and no one called a timeout. A 6-point difference is not a difficult score to catch up on the court. But Miyagi and the others felt that the atmosphere of the entire stadium had become a little strange. At first, only the sound of Shin Izumi cheering could be heard in the Shohoku rest area. After just 1 minute, there were actually a lot of voices cheering for Shin Izumi. This invisibly added pressure to the hearts of Murasame and others. Kazuo Araki pushed forward with the ball, and just when he passed the half-court line, he found that Murasame waved for the ball again. He was a little embarrassed. This? Can he give it? Although he did not directly match Shin Izumi, it is not difficult to see from Murasame's end that it was a completely one-sided situation. Pass the ball? Isn't that waiting to pass the ball to Shohoku? But Murasame is the strongest scorer in the team and the captain. It seems a bit unreasonable not to pass the ball? Oh my god! Pass it! But just when he just threw the basketball out. In the middle of the line between him and Murasame, a black shadow flew out. With a big wave of his hand, he directly hijacked the basketball flying in the air. Who? Araki was shocked. Looking at the number behind the figure, number 11. It's Shin Izumi again. Instantaneously, the whole stadium cheered. Too strong. Whether it's speed or anticipation, Miyagi is no match for him. So far, Miyagi has not even managed to get the basketball to Shohoku's basket once. Every time, he failed before he could even start. With another layup from Shin Izumi, the score between the two sides came to 8:0. Amid the cheers of the whole stadium, Coach Miyagi couldn't sit still. He stood up and called for a timeout. They were beaten in the first minute? What's going on? Even last year when they faced Kanan, it wasn't this outrageous. The Shohoku players gathered around Shin Izumi, and they cheered and went off the court to rest. In 1 minute, Shin Izumi called Miyagi's timeout. Shin Izumi is so amazing. Yet, Miyagi, that Murasame, is just like a piece of wood. When they came to the rest area, Kuwata and others immediately surrounded him, serving tea and water very skillfully. Kaede Rukawa and others sat quietly on the bench. It looked like they might not even have a chance to play. Coach Anze looked at Shin Izumi, who was surrounded by people, with a look of relief in his eyes. What he saw was not just this game, nor this summer league, but hope. Miyagi rest area. It was completely opposite to the cheerful and excited atmosphere of Shohoku. At this time, the coach was cursing at the starting players. What do I usually teach you? Have you forgotten one or two? Look for more contact, look for the referee's blind spot. Do you want to pack up and go home in the first round? Murasame endured the coach's anger on the surface, but cursed at the coach in his heart. What the hell? Can't you see the opponent's strength? That number 11 can't be dealt with by one person. Can't you even see this? How can you be a coach? Of course, he can only say these in his heart. After the coach's output, seeing that the timeout time is running out, he also took out the tactical board and began to formulate tactics. Murasame, don't think about one-on-one with number 11. He is very strong. Move appropriately and look for offensive opportunities. Don't stand still like a piece of wood. Your task is to contain him and don't let him disrupt our offensive rhythm. Araki, as a point guard, don't you even know how to organize an offense? Try to avoid number 11 when passing the ball. You must remember that although Shohoku is leading by a lot now, Shohoku only has 2 players who can play, one is Akagi, and the other is this number 11 kid. As long as they get the ball, double team them directly. At the end, the coach's eyes became a little gloomy. If possible, find an opportunity to destroy them for me. Yes. We know. Murasame and others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the man sitting next to the coach took off the towel on his head, revealing a shiny bald head. His cheekbones were protruding and his eye sockets were sunken. Just a look made people feel scared. Coach, how about I go on the court and destroy them all? He said to the coach very calmly. Nato? You are our secret weapon against Kanon. Now is not the time for you to go on the court. Leave it to Murasame and others. I believe they will not let me down. The coach's attitude towards the man was much more relaxed than Murasame and others. He patted the man's shoulder and smiled. Beep. With the sound of the tweeter, the timeout ended. The game continued. Chapter 27. After the timeout, both sides returned to the court. The lineups of both sides remained unchanged. Miyagi still had the ball. Araki Kazuo received the serve from Kawasaki and advanced slowly with the ball. He glanced at Shohoku's position, which was a bit scattered. Murasame did not wave for the ball this time, but chose to run to the baseline and try to open up space between Shin Izumi and others. Araki looked at Shin Izumi who was entangled by Murasame at the baseline, and a little smile appeared on his face. He began to observe the positions of other Shohoku and teammates. At present, Shohoku has only 2 relatively strong points, one is Shin Izumi and the other is Akagi. Now Murasame has restrained Shin Izumi, and only Akagi is left. Then only 2 people need to be dispatched to perfectly solve the problem. Of course. This is what everyone in Miyagi thought. Araki, pay attention to the attack time. Murasame shouted at Araki who was a little dazed at the baseline. Araki nodded and began to organize the attack. Under the basket, Akagi blocked Kawasaki Shoichi tightly, while the other Shohoku players had limited abilities and could not perfectly restrict the running positions of the other Miyagi players. Finally, the opportunity has come. Araki saw Miyamoto run out of a good position, and he made a high move, and the basketball passed over Yasuda's head and fell directly into Miyamoto's hands. Miyamoto held the ball and rushed to the basket. Akagi moved his steps to attack. Seeing Akagi coming out, he smiled at Kawasaki and decisively sent the ball out. However, Akagi saw the two passing the ball, and he couldn't help laughing. Want to pull me out? Too naive. Kawasaki, who received the ball, ignored Akagi who was talking to himself, and jumped up, intending to shoot from close range. Akagi chose to let go of Miyamoto and moved sideways towards Kawasaki. The threat of close-range shooting is much greater than that of mid-range. However, he didn't expect that this was still Miyagi's feint. Kawasaki didn't really shoot, but faked a shot and passed the ball. The basketball was passed back to Miyamoto again. Oops! Akagi was shocked when he saw this scene. It was too late to defend this ball. He could only put his hopes on his teammates. But in his sight, Kakuta was restrained by Araki and Kagure, and Yasuda, who were going to defend on the outside, were also blocked by Takatsuhiro on the outside. Even if Yasuda broke free at this time, his speed, height, and bounce were useless against Miyamoto, who had already jumped up and shot and was 185 centimeters tall. This ball was gone. Got it. Miyamoto looked at the empty space in front of him, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. At the moment he jumped to the highest point and sent the basketball out. Murasame's shouts rang in his ears. Pass the ball. Don't shoot. At the same time as the voice just sounded, in Miyamoto's peripheral vision, a black shadow suddenly appeared like a ghost. Pa! Accompanied by a snap sound. The basketball in Miyamoto's hand was blown away. For a moment, he panicked, looking at the jersey number on the black shadow. How is it possible? Is it the number 11 again? See. Shin Izumi's figure appeared in the air in a slash shape. The amplitude was so large that it was embarrassing. Such an exaggerated block once again caused an uproar in the audience. All their attention was focused on the basket, but they still knew that Shin Izumi was still at the baseline on the other side a second ago. It took almost a breath to run from the baseline on one side to the free throw line on the other side. It was unbelievable that he could block the ball at such a long distance. Coach Miyarade's face, which was originally relaxed and proud, became tense. Although his coaching ability was average, he still knew that such a block could not be completed by relying on speed alone. Before, perhaps he expected that Miyamoto would take the shot in the end. Not only his own speed and bounce were terrible, but even his field vision was quite terrible. He could not imagine that the number 11 in front of him was really just a high school student. The basketball was picked up by Yasuda, who failed to defend. Just as he was about to fast break with the ball, a scene that made everyone at the scene unable to believe their eyes appeared. Yasuda had just taken 2 steps, and the figure of Shin Izumi, who had blocked Miyamoto, appeared again on his right. Pass the ball! Shin Izumi shouted coldly at Yasuda. The sudden voice made Yasuda shudder. When he saw that the person coming was Shin Izumi, he pushed with both hands and the basketball fell into Shin Izumi's hands. Instant. Whether it was the audience, the entire Ryonan team, the Shohoku rest area, or the Miyarade rest area, everyone was shocked. This? What kind of abnormal speed? But Shin Izumi, who got the basketball, could not care so much. At this time, he was like a cheetah running on the grassland, running towards the Miyarade backcourt at a very fast speed. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Shin Izumi performed a double-handed dunk. Bang! The basketball turned into an orange light and mercilessly passed through Miyarade's basket. Dong 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 dong. Except for the sound of the basketball hitting the floor, the scene was dead silent. Chapter 28. What did I see? Oh my god, it's hard to believe that this scene is real. Is Shin Izumi really just a freshman? Shin Izumi's super defense and explosive play made him the focus of the whole game. Why does he seem to work harder in this game than in the training game? It seems so. Fortunately, the coach let us watch the game and record the whole game. Ryonan Koshino and others discussed with surprise. But his play is very stamina-consuming, and he probably can't keep it up for long. Ikegami seemed to think of something and spoke slowly. This super-intensive play is indeed stamina-consuming, but everything is hurt by comparison. I'm afraid Miyarade's strength can't force out Shin Izumi's true strength. Sendo touched his chin with his hand and smiled. What do you mean? Izumi looked at Sendo in disbelief. Yes, others only see that his crazy style of play is extremely physically demanding, but if you put a professional player in an amateur game, you will see the same scene, but can you say that the professional player consumes a lot of his own physical strength? I think it is not. Sendo paused for a moment and continued, so, what we need to pay attention to in this game is Shin Izumi's scoring method, and there is no need to care about other things. As soon as he said this, everyone in Ryonan swallowed unconsciously. According to Sendo, Shin Izumi's attack on Miyagi was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Time passed quickly. Amid the cheers of the whole audience, Miyagi paused the game again. Only 5 minutes had passed at this time. Shin Izumi showed the audience what the ultimate personal style of play is. In 5 minutes, he made 15 of 15 shots, no three-pointers, and scored a total of 32 points with 2 free throws, and also contributed 6 steals and 2 blocks. Absolute Shohoku core scoring machine, all the offense was done by one person. The score on the electronic scoreboard has reached 32:7. Araki Kazuo forced a shot against Yasuda and got 2 points, Kawasaki Akio 2 points, Takatsu Hiroshi caused a 3-point foul on Kagure, and made 2 of 3 free throws to get 2 points, and Miyamoto Kazunari was lucky enough to cause a foul on Akagi, and made 1 of 2 free throws. In total, except for the 2 points scored by Araki Kazuo and Kawasaki Akio, the other 3 points were free throws, and there was not even a single decent score. This is not because of how strong the defense of the other players of Shohoku is. The level of Yasuda and others is obviously not on the same level as the Miyagi players. The main reason is that their own ace player was completely blocked by Shin Izumi, and his overwhelming momentum suppressed Miyagi. At this time, Murasame Kengo was already a big man. He put his hands on his knees and gasped heavily. He tried to block Shin Izumi's attack with despicable means, but he didn't calculate it, and he was exhausted. 5 minutes passed, and he consumed a lot of physical strength, and his heart was hurt. Unlike Shin Izumi's dazzling personal data, he shot 0 and scored 0 points, 0 rebounds, and 0 assists, which was also crazy. Since Shin Izumi stole the ball at the beginning, he never touched the basketball again. In the stands, the audience has gone crazy. Shin Izumi, MVP. Shin Izumi, MVP. One person actually scored higher than the entire Miyagi team? Shin Izumi proved to them with his actions what real strength crushing is. The offense is like a kaleidoscope. No matter what posture, he can always accurately send the basketball to the opponent's basket. Even if Miyagi arranged for Araki and Murasame to double-team him, it would be useless. Shin Izumi's dazzling dribbling and super-fast speed allowed him to easily get into Miyagi's basket. Under the defense of him and Akagi, Miyagi had difficulty scoring, not to mention shooting. Miyagi was completely defeated. Ryonan's position. Koshino and others looked at each other. It's only been 5 minutes? One person scored 32 points? Is this still a human being? Miyagi can't limit him at all. If you want to beat Shohoku, you must find a way to check and balance Shin Izumi, but does Miyagi have such a talent? Sendo turned his head and looked at the Miyagi rest area. He frowned slightly and pointed at Nato, who was doing warm-up exercises in the Miyagi rest area. That might be Miyagi's trump card. Following the direction of Sendo's finger, Ryonan looked over in unison. The number 9? He does look a bit intimidating, look at his muscular body. Basketball is not about being big, but I think it should be prepared for Shin Izumi. You'll know after watching. At this time, Miyagi rest area. The coach's face was extremely ugly. But he still tried to suppress his anger. Holding the tactical board in one hand, he replanned the tactical arrangements. Murasame, you go to play power forward, Nato will fill your position, Miyamoto, you go off the court and rest first. Originally, he was reluctant to arrange Nato to play, but the current situation could not be dragged on. Although Murasame was reluctant in his heart, he nodded and agreed. 5 minutes of competition made him realize that he was no match for Shin Izumi. With Nato's speed and strength, no one in Shohoku can stop him. The game time is still long, we will definitely catch up. Nato, I'll leave it to you. The originally lifeless rest area became unusually excited. Nato twisted his neck and looked at Shin Izumi, who was surrounded by people in the Shohoku rest area. He smiled and said, "Leave it to me. If he dares to stop me, I will destroy him." Chapter 29. Beep. The loudspeaker sounded. The timeout ended. The players from both teams came on the court again. There was still no personnel change on the Shohoku side. Coach Anze had no intention of changing the personnel. Shohoku had such an obvious advantage now, and Akagi and Shin Izumi on the court were enough to compete with Miyagi. It might also be to punish Hisashi Mitsui and others who had fought. On the other side, Miyagi number 6 Miyamoto was substituted, and number 9 Nato came on. Nato walked to the court at the front of the team. His shiny bald head and strong body instantly attracted the attention of many spectators. Miyagi has another newcomer? He doesn't look like a good guy either. The first thing Nato did after he came on the court was to look at the Shohoku team, with a confident smile on his face. Then he began to look around and shouted loudly. "My name is Nato Tetsuya, the man who will lead Miyagi to dominate the country. You all remember this?" The rest of Miyagi echoed, and the look of death before the timeout was gone, and everyone's face was full of fighting spirit. Nato's voice echoed in the basketball hall, causing an uproar immediately. "Roar, that guy's aura is so strong, Nato Tetsuya. Is this terrifying figure really owned by a high school student? It seems that Miyagi is also planning to get serious. I wonder if Shin Izumi can still maintain the previous scoring momentum. Hehe, I'm looking forward to the next game." Ryonan's position, everyone looked at Nato with a slightly disgusted tone. "Nato Tetsuya? I've never heard of it. Are all the newcomers this year so arrogant? It seems that it's really as Sendo said, this is aimed at Shin Izumi." Shohoku rest area. Everyone heard Nato's arrogant words. Kuwata and others who were originally shouting "Go Shohoku" and Shin Izumi MVP stopped. They were frightened by Nato's aura. With a body like a monster, it was hard for them to imagine that such a person was a high school student. He was even stronger than Akagi. Hisashi Mitsui and other problem children kept shaking their legs. Now they hoped that Miyagi could be stronger and force Shohoku into a desperate situation, so that he might have a chance to play. If he continued with the previous momentum, he might have no hope of playing. Coach Miyagi stroked his beard with his hand and sat on the chair with a confident smile on his face. "Go tear them apart, Nato." On the court, Akagi and others kept looking at this guy who was playing for the first time. Their intuition told them that he was not a good person. Shin Izumi looked at the roaring Nato, and his heart was as calm as water. If it was the same as the original, then he knew Nato's weaknesses very well. I was afraid, because of his arrival, there would be some discrepancies. But now he was too lazy to care about these. He had only one goal in this game, that is to score like crazy. Who will come? It's the same. Now Miyagi has the ball again. Araki held the ball, and he shouted to Nato, "Nato, run, they can't stop you." He threw the basketball directly to Nato. Nato held the ball. His dribbling was smooth, and he didn't look like a beginner. Murasame didn't choose to play against Shin Izumi, but rushed into the inside and entangled with Emperor Kakuta. Looking at the two sides on the court, the scene started to chatter again. "Hey, I said that Fuji was going for Shin Izumi. I don't know how strong he is. Just see." Nato dribbled to the top of the arc and the three-point line, looking at Shin Izumi in front of him. He was a little surprised, and then unhappy. Because Shin Izumi's eyes were full of unruly and contemptuous arrogance. He had met many people who generally didn't dare to look him in the eye, let alone Shin Izumi's look of contempt. Shin Izumi was a little shorter than him, but his figure looked much worse. He was a muscular man, while Shin Izumi looked lean and skinny. He didn't take Shin Izumi seriously at all. I just don't know why Shin Izumi is not afraid of him. Go, Nato, show him some power. The substitutes in the Miyagi rest area began to cheer. I want to see what strength you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Nato gritted his teeth and said with a little anger. The next second, he dribbled the ball between his legs continuously, and the moment the basketball fell into his right hand, he began to break through. The speed was very fast and the power was huge. If it were an ordinary person, he might have been passed by Nato's overwhelming momentum. But Shin Izumi didn't tolerate him at all. Just one encounter. Bang! The basketball that was originally in Nato's hand was intercepted. This? Nato was stunned. How could it be possible? His dribbling speed was so fast, but he was still intercepted. Seeing this scene, the Miyagi rest area, which was originally cheering, made a sound of hey. They didn't expect that Nato would be intercepted in one encounter. Great! Steal again! Yasuda was a little worried, but now? He shouted out happily. Seeing Miyagi lose the ball again, the audience was in an uproar again. The man who led Miyagi to dominate, just like this? Nato heard the mocking voices in the audience, and he was angry. He felt like a jumping clown. Go back to defense. Murasame immediately reminded anxiously. He didn't expect that even with Nato's dribbling, Shin Izumi would steal it so easily. Now the top priority is to defend this ball, then there is still hope. What? I thought that bald guy was so strong. Ikumi looked at this dramatic scene, and he couldn't help but complain. His dribbling is still good, fast and stable, at least the probability of being stolen is very small, but the trajectory of the dribbling is surprisingly single. Shin Izumi is really worthy of it, and he can see it at a glance. Sendo hurriedly added. Coach Miyagi was a little collapsed. Others don't know Nato's details, so how could he not know? He transferred from the rugby team to the basketball team before. He has both strength and speed. He was over 190 centimeters tall in his first year, and he ran 100 meters in 12 seconds. He also trained secretly for more than a year. Even though his means were simple, his offensive ability had become the strongest in Miyagi. He was discovered by number 11 after just one encounter. The Shohoku rest area was full of cheers. Coach Anze looked at Shin Izumi's back, and he nodded unconsciously. The corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. He originally thought that Shin Izumi would take a while to see Nato's shortcomings in dribbling, but who would have thought that he would see it after a few shots? It's not about his own strength, but his insight. Genius, a real genius. On the court, Murasame and others did not return to defense. Their speed? They can't catch up at all. We can only pin our hopes on Nato. Nato's speed is indeed not bad, and he is following Shin Izumi closely. Coach Miyagi clenched his fist, as if Nato had saved his face a little at this time. Speed? That's also Nato's strong point. The two of them were like two lightning bolts, crossing the court at a very fast speed. I didn't expect him to look clumsy, but he's so fast. Yokusa couldn't help but exclaimed. Ryonan and the others nodded in agreement. In terms of speed, even Sendo is inferior to Shin Izumi, but Nato can actually keep up? This is a bit beyond their expectations. But Sendo frowned. This scene, he actually felt a little familiar. No way, it's going to happen again. Just as he finished speaking. SHH. The referee's whistle sounded. Red no 11's goal is valid, blue no 9's foul, 1 penalty. Chapter 30. Nato, can't you stop him? Coach Miyagi couldn't hold back any longer and stamped his feet fiercely. Miyagi thought that replacing Nato would save the morale of the team, but he never expected that his secret weapon would be hit hard by Shin Izumi before he could even show his strength. The flames of fighting that the other players of Miyagi had just started were once again extinguished by Shin Izumi's ruthless cold water. Some spectators were looking forward to Miyagi's performance, but no one expected it to be like this. It has to be said that the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Originally, Nato's powerful aura and exaggerated figure could cause some trouble to Shin Izumi, but this was completely overthinking. In the face of absolute strength, there is no such thing as taking shortcuts. Shin Izumi stood on the free throw line amid cheers. Swish! The basketball hit the target steadily, and the score between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger. Don't take it seriously, it's just one goal, try again. Murasame seemed to see that Nato had a little inner fluctuation, and hurried forward to pat his shoulder to encourage him. Good. Nato glanced at Shin Izumi, who was returning to defense fiercely, and muttered in his heart. The coach said that I am the best, how could I lose to you, a stinky kid? Good shot. Well done. Kagure, Yasuda, and other players directly gave Shin Izumi a thumbs up. At this time, Akagi put his hands on his waist, and there was an inexplicable feeling of confusion on his face. This game has completely become Shin Izumi's personal performance show, and even he, the top center in Kanagawa, has become a background board. Don't relax, defend well. Shaking his head, Akagi shouted at Kagure and others. Shohoku still adopted man-to-man defense, and after a series of passes, the basketball fell into Nato's hands again. Originally, Shin Izumi could completely intercept Miyagi's pass. But like this? Isn't it a bit too boring? What is Miyagi's hope for a comeback? Is it Murasame? Is it team tactics? No, 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 it's Nato. What is the best way to defeat a team? That is to beat the ace player of this team so that he dares not take the ball. Nato, crush him. Murasame and others cheered Nato in unison. Nato held the ball, and this time he became much more careful and knew how to use his body to block Shin Izumi. Shin Izumi looked at the cautious Nato, and he felt a little funny in his heart. This is the feeling of being bitten by a snake once, and being afraid of the rope for 10 years. Just see. Nato ran left and right, looking for Shin Izumi's air attack to break through. He was very fast, but every time his attack route was blocked by Shin Izumi one step faster. This annoyed him. If the speed is not good, then use strength to crush. The whole person is like a heavy armored vehicle, trying to tear Shin Izumi's defense line abruptly. However, although Shin Izumi's strength was inferior to Nato's, he only retreated a small half step. This shocked Nato. Damn it, I can't get rid of it. As time passed, Nato still didn't break through Shin Izumi's defense. Murasame and others who were watching the show became anxious and shouted at Nato. Nato, pay attention to the attack time. The voices of Murasame and others made Nato become extremely impatient, but he just couldn't break through Shin Izumi. What? That's it. Shin Izumi's ridicule was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, successfully overwhelmed Nato. He clenched his teeth, a real man never passes the ball. Ah! With a roar, he gathered all his strength and planned to fight to the death. The whole person was like a mad bull, regardless of Shin Izumi's defense, and rushed straight to the basket. However, the irrational monster is ultimately vulnerable. Shin Izumi saw Nato gradually going crazy, and he said lightly. Snap! Shin Izumi completed the steal without any pressure. Damn it, why was it stolen again? Murasame reacted immediately, he was angry, but he felt a little sympathetic to Nato. This time he experienced what he felt before. Stop him! He seemed to have a trick up his sleeve, and shouted to Araki outside the three-point line. Araki understood and quickly moved sideways to the top of the arc three-point line. Murasame moved sideways from the other side. Nato also came to his senses, and immediately turned his pace and flanked Shin Izumi from behind. Suddenly, Miyagi and the other two formed a double teaming. They wanted to trap Shin Izumi in it. Kaede on the outside saw that the situation was not favorable for Shin Izumi, so he quickly ran towards Miyagi's backcourt, waving for the ball at the same time, wanting to share the pressure. Shin Izumi! Here! At this time, the three Murasame were reaching out to gang up Shin Izumi. At the critical moment, Shin Izumi made two silky turns and dribbles in succession, passing through the flowers without getting a single leaf on his body, and effortlessly bypassed the defense of Murasame and Araki. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Kaede. This scene directly stunned Kaede. Shin Izumi's terrifying body movements once again made him worship from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the scene of the two chasing each other appeared on the court again. But this time, Nato could only see Shin Izumi's figure getting farther and farther away from him. He stole the basketball and made a layup, all in one go, without any drag. Goal again! In an instant, thunderous cheers rang out from the scene. Nato stood there blankly, feeling somewhat uneasy. The game continued, and Nato just received the pass from his teammate, and then he felt a big hand attacking him, and then the basketball in his hand disappeared strangely. From the beginning of the game to now, Miyagi's offense has not been smooth, and no one can stand up to take up the banner of offense. Defeat. Miyagi's shot missed, and the rebound was grabbed by Akagi. The long tune was given to Shin Izumi again. Aren't I the best? Nato did not chase and defend this time, and he doubted himself a little. It was obvious that only 1 week of training had made him leap from a basketball rookie to the strongest offensive player of Miyagi. Both the coach and teammates admired him very much. But it was just a county qualifier, facing the bottom team Shohoku, facing the rookie number 11, there was no way out. On the offensive end, he was intercepted, and on the defensive end, number 11 was allowed to score like air. He didn't even doubt that if he moved a little more, he would definitely be fouled. After rounds of confrontations, he could only see no 11's calm eyes. He collapsed. Chapter 31. What? Is that guy named Nato so weak? In the stands, Koshino muttered in boredom. No, how should I put his strength? He is weak in the hands of Shin Izumi, but he is still quite strong against ordinary players. Ikumi tapped his forehead and thought. Indeed, his physical fitness is indeed terrifying. His strength may be stronger than Shin Izumi, but his speed is still much slower. I don't know if you noticed it. Sendo stretched and yawned and said. Noticed what? Everyone leaned out to look at Sendo. Although Nato has good physical fitness, he also has fatal weaknesses. His basketball IQ is not very high, and his playing style is single-minded. His game experience is even less pitiful. However, he is considered a leader among Miyagi, but usually such people have a common problem, that is, they have never met a real master, which makes them arrogant and conceited. They don't know how to adapt at all. They are stubborn and can only rush to the basket with the ball, and they don't know how to cooperate with their teammates. Everyone squinted their eyes and recalled that it seemed to be just as Sendo said. I can't help but admire Sendo's sharp observation. Haha, let alone playing against Shin Izumi, even if Kaede Rukawa is allowed to play, Nato can only raise his hands and surrender obediently. It's a pity that such a talent was misled. After that, Sendo exhaled a deep breath. The winner of this game is obvious. Hikoichi, remember to record the whole game. Oh. Where are you going? Uazumi frowned and looked at Sendo, who stood up. Miyagi is powerless. I'm a little thirsty, so I'll go out and buy a bottle of drink. As Sendo left, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Shin Izumi, who was wantonly bullying the basket on the court, and a solemn look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Everyone said he was a scoring maniac, but compared with Shin Izumi now, he is not optimistic at all. It will definitely be a fierce battle for Ryonan to meet Shohoku. The direction of the game has not changed at all from the beginning to now, and the balance of victory has completely pressed towards Shohoku. At the end of the first half, Shin Izumi scored 62 points alone, supporting Shohoku's offensive beam. Looking at Miyagi, who had no intention of fighting, Shin Izumi was not interested in playing. He guessed in his heart, I don't know what kind of evaluation the system will give for such a performance. In the second half, Coach Anzai simply let Kaede Rukawa and others clean up the floor. Besides, Miyagi was only very weak in front of Shin Izumi, which was a bit suitable for others to practice. After Shin Izumi, the scoring maniac, had whetted the appetite of the audience, even Kaede Rukawa, the super rookie, failed to impress the audience and make them cheer. Finally, Shohoku has a super scorer. Relying on his personal ability alone, he overwhelmed the entire Miyagi team. In addition, Kaede Rukawa, who played in the second half, also played well. The small point guard Miyagi, the famous MVP Mitsui of junior high school returned, and Sakuragi Hanamichi, the king of retirement, appeared in the public's field of vision one by one. With super inside and top outside players and 2 super attackers, it once became the level of a top team in the minds of the audience. The area where Ryonan is located. Except for Aida Hikoichi, the young man who was extremely excited. Everyone else looked solemn. Not to mention Shin Izumi's almost heaven-defying operation, even the return of Miyagi Ryota and Hisashi Mitsui made them feel overwhelmed. In the training match, Ryonan lost by 28 points. Now with Miyagi and Mitsui, how big will the gap between the two sides be? Yukyusa coughed, and then he forced out an ugly smile and said, with the level that Shohoku is showing now, it shouldn't be us who should be the first to have a headache, but Shooyo. Ha ha ha, that seems to be true. I wonder what Fujima's expression will be when he knows Shohoku's situation. The atmosphere gradually warmed up after everyone talked. Let's go, we should go back and tell the coach about Shohoku's situation today. Uazumi stood up and asked everyone to leave. On the court, both sides lined up to thank each other. Some were happy and some were sad, and this sentence was quite appropriate at this time. The Miyagi people looked ashen, and their eyes were full of unwillingness and helplessness. Chapter 32. After the game, the entire Shohoku team packed up and returned to school. At this time, in the Shohoku basketball hall, the entire team lined up. Everyone's eyes unconsciously looked towards Shin Izumi next to Coach Anzai. Their eyes were full of admiration, and they were all little fans. One person scored 62 points in the first half, so he must have scored more than 100 points in the whole game. Too crazy, he is simply my idol. After this game, even arrogant people like Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota completely changed their minds about Shin Izumi's reputation. One person destroyed a team? Let's not discuss these first. Shin Izumi's scoring speed on the court made them stay away. He was just a ruthless scoring machine. Kill gods and Buddhas. They were ashamed of themselves. Although Kaede Rukawa was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Shin Izumi's 62 points, 23 steals, and 95% shooting rate in the first half. He actually wanted to ask Shin Izumi some questions about basketball, but he was too proud to allow himself to ask such questions. After a while of noise, Akagi stretched out his hand to suppress the noise and signaled silence. After the scene was quiet, Coach Anzai smiled and spoke. Oh, such a performance in the first round, this is indeed a good start. Then he looked at Kaede Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi and others in the team and fell silent. His brows were slightly frowned, and it seemed a little difficult to describe. After a moment, he exhaled deeply. Maybe, it's time to change. But there are still big problems. In the first half, although Shin Izumi was the only one who had the ball, he lived up to expectations and took up the banner of scoring. But what about the rest of the players? Throughout the game, he still found a lot of problems. After Shin Izumi left the court, Shohoku, Kaede Rukawa and others came on the court. At first glance, there is no big problem on the offensive end. Everyone has the ability to attack with the ball, which makes Miyagi unable to resist. However, because everyone has the ability to attack with the ball, this also leads to a problem. The ball is not evenly distributed. This also leads to insufficient coordination and poor passing. Perhaps it can only be played against a team like Miyagi that has no star players and is not strong overall. What if the strength of the opposing team is similar to that of Shohoku? Then it will not be so easy to win. Unless the individual strength is at the peak and no one can match it, such a player is currently in his opinion. There may be only Shin Izumi in the whole Kanagawa. Coach Anzei's words instantly wiped out the originally cheerful atmosphere. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to listen to what Coach Anzei had to say. Oh. Rukawa has a character that never gives up, and has strong personal scoring ability. These are things that are worth learning. After saying this, Coach Anzei looked at Kaede Rukawa seriously and said, a person's strength is always limited. When one's own strength is limited, teammates are also trustworthy partners. Then Coach Anzei turned his attention to Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota. Mitsui's shooting is as beautiful as ever, and Miyagi's breakthrough speed is still so fast. The two of them can still have such performance in their first game after returning to the team. It is worth praising. Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota's cheeks were a little red. They were really a little embarrassed to be praised in front of so many people. But the shortcomings are also quite obvious. Hisashi Mitsui and Miyagi Ryota stood up straight instantly. Disadvantages? Mitsui's physical fitness is a big problem. If he encounters a player who is persistent and aggressive, he will not be able to play the whole game without sufficient physical fitness. Miyagi can practice shooting properly. Yes. Miyagi Ryota and Hisashi Mitsui nodded respectfully. Akagi. Got it, Coach Anzei. Akagi Takenori also nodded heavily. Shin Izumi stood aside, looking at Coach Anzei who had become more talkative today. He was a little surprised. When did this old man become so responsible? Sakuragi Hanamichi, who was standing next to Akagi, straightened his back unconsciously, waiting for Coach Anzei's comments. But Coach Anzei said, okay, I've said everything I should say. If you don't understand anything about basketball, you can come to me or ask Izumi. After a pause, he turned his head and looked at Shin Izumi beside him and laughed. Shin Izumi frowned. This old man? Suddenly gave himself such a high position? Listen to the coach. Finally, he replied with a smile. But as soon as he said this, no one raised any objections, as if everything was as it should be. Hey? Sakuragi Hanamichi tilted his head and pointed at himself. Dad, did you miss someone? Your performance? 5 fouls as usual. Kaede Rukawa said as a habit. Ha ha ha. His words caused a joking laugh from the audience. You stinky fox. Big idiot. Finally, Coach Anzei still commented on Sakuragi Hanamichi in public and left the basketball hall in full view of everyone. The rest of the Shohoku people stared at each other. The coach left? Ahem. Akagi Takenori coughed twice, then shouted loudly, since Coach Anzei has pointed out their shortcomings, do I need to say anything more? Izumi-san, what do you think? Training. Shin Izumi spread his hands and said. Okay. Akagi Takenori waved his hand and shouted again, then we will start training now. Shohoku. The remaining players shouted loudly. We must win. Chapter 33. At the same time, newspapers that still smelled of ink swept across Kanagawa Prefecture like a tornado. In the first round of the Kanagawa Prefecture qualifying tournament of the High School Summer League, the bottom team Shohoku crushed the quarter-final team Miyagi with 160-46. Kanagawa Super Rookie? Or the new king? 62 points, 23 steals, 5 blocks, 2 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 turnovers in the first half, the strongest scoring champion. Shohoku's luxurious lineup. Hope to sit on the throne of Kanagawa King? Originally, the first round of the county competition did not attract much attention, but when people saw the headlines of these newspapers, everyone was not calm. Shohoku beat Miyagi? And won by more than 100 points? This is somewhat difficult to accept. In previous years, Shohoku was a first-round team, and its winning rate was pitifully low. On the other hand, although Miyagi was not a veteran-strong team, it was a real quarter-final team last year. This is definitely not a team that Shohoku can compete with. At the same time, Shin Izumi's name was gradually remembered by the public. 62 points in the first half? 23 steals? One person scored more than the entire Miyagi team? Let alone Kanagawa, even in the entire Neon country, who else can achieve the terrifying result of 62 points in the first half, and the most important thing is the 23 steals and the high 95% hit rate. Is this a freshman? Are you sure he is not a monster? When looking at the data, it is completely possible to press Kanagawa's number 1 Emperor Mew to the ground. However, many people still have doubts about this. Generally, newspapers will have some exaggeration in order to increase their own traffic. It is better to see it with your own eyes. Even these reports were seen by the basketball departments of major universities. All of them were shocked. This is too terrifying. A freshman in high school? Will he have such terrifying strength? The strongest scoring king? Will Shohoku become the final king? In addition to being shocked, there was also disdain. After all, in the eyes of some strong teams, Miyagi? There are no famous stars. Scoring 62 points? As long as there is enough firing power, many players are confident that they can still do it. At this time, Shooyo High School, in the basketball hall. As the captain and coach, Fujima Kenji sat on a chair with a newspaper about the game in his hand. Unmatched scoring ability. The strongest scoring champion appeared. Shooyo faces the biggest crisis? The chance of qualifying this year is the lowest. Junior high school MVP Hisashi Mitsui returns to the court. There is also a man wearing glasses and looking elegant around him. Hanatagata, what do you think? Fujima Kenji put a stack of newspapers aside and looked at Toru Hanagata on the side. Toru Hanagata put his hands behind his head and said casually. Akagi Takenori finally got a good helper this year. Fujima, ha ha ha, then you have a chance to play against him, and Hisashi Mitsui is back too. Hagata, you came here because of Mitsui at that time. Fujima, besides me, there was also Shinichi Maki from Kanan, but that was 2 years ago. Hagata sighed, it's a pity that I didn't go to the scene to watch the game. Fujima, it's not a pity. If Shohoku really gets stronger, he will have a battle with us sooner or later, and before us, maybe Tsukiobuki can go and check whether Shohoku is really as reported. Hagata, haha, then we can go and take a look, but Shooyo crisis? These reporters are really good at editing, do they want to affect our mentality? Fujima, oh. I'm used to it. Didn't they hype Ryonan last year? Didn't they lose to us? Hagata, ha ha ha. Compared to these, I pay more attention to the one called Shin Izumi's first year. He stared at the cover picture of Shin Izumi's tomahawk slam dunk and smiled. Fujima stood up, patted Hanagata's shoulder and said with a smile, this year, all the seniors have graduated. We can't wipe out Shoyo's reputation, Shin Izumi? I'm also a little interested in him. I hope that Shohoku can really come to us. Let's go. Today's training is not over yet. After the two wiped the sweat off their faces with a towel, they continued to walk onto the basketball court. At the same time, another place. Keinan University affiliated basketball hall. Bang bang bang. Squeak squeak squeak. The sound of basketball hitting the floor and the sound of muscles colliding sounded. Coach! Coach! Something bad has happened. A player from Keinan University affiliated ran in from the door in a panic. He was holding several newspapers in his hand. He walked quickly to a middle-aged man. What are you so flustered about? What happened? The middle-aged man saw the player's appearance and couldn't help but scold him. He looked a bit like an orangutan wearing glasses and holding a folding fan, giving people a sense of prudentness. He was the coach of Keinan University's affiliated basketball team, Riki Takato, nicknamed the Wise General, and Akamoiki's mortal enemy. Take a look at this. The player handed the newspaper in his hand to Riki Takato respectfully. Riki Takato couldn't help but adjust his glasses with his hand after seeing the newspaper, and his expression was a little suspicious. Shohoku? Shin Izumi. Chapter 34. The next morning, Shohoku ushered in their second round of games. The opponent was Kaduno. Perhaps because of the hype of newspapers and media, the second round of games was already crowded. Some people came for Shohoku, the new king named by the media, and more people came for Shin Izumi himself. The matchup with Miyagi was too unbelievable. What kind of scoring ability can be scored more than 60 points in the first half, and there are also exaggerated 20 steals? Look, it's Shohoku, Shohoku is out. Is that number 11 Shin Izumi? His eyes are so sharp, giving me a feeling of contempt. But he's so handsome, I love him. Is number 12 Kaede Rukawa? Although he looks very cold, he's so handsome. Oh? Is that red-haired guy the one who fouled out after playing for a few minutes? He looks like a delinquent. In the stands, Shohoku's appearance caused the whole place to be as noisy as a vegetable market. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of performance Shohoku, who had beaten Miyagi in the first round, would have in this game. Suddenly, in the originally buzzing scene, two high-pitched and uniform female voices rang out in different areas of the stadium. Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! MVP! Kaede Rukawa! Kaede Rukawa! Love Kaede Rukawa! This scene stunned everyone at the scene. At a glance, it was a group of female fans who held up Shin Izumi and loved Kaede Rukawa. Both the audience and the Shohoku players shouted wow! So there are fans so soon? And they are all female fans? Sakuragi Hanamichi, Hisashi Mitsui, Miyagi Ryota opened their mouths wide and became incoherent. What? What? They both have fans. Damn it! Why does even a stinky fox have fans? This genius doesn't even have a fan. Just after Sakuragi Hanamichi finished complaining, the closest place to the stands, Sakuragi's gang appeared at some point. The four of them shouted Sakuragi Hanamichi's name rhythmically. This touched Sakuragi Hanamichi for a while, but after hearing what they were shouting, Sakuragi Hanamichi went crazy. Because they were shouting Sakuragi Hanamichi, 5 fouls out. In the top row of the stadium, 2 people leaned against the railing, watching the excitement caused by Shohoku's appearance, and they were a little surprised. AMU, Shohoku's popularity is surprisingly high. Well, 2 first-year guys have their own cheerleading team, which is rare. The 2 were Shinichi Maki and Soichiro Jin, the captains of the basketball team of Keinan University affiliated high school. After Riki Takato finished reading the newspaper, he asked the 2 to come and find out the authenticity of Shohoku's strength. Is the number 14 Hisashi Mitsui? Soichiro Jin asked with a smile while locking his eyes on Hisashi Mitsui, who was doing pre-match warm-ups on the court. As both three-point shooters, he was more interested in Hisashi Mitsui than Shin Izumi. Well, it looks like him, but the coach asked us to see the new player number 11, Shin Izumi. Shinichi Maki glanced at Hisashi Mitsui, who hit a three-pointer steadily, and then set his sights on Shin Izumi. This is the real purpose of his coming today. Kaede Rukawa and Hisashi Mitsui are not as shocking as Shin Izumi. They are all men who are good at attacking the inside and scoring. He wants to see how good a freshman is. At this time, Shin Izumi was just dribbling the ball slowly, and it was not as simple as a simple three-step layup. There was no useful information. Amu? Shen? Are you two here? When Shinichi Maki and Soichiro-jin were talking about the Shohoku lineup, a voice came from behind them. Shinichi Maki did not look back and replied lightly. Didn't you Shooyo come as well? Although he didn't see the person coming, he could tell from the voice that the person coming was Shooyo's captain, Fujima Kenji. The two were called the duo in Kanagawa, and they were compared together, so Shinichi Maki was naturally very familiar with them. Fujima Kenji stopped about 1 meter away from Shinichi Maki and the other two. He put his hands on the railing with a calm face, and Toru Hanagata followed closely behind. Do you feel the crisis? Fujima looked at Shinichi Maki and smiled playfully. What crisis? Shinichi Maki frowned slightly. Shohoku crisis. Fujima pointed to the Shohoku rest area. Shinichi Maki also looked at Fujima, paused for a moment and smiled. Whether it's Shohoku, Ryonan, or you Shooyo, it's the same for us. 17 years have passed, and Kanagawa has always had only one king, and that is our King Kanan. The steady voice and slightly mature appearance make Shinichi Maki exude an aura of majesty without anger. Fujima was not to be outdone. Oh? Really? Maybe this year we Shooyo will be better. Wait until you beat Shohoku. Fujima. Just when the two were verbally arguing. Beep. The loudspeaker sounded, and the cheers from the audience sounded like thunder. The game is about to start. In the Shohoku rest area, Coach Anze arranged the starting players. Except for Sakuragi, all other main players came on the court. Several starting players formed a circle. Akagi stretched out his hand with the back of his hand facing up. Izumi, Shin and others understood. They all jumped up. No matter who the opponent is, we have only one goal, and that is to win. Shohoku. We will win. Go on the court. Roar. Even Shin Izumi, who was always calm, suddenly felt the blood in his body begin to boil. Chapter 35. Sh. It doesn't take much, just shout, ball. The basketball will naturally come to your hands. Facing a team like Kaduno? One person is enough to kill. At this time, whether it was Hisashi Mitsui's request for the ball or Kaede Rukawa's request for the ball, Miyagi rejected it. He had read the newspapers before. It was just that his performance was not bright enough, resulting in the C position being the protagonist. He wanted to fight for this game and must be the most dazzling. He launched the attack at a very fast speed. Like a loach, he dodged Kaduno's defenders and easily broke through to the free throw line. However, Coach Kaduno obviously studied Shohoku's playing style, and the defense line quickly shrank. Miyagi frowned. He mainly relied on his own speed and flexibility to score under the basket, but now his offensive route was blocked. If he attacked rashly without a wide field of vision, it would be difficult to score the ball. Force it? It's a bit unconventional. Damn, if only I were taller. Miyagi complained bitterly in his heart. At this moment, he saw a figure rushing from the bottom corner to Kaduno's basket at a very fast speed. Red team uniform. One of our own. Classic signature move, passing the ball behind the back without looking at the person. The basketball bypassed Kaduno's defender and passed it successfully. Miyagi looked over quickly. It was Shin Izumi. Compared with Kaede Rukawa's 45-degree position inside the three-point line, Hisashi Mitsui's 3-point position at the top of the arc, and Akagi's basket, Shin Izumi's position selection was much smarter. Before Kaduno's defender could react, Shin Izumi had already scored a beautiful layup. Good offensive awareness. As an expert in attacking the inside, Shinichi Maki saw at a glance that Izumi Shin had lurked directly to the bottom corner when Miyagi broke through and attracted Kaduno's defender. On the contrary, Kaede Rukawa and Hisashi Mitsui are both in good positions, but that would not maximize the offensive efficiency. Perhaps someone would say that it would be more profitable to let Mitsui shoot 3-pointers? But if it doesn't go in, it would be a waste of time. Even if Akagi has the rebounds, you still have to attack twice to score. It's really good. It seems that scoring is indeed his strong point. Fujima agreed with Shinichi Maki's opinion, paused and continued, No 7's speed is also good, but it's a pity that he is a little short. Some spectators who came to watch Shin Izumi play cheered immediately. Roar, it's started, the scoring maniac is about to start his performance again. I wonder how many points he will get in this game. In the Shohoku rest area, Sakuragi Hanamichi heard the voices of the audience cheering Shin Izumi and the voices of Kaede Rukawa, and his whole face was almost squeezed together. Oh! It's so noisy! After saying that, he quickly stood up and came to Coach Anze, patting Coach Anze's chin with his hands. Dad, let me play and move around. Kaduno is so weak that Izumi-san doesn't need to play himself. Seeing that Coach Anze's chin was about to drop 3 layers. Ayako, who was diving, quickly took action. Sakuragi. How rude. Don't bother Coach Anze. You will have plenty of opportunities to play later. Oh. Coach Anze did not blame Sakuragi Hanamichi for his rudeness, but smiled. The whole game was over in a blink of an eye. The score of both sides came to an astonishing 150-20. Compared with Shohoku's terrifying score of 150 points, Kaduno's score was also extremely impressive. Shin Izumi was too weak to attack. He played for a few minutes in the first half, made 8 of 8 shots, and scored 16 points before going off the court to rest. The stage was handed over to Kaede Rukawa and others. The happiest person was Sakuragi Hanamichi. He thanked Shin Izumi with tears and snot. But his ending was not much better. If you want to know why Kaduno scored 20 points, Sakuragi deserves credit. Jealousy made Sakuragi Hanamichi become a basketball maniac, not only stealing the opponent's ball, but also his own teammates. As a result, Shohoku's offense was blocked. Kaduno only got 10 points from Sakuragi. After Sakuragi fouled out, Kagure was substituted, and Shohoku's offense returned to normal. Under the organization of the ball control master Miyagi, Kaduno was directly beaten inside and outside. Although Coach Kaduno called 2 timeouts to save the situation, he found that it was useless. His personal strength is much stronger than Kaduno. They are not at the same level at all. Chapter 36. Seeing Shohoku's amazing performance. The audience couldn't hold back. In the last game, they won Miyagi by more than 100 points, and in this game, they won more than 100 points again. They won 2 games in a row by more than 100 points. In just 2 games, they completely changed their views on Shohoku. Today, more people were attracted by the newspapers, and they still had some doubts at the beginning. But 2 minutes made them believe that the newspaper was not exaggerating for traffic. Now Shohoku is really strong. But what made the audience feel sorry was that Shin Izumi played for only 2 or 3 minutes in this game, but his terrible scoring efficiency still left an unforgettable memory in the audience's mind. Let's go, Shin! Shinichi Maki stared at Shohoku, who was in the queue, turned around and left while calling Soichiro-jin beside him. The purpose of his visit this time can be said to be mainly for Izumi Shin. Although Shin Izumi's playing time was pitifully short, such high efficiency made him feel that the trip was worthwhile. As long as the ball is in Shin Izumi's hands, it can be easily sent to the opponent's basket. However, even though Shin Izumi's hit rate is as high as 100%, except for a little surprise, there is no excessive expression. Because, in his opinion, the strength of Kaede players, it is somewhat dragged down. If it were him, he would be confident that he would not be inferior to Shin Izumi's scoring efficiency. In addition to Shin Izumi, the performance of other Shohoku players also made him shine. In terms of strength, perhaps it is not weaker than Ryonan last year. But that's all. Yet. So Ichiro-jin smiled and nodded. Looking at Hisashi Mitsui's back, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the MVP of junior high school, his shooting action is really impeccable, but it's a pity that his level has declined in the past 2 years of disappearance. As a famous three-point shooter in Kanagawa, and Shin Izumi left the court early, his attention was almost on Hisashi Mitsui throughout the game. After Shin Izumi left the court, Hisashi Mitsui began to exert his strength. His shooting was fast, accurate and ruthless, and his movements were like textbooks. However, as time went by, Hisashi Mitsui shot more and more, and he found a problem. That is, Hisashi Mitsui's shooting movements became much slower than before. It seems that physical strength is a big problem. Fujima? Are you getting nervous? Before leaving, Shinichi Maki looked at Fujima, who was silent and stern, and he was a little gloating. Haha, Shohoku's performance is indeed good, but it has not reached the point of threatening Shooyo. Fujima kept smiling, looked straight at Shinichi Maki and continued, are you afraid that Shohoku will take away your so-called king status of Kanen? Even if he was indeed amazed by the strength shown by Shohoku, why did he show a fearful expression in front of Shinichi Maki, his mortal enemy? I hope that there will be an equal opponent in Kanagawa, but unfortunately, I have never met one. Shinichi Maki did not avoid his gaze at all, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and said in a calm tone. A faint smell of gunpowder can be smelled. Shinichi Maki's words are like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into Fujima's chest. Fujima's face changed slightly. The meaning of Shinichi Maki's words is very clear, that is, he does not take Shooyo seriously at all. But he did not refute it immediately. Whether from the team's previous year's record or from the team's status, Shooyo is indeed weaker than Kanen. Although he and Shinichi Maki are known as the two heroes of Kanagawa, he is the only one who knows it. In the whole Kanagawa, almost all of them can beat Shooyo, Kanen. Maybe it will be different this year. Even so, Fujima still replied unwillingly. Shinichi Maki waved his hand. I hope so. Goodbye then. Without waiting for Fujima's reply, he smiled and strode forward to leave the basketball hall. Shinichi Maki is still as arrogant as ever. Hagata was a little indignant on the side. Don't worry about it. He is right. Shohoku has indeed become much stronger this year, but if today is their true level, they can only kneel down in front of us. Fujima shook his head helplessly. He didn't care about Shinichi Maki at all. Although Shohoku didn't have any tactics to speak of throughout the game, their individual strengths were not weak. Except for Shin Izumi, he already had a rough tactic to deal with the other players in Shohoku. The strengths are obvious, but the weaknesses are also obvious. So, you have thought of a way to deal with it. Hagata frowned, looking at Fujima with a little admiration. The level shown by Shohoku made him a little afraid. He could break through and shoot, and there was Akagi, a 4-star center who was as famous as him. Even he didn't think of a way to deal with it for a while. Fujima smiled and nodded. However, I am a little confused about the newcomer No. 11. Shin Izumi rarely shoots, but he can score the ball in the shortest time. His offensive efficiency is terrifying and his strength is undoubtedly strong. This is also the reason why he is really afraid of Shohoku. Forget it, Shohoku will meet Tsukubyu before us, and maybe he will see what I want to see. Chapter 37. Shohoku won 2 games in a row by more than 100 points. This caused a sensation in Kanagawa Prefecture. Everyone was looking forward to Shohoku's third round. Will he continue the feat of winning by 100 points? Shohoku did not disappoint anyone. In the third round, there was no pressure to beat Takahata again with 163-33. It completely overturned their perception of previous games. You know, although Keinan University is the real king team in Kanagawa, but it is still quite difficult to win 3 games in a row by more than 100 points, even if these opponents are not so famous. However, before the semi-finals of the Summer League, all the teams that advanced would play the second round the next day, without much rest time. In other words, there are great physical requirements for the players of the team. And Shohoku was able to win 3 games in a row by more than 100 points, and the physical fitness of the players is not ordinary. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. It may also be because they are too strong and the opponents are too weak, so there is no significant loss of physical strength. And the most impressive thing about Shohoku is the team's scoring points. Normally, a relatively strong team has one thing in common, that is, there are 2 or 3 stable scoring points in the team. But Shohoku, let alone Shin Izumi, who scored more than 60 points in the first half, the team already has 3 stable scoring points, Kaede Rukawa, Hisashi Mitsui, and Akagi. Add Shin Izumi, the super scorer. That's 4 scoring points. More than the average strong team. The main thing is that it has both internal and external strengths. It has completely reached the standard of a strong team. Of course, the world is big, there are all kinds of people. There are also quite a few people who think. The teams that Shohoku encountered along the way were all mediocre, and there were no well-known ace players in the opposing lineup. This led to Shohoku's 3 consecutive games. If Shohoku wants to completely dispel the doubts in the public's psychology, or we need a truly strong opponent who also has a well-known ace player. The opponent of the next round, Tsukutake, a well-known old top 8 team in Kanagawa. The next day, it happened to be Saturday. Perhaps the organizer did it on purpose. Usually at this time, there are more intense matches before the semi-finals. Today, both students and many office workers are resting. At this time, Yokohama Stadium. Due to Shohoku's 3 consecutive wins and losses, coupled with the wanton exaggeration of reporters and media, the popularity of Shohoku has reached an unprecedented level. The game has not yet started, but the seats are full and lively. Many spectators are even shouting, "Damn! So many people? Are they all here to see Shohoku?" Hehe, Shohoku's record is really terrifying, and this game is against Tsukubyu, it will definitely be very intense. Godei's strength is obvious to all. I wonder if Shohoku will continue his previous record or show his true colors. Kaede is strong, but I feel Shin Izumi is stronger. From the beginning to now, his hit rate is nearly 100. Just when the scene was rumbling and noisy, several well-known teams were walking in from several doors of the gymnasium. The audience was excited to see the teams coming. Look, Coach Tien Gang actually led Ryonan to come in person. And Keinan, Shooyo, their whole team is here. Oh my god! Are they all here for Shohoku? You know, these 3 teams represent the peak of Kanagawa's basketball strength. No one thought that even the quarterfinals were not a game, but these powerful teams would flock to it. Hikoichi, this game is still the same, record every detail of Shohoku. Takemoiki sat upright in the audience, instructing Aida Hikoichi who was holding a camera next to him. Yes. Hikoichi nodded with a firm look in his eyes as if he had received an important task. Coach, where is Tsukutake? Are there any players who need to be recorded in particular? As if he thought of something, Hikoichi hurriedly asked. Tsukutake's current captain, Kaede Tomokazu, is also a famous scorer in Kanagawa, but his scoring method is the same as Hisashi Mitsui, mostly 3-pointers. Takemoiki answered simply. Does he care about Tsukutake in this game? No, he doesn't care at all, he cares about Shohoku, the number 11. At this time, the area where Kanan is. Ah Shen, you said the coach is it necessary for us all to watch this level of game? Kaede Nobunaga curled his lips, very disdainful. He is a newcomer to Kanan, and he is quite conceited because of his own strength. Shohoku? They are very strong. The coach asked you all to come and watch the game. It is also a way to get to know the opponent in advance. So Ijirojin explained to Kaede like a sunny big brother. Tisk, no matter how strong they are, can they be as strong as our Kanan? Kaede still didn't understand so Ijirojin's explanation. Kaede, Shohoku's strength should not be underestimated. It's very good to watch. And their number 11 is afraid that he will become the strongest rookie this year. I want to see if he can still score so efficiently today. Shinichi Maki's face showed some expectations for no reason. What? How can AMU senior turn his arm outward? The strongest rookie? Is he stronger than me? Obviously, I, Kaede Nobunaga, am the strongest super rookie. When Kaede heard what Shinichi Maki said, he screamed like a crazy little teddy bear. But before he finished speaking, he was hit by Shinichi Maki's unreasonable iron fist. A hole, then you have to watch this game more seriously. If you don't even understand your opponent, how can you beat them? Chapter 38. Is it really necessary for the whole team to come and watch the game? At Shooyo's position, Hasegawa Kazushi, who had the same hedgehog hair as Sendo, was somewhat helpless. Although the other players did not say anything, Hasegawa's words were also what they thought. Shohoku? Even if they won more than 100 points in a row, so what? In their cognition, it was because the opponent was too weak, giving everyone a false impression that Shohoku was very strong. It would be better to train for a while than to come and watch the game. I know what you think in your heart. There is no need to rush to train for a while. You will understand after watching the game. Fujima did not get angry because of the players' complaints. He knew the players' personalities better. Shooyo has always had a good record and is a frequent visitor to the national competition. Its reputation in the county can be said to be comparable to Kanan, which also led to the players' arrogant mentality. This is extremely bad for a team. After all, there are still many stories of boats capsizing in the gutter. Shooyo looked at each other, they were surprised to see Fujima's solemn expression. This kind of expression is rare. Only when facing a real opponent can you see such an expression on Fujima's face. This also sent them a signal. That is, Shohoku might be really strong, so strong that Fujima has to take it seriously. Thinking of this, the people who were originally complaining sat up straight. This game might really need to be watched carefully. Suddenly, the stadium was agitated, and the atmosphere of the entire stadium was instantly ignited. It was the players on both sides of Shohoku and Tsukubyu who came out of the player tunnel. Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! Kaede Rukawa! Kaede Rukawa! Tsukubyu! Come on! Tsukubyu! Must win! In addition to the voices of Izumi Shin and Kaede Rukawa's fans, there was another shout that was no less than the two. As a veteran team in Kanagawa, Tsukutake's support group is quite generous. Not only are there students from the school, but also some fans from the society. The atmosphere is quite good. At this time, amidst the cheers, the two teams came on the field at the same time and started warming up before the game. In the corner of the Tsukutake cheerleading team, a woman in a professional suit with outstanding appearance focused on watching the players of Shohoku and Tsukutake while muttering. Shohoku has been in full swing since the first round of the game. It has won more than 100 points in 3 consecutive games. It is a team with a strong offensive end. Tsukutake is also known for bombardment. Who will be better when the two meet? This game will definitely be quite interesting. I wonder what tactics Kawasaki Sr. will use to deal with Shohoku. Her name is Nakagawa Sani. She was once the basketball manager of Tsukuteik's high school. After graduating from high school, she also joined the basketball team in college and became the manager of the university basketball team. She is also the junior of Tsukuteik's current coach Kazumi Kawasaki. Now she has become a reporter for basketball sports newspapers after graduating from college. After a short warm-up exercise, both sides went to the rest area to prepare the final pre-match tactics and personnel arrangements. Shohoku's side is still composed of Miyagi, Mitsui, Kaede Rukawa, Shin Izumi, and Akagi as starting players. Even if Sakuragi protested with both hands, it was useless. Yohoho, the opponent in this game is much stronger than the team we met before. Although they are generally not tall, they are very fast, good at teamwork, and have strong three-point ability from the outside. Don't take it lightly. Coach Anzai stood in front of everyone and gave a general information about the opponent's team for the first time. Because Tsukuteik's coach, Kazumi Kawasaki, was his student before. Under Kazumi Kawasaki's coaching, he believed that Tsukuteik's strength would definitely not be weak. At present, Shohoku is advancing all the way, and his mentality is inevitably a little arrogant, so he should be reminded. In this game, except for Akagi, the defensive focus of others should be appropriately extended to the high position. They will definitely find a way to pull our defense line to the inside. At this time, Mitsui, your task is very clear, keep a close eye on the fifth generation. Yes, coach. Izumi, what do you think? After speaking, Coach Anzai looked at Shin Izumi, who was silent. Shin Izumi waved his hand indifferently. In his opinion, what he needed to do was very simple, that is, to destroy Tsukuyobu's belief in the game in the shortest time. After a few simple instructions, Coach Anzai smiled and acted as a mascot again. Nothing else. He believed in Shin Izumi's personal ability. Mitsui, the opponent's ace is a three-point shooter, don't lose face. Akagi, you better take care of yourself, I won't let you grab a front court rebound. Who wants the ball, tell me loudly. Kaede Rukawa and Shin Izumi looked at Akagi and the other two and complained in unison. Boring. At the same time, Tsukuteik rest area. Coach Kawasaki is holding the tactical board and starting his tactical arrangements. I don't need to say much about Shohoku's offense, and if we want to win the game, our focus must also be on offense. Also, Nango, Tamura, the two of you should put as much pressure on Shohoku as possible in the interior, and don't let Shohoku pull out the defense line, so that the ball can be passed to Godei, who will give Shohoku a blow. Chapter 39. Beep. When the loudspeaker sounded, everyone at the scene began to get agitated. This is the rhythm of the game. Shohoku, which has been unstoppable since the start of the selection, vs Kanagawa, a veteran strong team. Who will win in the end? Players from both sides came on the court. Godei shouted to Akagi from a distance of several meters. Akagi, I didn't expect to meet you on the court again. It seems that you have met good teammates this year. He was a classmate of Akagi and Kagure in junior high school. He didn't go to Shohoku together in high school. He was frustrated because his physical fitness for playing basketball was not as good as Akagi. Even joining Tsukuyobu didn't make him feel very happy. Even though he didn't have good innate conditions, he still had a dream. He also had the goal of dominating the country. Fortunately, under the careful teaching of Coach Kazumi Kawasaki, he has developed an accurate three-point shot. Even so, he still envied players like Akagi, who had good innate conditions. But so what? He had to tell himself. Playing basketball depends on more than just innate conditions. Akagi was slightly shocked. What Godei said didn't seem right. But it was true. Teammates this year? He looked at Shin Izumi, Rukawa, Mitsui, and Miyagi, and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. That was indeed much better than fighting alone. No more polite words. I hope you can show your true strength. But let me be frank. Even if we are friends from the past, I must win this game. Akagi didn't mean to be modest. Kaede snorted coldly. Haha, don't worry, I won't show mercy. The two of them didn't give in to each other. Even before the game started, they could already smell the strong smell of gunpowder. SHH. At the same time as the referee whistled, he threw the basketball in his hand vertically into the air. Akagi and Nangxiang jumped at the same time. But what no one expected was Akagi, the top center in Kanagawa, actually lost the ball. This was also the first time they lost since the start of the selection. The basketball was grabbed by the yellow-haired boy Nango, contrary to everyone's expectations. Tsukutake was the point guard, and, number 7, Natsum took the opportunity to get the basketball. Oh! Tsukutake's number 15 was able to grab the ball from Akagi. Izumi in the stands couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a little surprised. He knew what was going on with Akagi very well, but he was actually beaten by a newcomer at the beginning. Although he is a little shorter than Akagi, his burst and reaction ability are very good. It seems that Tsukutake has also got a good newcomer. Sendo leaned back in his chair and looked at Nango with some curiosity. Although Tsukutake's height is not very high, they rely on speed to make up for it, and they have good teamwork. They have Kaede, a three-point shooter, which makes many teams headache. Moiki saw Nango's fight for the ball, and he also became a little interested in Tsukutake. When the Tsukutake rest area saw Nango take the lead in grabbing the ball for the team, they immediately cheered. Nango! Nango! Tsukutake! Must win! Just a jump ball directly raised Tsukutake's morale. Shooyo, Kanan. They were also a little surprised that Akagi lost the jump ball to an unknown first-year rookie. This year's rookies are like mushrooms after rain, emerging one after another. Well, they also want to see who is the strongest rookie. What? Senior Akagi actually lost the jump ball. The Shohoku rest area was in an uproar, which was something they didn't expect. A simple ball made them realize that Tsukutake's strength was probably more than a little stronger than the team they had met before. On the court. After getting the ball, Natsum immediately launched a fast break. This is one of Tsukutake's characteristics. Akagi, who had not yet landed, reminded him at the same time. Quick! Go back to defense. The failure of a jump ball once again raised Tsukutake's status in his heart. This team is not ordinary. The offense and defense started quickly. Miyagi's defensive awareness is also good. He went back to defense as soon as Natsum's fast break started. The two have very similar playing styles. They both have extremely fast speeds and have excellent ball control skills. They can be regarded as the top ball control masters in Kanagawa. Various crotch dribbles and behind-the-back dribbles are very skillful and very entertaining. The whole audience cheered. However, as the offensive side, Natsum still has a great advantage. Miyagi's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that Tsukutake's point guard strength would be so strong. His speed, ball control, and fake moves were actually comparable to his. After a simple confrontation, he was still passed by Natsum. He actually passed Miyagi. Kagure frowned in the audience. This is the first time since the start of the trials that Shohoku has been defeated. It's bad. Yasuda and others also felt that the situation was not favorable for Shohoku, and their expressions became very nervous. Natsum had just passed Miyagi, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils jumped unconsciously. Number 11. Shohoku's Shin Izumi? He actually returned to defense. The speed was so fast that Natsum, who was also famous for his speed, was shocked. But except Shin Izumi, no one else defended in place. You can still give it a try. He decided to meet Shin Izumi alone. This super rookie who became famous in a short time. How much weight does he have? In the blink of an eye, he came to Shin Izumi's defense area. Looking at Shin Izumi, who was 193 centimeters tall, Natsum was not afraid at all. Even if I had watched the video of Shohoku's game before, Shin Izumi's speed was extremely fast. But when a small player beats a big player, he relies not only on speed but also on flexibility. Big players are destined to be not very flexible. However, when he was about to use the same fake move to pass Shin Izumi as he did to pass Miyagi, an accident happened. There was only a snap. The basketball in Natsum's hand was intercepted by Shin Izumi. What? Natsum was surprised. He didn't see Shin Izumi's shooting action clearly at all, and he was easily intercepted like this. He was about to return to defense, but just turned around and saw a red lightning flying on the court. It instantly opened up at least 10 meters away from him. At the same time, Natsum was intercepted, which was completely beyond Tsukute's calculation. He had no time to react at all. He only felt a gust of wind and waves passing over his face, and then heard the sound of his own basket. Swish! The sound of the basketball entering the net rang out. Shin Izumi has completed the fast break. For a moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. Chapter 40. The entire basketball hall fell into a deathly silence. After a moment, boom! The entire scene became extremely sensational. Shin Izumi's most talked about thing at the moment is his terrifying scoring efficiency. Now he steals the ball and sends the basketball into the basket in the blink of an eye. Even Tsukubyu and the others didn't react. This speed is too exaggerated. Shin Izumi, MVP. Shin Izumi, MVP. Shin Izumi's fans shouted very hard. The stronger their idol is, the more excited they are. The expressions of the entire Kanan team, the entire Shooyo team, and the entire Ryonan team were exactly the same at this time. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and they were deeply shocked. Everyone had an idea in their mind. That is this still a person? Laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the doorway. Other spectators may only know that Shin Izumi is very fast, but they are not sure how fast he is. However, as basketball players, they know the approximate time it takes to dribble across the court. Generally speaking, a basketball court is more than 20 meters long, close to 30 meters, and most of them dribble the ball across the court in about 9 seconds. Miyagi Ryota, who is known for his lightning speed, also takes about 7 seconds to dribble the ball. But Shin Izumi? From stealing Natsum's fast break to scoring, even if he starts from the free throw line, it takes less than 4 seconds. Kaede, Hasegawa, and others, who were originally reluctant to come to watch Shohoku's game, were unbelievable at first, and then became fanatical. Very strong. The previous disdainful expression disappeared in an instant. Instead, it became very exciting. What more exaggerated behavior will Shin Izumi, this perverted guy, have in the future? He's even faster. Takemoiki sighed helplessly even though it was a little hard to believe. In the previous training game, Shin Izumi's speed was ridiculously fast. Although even Sendo couldn't catch up, Takemoiki didn't feel so desperate at that time. I thought Shin Izumi was just like that, but today I saw it in person. He found out that he was wrong. Shin Izumi had not exerted his strength before. That gave him an illusion that even if he lost more than 20 points, he could still make up for it. Coach, what do you think of Shin Izumi's goal? Sendo looked at Takemoiki who was melancholy and asked tentatively. Hey! Let's watch the game first. Takemoiki let out a long breath and patted Sendo's shoulder. Fujima looked a little ugly. There was nothing wrong with Natsum's fast break just now, but it was not only easily intercepted by Shin Izumi, but also scored at an absurdly fast speed. Compared with the match against Katenori, his strength seemed to have become stronger. This was not what he wanted to see. Could it be that he decided how many points to use based on the strength of the team? An inexplicable thought rose from Fujima's mind. He shook his head. Haha, how is this possible? No matter how strong a person is, he will have weaknesses. Even gods have weaknesses. If Shin Izumi keeps playing like this, his physical strength will definitely not be able to support it. Suddenly, on the way that Natsum passed the ball to Nangxiang, Shin Izumi, who was like a ghost, easily intercepted it from the passing route. This? Natsum's head was a little buzzing. He didn't know how Shin Izumi could see his passing route. Actually, Shin Izumi didn't have such deep scheming, as I said before. In high school teams, players can't implement tactics at all, and they rely more on the player's own strength to lead the team to victory. This is just because the passing route happened to be within his foot strength range. Damn it! Go back to defense, go back to defense. Kaede reacted quickly and reminded him as soon as the basketball was intercepted. But in front of Shin Izumi's abnormal speed, Tsukubu's fastest Natsum could only look on, and the others? They could only serve as background boards. Same recipe, same taste. 4:0. Everyone, don't panic, don't be anxious, don't lose your composure, stay calm, let's hit him first. As the captain, Kaede looked at the players whose morale was a little low at the beginning, and immediately encouraged them. This is not good. The tactics arranged by the coach can't be implemented at all. Pull Shohoku's defense line to the inside? It hasn't been pulled yet. Bang! The ball is gone? In the stands. Nakagawa-sani's beautiful eyes kept wandering on Shin Izumi, as if she had discovered a new world, and a gleam of light flashed across her crystal-clear eyes. Number 11? Shin Izumi? What an interesting guy. As a senior basketball sports newspaper reporter, she has been a team manager for so many years. She likes basketball. But after watching so many games, there has never been a person like Shin Izumi. Steals are fast, accurate and ruthless, and the speed of fast breaks is even more outstanding. The most important thing is that face, no matter what time, it always looks calm. Not to mention high school games, even college basketball games, I have never seen such a person. This is a manifestation of extreme confidence in one's own strength. Thinking of this, she felt that Jinjawa might be in trouble in today's game. Maybe I can interview him after the game. Chapter 41. The game continues. Tsukutake has the ball. Natsum holds the ball, and he can't help but take a deep breath to adjust his rhythm, and then organize the offense. After passing the midfield, he deliberately took a look at Shin Izumi's position. If you want to pass the ball to the basket smoothly and then pass it to Kaede on the outside, you can't pass the ball in the direction of Shin Izumi. That's too risky. Finally, after the unremitting efforts of his teammates, he still ran out of a pretty good position. Natsum saw the opportunity and passed the ball to Tamura. As soon as Tamura got the ball, Kaede Rukawa came up. But Tamura's skills are also good. He barely squeezed Kaede Rukawa and attacked the inside. Successfully attracted Akagi's double defense. Suddenly, Tamura passed the ball to Nangxiang under the right basket again. Beautiful pass. Nangxiang held the ball, without dribbling, and planned to perform a standing dunk. Boost Tsukutake's morale. As the team's second scorer, he is qualified to get a chance to shoot. However, he still underestimated Akagi's defensive ability. Akagi has good skills under the basket and is very experienced. He can see Nangxiang's move at a glance. Don't even think about it. He shouted and moved sideways to Nangxiang's back. Nangxiang snorted coldly and ignored Akagi, still choosing to jump and dunk. But Akagi's defense was full of pressure, with a pair of big hands raised high, basically blocking Nangxiang's limited shooting space. It's really difficult. Nangxiang gritted his teeth, he still underestimated Akagi's defensive level. The next second. Here! Godei's voice rang out. He turned back and ran away from Mitsui's defense, running to the baseline position, temporarily unguarded. Nangxiang saw this. Godei has a chance. With his right hand, the ball fell steadily into Godei's hands. Mitsui wanted to chase and defend, but was blocked by Natsum, so Miyagi could only make up for it. After a series of runs, Shohoku's defenders were successfully replaced. Big against small. There is a chance to shoot. Tsukutake's attack time is running out. Godei held the ball at the bottom corner 3-point line, bent his knees after hitting the ball, and made a shooting motion. Miyagi's defense speed was quite fast, and he was in place in an instant. Then, Miyagi didn't think much and jumped directly. There was a height difference of more than 10 centimeters between him and Godei, so he could only raise his hands as high as possible. Even if he couldn't block the shot, he could still interfere with the opponent's shooting vision. But he looked at Godei's next move, and his face changed slightly. Damn it! He didn't expect that Tsukutake's attack time was only 2 or 3 seconds, but Godei still took a wrong turn and it was a fake move. He is worthy of being the ace player of Kanagawa. Success! Godei raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. But the next second he couldn't believe his eyes. How could it be? After he jumped, Shin Izumi's figure appeared in front of his shot. This position? It is very likely to be blocked. But the basketball in his hand had already been thrown out, and it was impossible to withdraw and shoot again. He could only watch the ball flying towards Shohoku's basket being blocked. Wow! Thunderous cheers suddenly rang out in the basketball hall. Too strong! Did Shin Izumi see that Miyagi would lose his defensive position? Did he predict Godei's shot? What a beautiful block! Except for the entire Ryonan team, the entire Kanan and Shooyo teams were a little amazed. Damn, what kind of moving speed is this? Shinichi Maki didn't say anything, and the casualness on his face at the beginning was reduced a lot. He saw clearly that Shin Izumi was still at the free throw line, and rushed to Godei in just one step and completed the block. It didn't seem like a prediction, but more like a natural reaction of the body. Coupled with that terrifying physical fitness, he completely achieved the ability to respond to changes with the same attitude. Shin Izumi gave him the most intuitive feeling, not just for the title of Kanagawa's strongest rookie. Thinking of this, Shinichi Maki's expression gradually became serious. At the same time, Fujima's expression also became very focused. He looked at Shin Izumi who landed, and a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. It seemed he overlooked a very serious problem. Shin Izumi's offensive ability was very strong, which he did not object to, but his defensive ability seemed to be ridiculously strong. He could easily steal the ball from his opponent, and even if he was not in the same position, he could make up for it in the first time. If the previous Shin Izumi made him pay attention, now he was a little afraid. It seemed that he had long seen that Wu Dai's shot would definitely be intercepted. Kaede Rukawa actually started early, shook off the opposite Tamura and ran towards the basket of Tsukubyu. After the basketball was blocked by Shin Izumi, it was picked up by Mitsui. He looked at Kaede Rukawa who ran out and made a long shot without hesitation. When Tamura, who was in the opposite position with Kaede Rukawa, came to his senses. Kaede Rukawa has already rushed to the basket of Tsukubuki, which is like the uninhabited area of Lop Nur. Compared with Shin Izumi's 2 consecutive easy layups, Kaede Rukawa's performance is not so gentle. He jumped up in one step, holding the ball with one hand, and his body was like a fully drawn bow and arrow, smashing the basketball into Tsukubuki's basket fiercely. Chapter 42. Nice block! Hisashi Mitsui gave Shin Izumi a thumbs up. You passed well, too. Shin Izumi praised him generously. What a shame! I didn't even see the fake move. Miyagi clenched his teeth tightly, he couldn't bear to see his own mistakes. Several people celebrated with fist bumps. The audience in the stands also discussed the series of attacks and defenses just now with great relish. Tsukutake was already very good just now. If Shin Izumi hadn't suddenly appeared, he might have scored 3 points. This also made them sigh. Shin Izumi is not only an extremely sharp spear that can tear through any defense, but also a mobile castle that can resist all attacks from the outside. A real player who is good at both offense and defense. Shortly after the start, Shohoku led 6-0 again. Everyone in the Shohoku rest area was excited. Especially when they heard the audience praising Shohoku's strength, they unconsciously raised their chins. It feels inexplicably like being a member of Shohoku. It's pride. Shohoku. Shohoku. Come on. Shohoku. Shohoku. Must win. Shin Izumi. MVP. At the same time, under Ayako's command, everyone cheered and shouted. Sakuragi Hanamichi sat aside, looking at Shin Izumi and others who stole the limelight, feeling a little depressed. However, after a round of PUA output from Coach Anze, he became as happy as a 200-pound child again. On the other hand, even though Tsukutake was ahead by 6 points, they did not show discouragement, and their eyes were still full of fighting spirit. Even the rest area was still united in shouting the slogan Tsukutake, come on! Coach Kawasaki sat on the chair, feeling the high spirits of these children, and he was quite pleased. So he stood up and cheered for Tsukutake with the substitutes. Morale also has an unquestionable impact on a team. If a team member doesn't even have confidence in himself, how can he win a game? Come again. Then he launched the attack again. This time, Jinjua played more cautiously, and no one chose to covet the ball. Try to pass the ball to the player in the best position and let him score. In the end, it was still Gode who ran to the best position. But they didn't dare to throw the basketball to Gode. Because on the line with Gode, Shin Izumi was like a hunter, waiting there for a long time. Facing such a tall player, high throw pass? Very irrational, then ground pass? It doesn't seem to work. In the end, Nangxiang barely made a layup, but was interfered by Akagi, and the basketball bounced out of the basket. Shin Izumi grabbed the rebound. Looking at Kaede Rukawa on the outside, he raised the basketball and threw it out with force. Kaede Rukawa cast a surprised look. Since the county competition, Shin Izumi? It seems that he has never passed the ball. Why is he passing the ball now? Could it be, he wants to see his own strength? Kaede Rukawa couldn't help but guess. Shin Izumi, the opponent is too weak, not very interesting. Tsukutake's scoring trump card is Gode. In his opinion, as long as Gode is blocked, Tsukutake will be defeated. In fact, this formula is applicable to every team. Unless other players in the team can stand up and share the burden of scoring. But Tsukutake, apart from 5 generations, does he have any other strong scoring points? Some people would say Nangxiang, but facing the existence of Akagi, a top center, he can't get any advantage at all. Only Hisashi Mitsui may be left open due to physical problems. Stop him! 5 generations shouted anxiously while rushing back to defense. But it was useless. With Kaede Rukawa's ability to attack the basket, Tsukutake could only stare blankly. The score came to 8-0. This time, Tsukutake's morale seemed to be affected a little. The sound of their shouting was obviously stuck. What is Shohoku? The player is tall, and the speed is fast. How to play? Kazumi Kawasaki sat back in his chair, and he focused on Shohoku's defensive tactics on the court. Akagi guarded the basket, Kaede Rukawa and Hisashi Mitsui were ambushed on the left and right wings, Miyagi was at the top of the arc, and Shin Izumi was in front of the free throw line. In this way, although the inside line is open, the defensive pressure on the outside line is greater. Moreover, each Shohoku player's position is not very far away, so they can defend at the fastest speed. Besides, Tsukaihu Take does have the ability to attack the inside line. But facing Shohoku who is much taller than him, attacking the inside line can only be a feint. Especially Shin Izumi, a speed monster, can appear in any place where defense is missed in time. Facing a big advantage in height, the air control is completely lost, which is a fatal problem for Tsukaihu Take. In this way, the best running and gunning cannot be fully displayed. Headache. At this time, continued Tsukaihu Take's ball possession. Shohoku adopts man-to-man defense. Kaede looked at Hisashi Mitsui who was defending in front of him, and he clenched his back teeth. He naturally knew Hisashi Mitsui, the junior high school MVP, and thought that he had not played basketball for more than 2 years, and his strength would be greatly reduced after his comeback this year. This is indeed the case, but the experience is still there, and it is difficult to get rid of Mitsui's defense. Even if he gets rid of it, he still wants the ball. You will always see red number 11 intercepting the best passing route. His biggest killer is the off-ball three-pointer, which only requires running out of the open space. But now, let alone shooting, even getting the ball has become a luxury. Looking at Shin Izumi's position, Kaede gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst out, and he quickly ran to the baseline after shaking off Mitsui. Natsum watched Kaede run out of the open space, and Shin Izumi seemed to be briefly blocked by Feng at this time. There is a chance. He pushed with both hands and sent the ball out quickly. But at the moment he just sent the ball out, he saw Shin Izumi's figure like a ghost. After bypassing Feng who blocked him, he appeared on the passing route again. Once again, he easily completed the interception. Tsukutake and his men were not calm. Each of them looked solemn. Damn! Why is his speed so fast? Natsum was shocked. This was simply beyond his understanding of the speed of basketball players. The same thing happened to Kaede. He thought it was a good opportunity, but he never expected Shin Izumi to easily bypass mine's defense. After Shin Izumi got the ball, Shohoku Kaede Rukawa and others had already made a fast break, but Tsukutake showed a different idea. Natsum, Mine, Kaede, Nango, and Tamura did not return to defense, but immediately rushed towards Shin Izumi who had the ball. They wanted to strangle Shin Izumi in the cradle. Looking at the few people who were like wolves hunting, Shin Izumi's eyes flashed with a sharpness, and the corners of his mouth pursed unconsciously. The whole person felt a little excited for some reason. 5 people? That's more like it. Chapter 43. Seeing this scene, the whole basketball hall was in an uproar again. 5 people double teaming? This scene is not common. This must be a pass, there is no fun without passing the ball. This scene made Kaede Rukawa and others who were originally preparing to launch a fast break slightly stunned. Could it be that Shin Izumi's crazy steel ignited Tsukubu's anger? They didn't even return to defense? But it is true. Tsukubu's team is good at running and gunning, and the protagonist of running and gunning is Kaede. After Kaede got a ball at the beginning, he never touched the basketball again. This is just like cutting off someone's financial resources and killing their parents. Kaede Rukawa and others moved their feet and wanted to go to support, but they just raised their feet and put them down again. There was no intention to go to help. Since I met Shin Izumi, he gave people a sense of invincibility and power, and I couldn't even see any weaknesses. Now even as teammates, they want to see whether Shin Izumi can fight his way out of this desperate situation with 5 people attacking him with his super strength. Even if the lone wolf Kaede Rukawa saw this, he asked himself, there is no way, either lose the ball or the referee blows the whistle for a ball dispute. At this moment, it seems that the space is still. On the court, an unusual scene appeared. Those who are fast breaking don't fast break, and those who are returning to defense don't return to defense. Even the experienced referee felt his head buzzing for a moment. 5 people double-teaming one person? Or when you haven't crossed the half-court? Come on! I won't let you pass! Natsum was at the front, spreading his arms, sinking his center of gravity, and staring at Shin Izumi with a firm gaze. Gode, Mine, Nango, and Tamura sandwiched Shin Izumi in the middle from several directions in turn. Double teaming, this is generally used to deal with the team's super scorer. Generally speaking, it means 2 people double teaming one person, similar to the current 5 people double teaming one person. Very few. The sudden scene made the 3 teams of Kanan, Ryonan, and Shooyo in the stands stare at Shin Izumi intently. In such a small space, Shin Izumi could only surrender. At this time, Shin Izumi slapped the basketball with one hand, without any obvious defensive movements, completely exposed to the eyes of several people. It seemed that he could easily grab it with just a casual hand. Have you given up resistance? There is no way when there are too many people. Feng looked at Shin Izumi, who seemed to surrender, and he snorted coldly. Natsum's center of gravity sank again, and his eyes signaled to the 5 generations, and then he stared at the basketball in Shin Izumi's hand. Now! He stretched out his hand first and slapped the basketball. The next second, Natsum was dumbfounded. Afterimage? He had clearly slapped the basketball just now, and he was confident that he had captured the trajectory of Shin Izumi's dribbling. What's going on? Seeing Natsum miss, the remaining few reached out at the same time. They wanted to snatch the basketball back from Shin Izumi. Always stealing the ball from others is really abominable. However, they just slapped the basketball madly, and finally missed one by one. Bang! A circle of afterimages of the basketball appeared around Shin Izumi's hand. It was dazzling. Even the sound of the basketball hitting the ground could only be heard as a bang. Suddenly, the whole audience was boiling. Oh my god! Is this the dribbling speed? Too fast, I didn't see the specific position of the basketball at all. Not only the audience, but also the 3 teams of Kanan, Shooyo, and Ryonan, which are the top 4 teams in Kanagawa, were all dumbfounded at this moment. This? Can you really dribble out afterimages? Even Coach Anze, who was sitting calmly in the Shohoku rest area, tensed up when he saw this scene. This? Has he reached that level? Even Coach Anze, who has always been calm and has seen big scenes, was very excited, and his voice revealed disbelief. Ayako beside him couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She was closest to Coach Anze and knew how uneasy Coach Anze was at this moment. What did Shin Izumi do that even Coach Anze looked like this? Coach Anze, what's wrong with you? Ayako hurriedly asked with concern. Thezone, this is indeed Thezone. I didn't expect that I could see it again in my lifetime. Coach Anze tried to calm his excitement. Thezone? What is that? Ayako frowned. She had never heard of it. Even if she hadn't heard of it, she knew that it was definitely not simple to make Coach Anze look like this. Coach Anze slowly sat up, a gleam of light flashed across his thick lenses, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes seemed to be reminiscing about something. The zone, this is a competitive state. Once you enter this state, you will eliminate all interference outside the court and exert 100% of your full strength. At the same time, your nerves will become extremely sharp, and your body's functions will reach their peak in a short period of time. Everything in front of you will seem to slow down, and the opponent's defensive loopholes will be presented to you like data. You must have absolute talent to open this legendary state. When I was young, I saw foreign players in this state. They had absolute dominance on the court. So many years have passed, but I still remember it clearly. Ayako was confused. This was the first time she heard this from Coach Anze. Chapter 44. On the court. Shin Izumi dribbled the ball quickly, and even if Natsum and the others worked together to steal the ball, they all failed. Too slow. Shin Izumi didn't care that there were still 2 seconds before half-court violation. Feeling Natsum and the others constantly reaching out to steal the ball, a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes. In the stands, the audience looked at Shin Izumi, who was not hurt at all after being stolen by 5 people at the same time. They were also amazed. How could someone have such a dribbling speed? But dribbling like this is not a solution. Although he won't be stolen, he still has to rush out. The 8 seconds are about to pass. Don't let him pass. Guard him. 5 generations shouted. It doesn't matter if he can't steal the ball. As long as Shin Izumi can't pass half-court, the ball will naturally return. However, at the moment when Natsum reached out to grab the ball, Shin Izumi's eyes flashed with a blue light. Before Natsum could react, he felt a strong wind slapping his face. Shin Izumi is gone. He turned his head quickly to look over. But he found Shin Izumi has already rushed to his own basket. What? This breakthrough speed is too fast, not giving people time to react. And Shin Izumi did not use too many skills to break through, just 1 point. Fast. At this moment, he is the person with the fastest acceleration from 0 to the fastest speed. Before everyone can react. Here. Bang. A loud noise. Shin Izumi has completed the dunk. The terrible force made the basket couldn't help but make a buzzing sound. At this time, everyone came back to their senses. Looking at Shin Izumi hanging on the basket, their minds were blank. How did he break through? They didn't see clearly at all what happened. Including Kanen's Shinichi Maki, Shooyo's Fujima, Ryonan's Dika, and Sento. Nakagawa-sani stared at the most eye-catching figure in the audience at the moment. She clasped her hands unconsciously. Even her breathing became a little rapid. She didn't see Shin Izumi's breakthrough clearly, and after the breakthrough, she only saw a red lightning flash across the court in an instant. Is this the legendary The Zone? As a senior team manager, she loves basketball very much. When reading some foreign media newspapers, some stars even said that they would reach such a state under certain opportunities. This state? It's not written by the media. But those who can have this state are some superstars in the basketball world. Shin Izumi? But a high school student, what kind of talent is this? At this moment, her eyes have some strange brilliance flowing. On the court, Kaede Rukawa and others stared at the boss. Even if they watched from such a close distance, they didn't find out how Shin Izumi broke through. All they could vaguely see was the red afterimage. Tsukutake rest area. Kazumi Kawasaki stared at Shin Izumi's figure. Teacher, is this the state you are talking about? Once, he had also asked Coach Anze about what the ultimate power of basketball is. He certainly didn't believe it when he heard The Zone's words. Not disturbed by any external factors. Absolute dominance on the court. How is this possible? But now, he believed it. Because, even as a coach, he could see every move of every player on the court clearly, even Shin Izumi before. But at that moment, even he couldn't see it clearly. Tsukutake? He actually had to face such a strong opponent? Ha! Win? It seems a bit unrealistic. As the game continued, the whole game completely turned into Shin Izumi's personal show, fully demonstrating what it means to be one person against everyone on the court. Steals are like drinking water, breakthroughs are like lightning. Even the basketball in his teammate's hand was not warmed up before it was taken away by Shin Izumi. Kazumi Kawasaki called a timeout. At this time, there were still about 10 minutes left before the end of the first half. But the score between the two sides has reached a terrifying 88-0, and Shohoku has an absolute lead. After Shin Izumi opened the zone, he completely controlled the situation. One person scored 86 points. The scene that should have been in an uproar was now as quiet as death. Even Shin Izumi's cheerleaders were a little scary. Akagi and his teammates looked at the score so exaggerated, they were still a little uncomfortable, even their own teammates were robbed. Is this still a human being? But thinking of Shin Izumi's strength that was like a god descending from heaven, they didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. Tsukutake rest area. Godei and others were panting heavily, they were sweating, and there was no light in their eyes. They were numb, the difference in strength between the two sides was too big, too big. The most intuitive feeling was that the two sides did not seem to be in the same dimension. This was a dimensionality reduction attack. Kazumi Kawasaki did not speak, but looked at the group of children he had been with day and night, feeling quite heartbroken. In just 10 minutes, their faith was shattered by Shin Izumi. Should the game continue? That would only make them feel more desperate and painful. So they simply replaced all the players with substitutes. They gave up. Chapter 45. Seeing Tsukutake replaced with the substitutes. Shohoku also replaced with the substitutes. At this time, in the Tsukutake rest area, whether it was 5 or other main players of Tsukutake, all hung their heads. The heart could not calm down for a long time. In my mind, Shin Izumi's smile full of contempt for everyone was still in my mind. In the basketball hall. After the silence, the audience's incredible discussions were heard sparsely. Shin Izumi's fans seemed to come back to their senses, excitedly shouting the words Shin Izumi. MVP. No one cared about what the next game would be like. The topic was all focused on Shin Izumi. And in the stands, several Kanagawa giants fell into silence. It only took Shohoku's first-year rookie 10 minutes to completely shut up the group of people who originally disdained to watch Shohoku's game. 10 minutes. He scored 86 points alone, not counting his teammates' 33 steals and 1 block. His efficiency was so high that anyone would feel a chill down their spine. This was the second time that Shohoku, the freshman, delivered such a terrifying result. Moreover, not the whole court, not the half court, but 10 minutes. What if he played the whole court? Would he score 200 points alone? This question, which seems unscientific, makes people have to force such an imagination. The opponent is Tsukutake, a veteran top 8 team that has been famous in Kanagawa for a long time, and has the well-known 3-point shooter Godei Tomokazu. But in just 10 minutes, not only did Tsukutake not score a single point, he himself was like a god descending from heaven, scoring a terrifying score of 86 points. This newcomer is so powerful that he doesn't look like a high school student. Sendo sat on the chair, and his face did not have the usual carefree expression on it, but he became unusually silent. Takamoiki was on pins and needles, with a frown on his face, shaking and retreating uncontrollably, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans clearly visible on his forehead. Kanan sighed. Even Kaede, who was always fearless and liked to chatter, was extremely quiet at this moment. He stared at Shin Izumi in the Shohoku rest area in a daze. Shinichi Maki noticed Kaede's eyes now. That was fear of the unknown. He could make this heartless young man feel afraid in 10 minutes. Shohoku's number 11, this super rookie, was not even sure if he had all his strength. For a moment, Shinichi Maki also fell into endless silence. The area where Shooyo was. Hasegawa and others were silent, with fear in their eyes. Not playing on the court, just watching, made them feel a great sense of oppression inexplicably. Although they thought that Tsukutake's strength was just so-so, there was still a big gap with Shooyo. But they asked themselves, how could they lead Tsukutake by more than 80 points in 10 minutes? The answer is no. Most importantly, all this was done by one person, not the entire Shohoku team. This is what they find most unacceptable and terrifying. Fujima and Shinichi Maki have the same expression. Silence. As it stands now, the overall situation is set, and Tsukutake will have a hard time turning things around. Shohoku advances, and the next game will be a formal confrontation with Shooyo. All the countermeasures he had thought of before were rejected by him. If you want to beat Shohoku, it is not important to target others, the most important thing is how to limit Shin Izumi. But how to win? His mind was blank, and he couldn't think of any targeted methods at all. As time passed, Tsukutake lost the game by 102 points. In the stands, the audience looked at the bright red score and sighed. After Shin Izumi left the court, Shohoku finished the first half as a substitute. The game lost its original passion due to the fight between the weak players. But in the second half, for some reason, Tsukubyu once again replaced the main players. Maybe he would not let his youth leave regrets. On the side of Shohoku, except Shin Izumi, Akagi, and others continued to play. It is worth mentioning. After the absolute dominance of Shin Izumi was lost, the two sides actually played back and forth, as if everything returned to the normal track. Wu Dai was able to hit a few three-pointers against Mitsui's defense. At least the team didn't lose so badly. At the same time, Shohoku was not a pushover. Everyone played very aggressively. Kaede Rukawa also showed his personal ability, which was completely a smaller version of Shin Izumi. After Shohoku and Tsukubyu lined up, they returned to their locker rooms. It was quite lively along the way. Win, win again. Still suppress with absolute strength. No one mentioned that Shin Izumi even stole the ball from his teammates in the first 10 minutes of the first half and played very independently. Even Miyagi and Hisashi Mitsui had no objection. What's wrong with being alone? With such abnormal strength, as long as he gets the ball, he will score. If you can do it, go ahead. If you can't, don't talk. Although it doesn't sound good, it is very realistic. Kaede Rukawa is taciturn and out of tune with the others. In this game, he once again saw the gap between the two sides. It's almost not in the same dimension. Chase? I'm afraid I can't catch up in this life. Dong. Dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the locker room. Chapter 46. Kagure, who was closest to the door, opened the locker room door. He thought it was Coach Anze or Ayako. But looking at the person in front of him, he was a little stunned. The person was Sani Nakagawa. Who is it? He had never seen her before, but she was very beautiful. Just when he was about to ask, Sani Nakagawa spoke first. Hello, my name is Sani Nakagawa, and I am a reporter for a basketball newspaper. After saying that, he showed his press card. Hello, what can I do for you? Kagure came back to his senses and asked politely. Reporter? What's the matter here? Could it be? Because Shohoku is making great progress? Do you want to have an exclusive interview with a player? Thinking of this, he unconsciously adjusted his collar with his hands. I want to interview your players. I wonder if you have time. Kagure smiled in his heart. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as he guessed. That's right. Shohoku has been crushing the competition since the qualifiers. In the past, it was just some one-sided articles by reporters. Now he finally has a one-on-one interview. However, he said that he still needs to ask Coach Anze for his opinion. After that, Coach Anze is like CAO, who does what he says. After a simple communication, Coach Anze smiled and agreed. Shohoku's current strength will definitely attract a lot of attention in the future. Besides, it can't go against the player's own wishes. Besides, after Akagi and Mitsui graduate, there may only be freshmen like Kaede Rukawa, Miyagi Ryota, and Sakuragi Hanamichi in the team. And the most important Shin Izumi? In Coach Anze's opinion, he can't be regarded as an ordinary high school student. Maybe when he arrives at the national competition venue, he will definitely attract the attention of major basketball colleges and universities across the country, and even the national team. He can't stay. Shohoku still needs fresh blood. Creaky. The sound of the door opening sounded. Everyone in the locker room was still celebrating the victory. When they saw Coach Anze come in, and there was a beautiful older sister beside him. Then they quieted down. Coach Anze briefly said that reporters were coming for an interview. This confused everyone in Shohoku. Reporter? There were reporters coming for an interview? It seems that Shohoku has really become famous. Instant. Everyone, who should have been at a loss at this age, became extremely excited. Ha ha ha, it must be because of the dazzling performance of this genius that attracted the reporters. Sakuragi Hanamichi put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. Then he thought of something and frowned and looked at Miyagi and Mitsui on the side. How do you think I should answer better? In this game against Tsukutake, although Sakuragi Hanamichi also left the court with 5 fouls, he also showed his talent for rebounding, which was eye-catching. Interview you? Oh, get rid of it, you're dreaming in broad daylight? Why isn't it your turn? Miyagi looked at the confident Sakuragi with a look of disdain. He turned his head to look at Mitsui, and his originally sloppy appearance instantly became like a rich young man. He was shocked. Hey? When did you learn to cross-dress? In terms of appearance and strength, I feel that this beautiful big sister is coming for me. Mitsui showed her white upper teeth and smiled confidently. Hearing what the three said, Akagi felt ashamed. Can you be quiet for a while? He said that in this team, facing this group of problem children every day, his heart is really tired. Sani Nakagawa looked at the actions of these children and smiled. They are all a group of children full of youthful vitality. But she saw at a glance that compared with Sakuragi's lively guys, there were 2 people in the 2 corners of the locker room who seemed out of place. One was Shin Izumi, and the other was Kaede Rukawa. Out of courtesy, she took out her camera and took a few photos of Sakuragi and the others. Then she focused on Shin Izumi and Kaede Rukawa. Shohoku? In her opinion, these 2 people have the greatest potential. However, time is tight and the task is heavy, so only one person can be selected. It seems that Kaede Rukawa can only be interviewed next time. Hello, is this Izumi? Can we move outside for a private interview? Shin Izumi looked at Nakagawa-sani in front of him. Such a gentle tone, and she looks good. Interview? Not impossible. Under the envious eyes of everyone, he stood up and came to the outside of the locker room with Nakagawa-sani. So mysterious. I wonder what questions he will ask. I think that reporter seems to be a little interested in Izumi. Others instantly became gossipy. Outside the locker room, Shin Izumi and Nakagawa-sani stood in the aisle, which was much quieter than inside the locker room. At this time, Nakagawa-sani spoke politely again. Hello, Izumi-san, nice to meet you. My name is Nakagawa-sani. Thank you very much for accepting our interview. Shin Izumi looked at the female reporter in front of him. Nakagawa-sani? In his impression, she seemed to be a university basketball team manager and reporter. Facing her question, Shin Izumi replied easily with a smile. Nakagawa-sani was a little surprised by Shin Izumi's pertinent answer. This answer didn't match his appearance. Shin Izumi looked tall and big at first glance, with a dark skin and a calm face, giving people a feeling that he was difficult to get along with. But these answers were so approachable. Then what do you think of the strength of Tsukubu's team? Chapter 47. Their strength? Not bad. Shin Izumi didn't think much and blurted out directly. It was true. Tsukutake's lineup was indeed good, and he was good at bombardment. The 5-man double team could be said to be a little fun he had felt since he came to Shohoku. It deserves such a praise. Nakagawa-sani looked at Shin Izumi, who didn't care, and didn't dwell on this topic. He immediately asked the next question. What is your personal goal this year? Goal? Shin Izumi looked a little dazed. What is the goal? That must be to lead Shohoku to dominate the country. This is one of his wishes when he came to the dunk world, and it is also because of the system task. So he slowly said. For the time being, lead Shohoku to the national championship. Hearing Shin Izumi's words, Nakagawa-sani couldn't help but frowned. To take a national championship for the time being? What a simple answer. If someone else said this, she would be a little skeptical. But Shin Izumi? She felt inexplicably that why not? Now he is only in the first year of high school, and he can beat Tsukubyu alone. There are not many people in the country who can do this. Shin Izumi is very confident, but it is still difficult to win the national championship. The teams that can enter the national competition are all seeded teams from various places. What about after winning the national championship? Stay in Shohoku High School? Or do you have some other ideas? Nakagawa-sani did not show a very surprised expression until the following questions made her eyes more expectant. Shin Izumi looked down at Nakagawa-sani in front of her. Why ask these questions? Instead of going anywhere directly, he answered that he would talk about it later. Nakagawa-sani was happy. Shin Izumi is walking around without a goal? There is hope. Then she asked tentatively, Izumi, have you heard of Takeo University? Shin Izumi frowned slightly and nodded. Takeo University is a well-known basketball university in Japan, and one of the traditional basketball powerhouses that originated in the Edo period. What does Sani Nakagawa mean by this? Is she trying to win him over? Let's see what she is talking about. After chatting for a while, Shin Izumi probably knows why Sani Nakagawa deliberately pulled him out for an interview. If Shin Izumi wants to join Takeo University and be recommended, it is a sure thing for him to join the national team. But what is the attraction for Shin Izumi? His original intention was just to lead Shohoku to win the national championship and complete the tasks given by the system. As for where to develop in the future? Japan? Join the national team? Play professional games? But he has never thought about this. After all, in this era, Japan's international basketball status and strength are not even as good as Daxia. If he really has to choose, why not go to the NBA? Out of courtesy, Shin Izumi still accepted the business card handed over by Sani Nakagawa. I feel very much that Izumi-san accepted the interview. To be honest, I am very optimistic about you, Shohoku. Come on. If you have any ideas about this matter, feel free to call me. Before leaving, Sani Nakagawa did not forget to add. Shin Izumi's choice surprised her. If ordinary high school students face this temptation she threw out, they may feel excited, and then agree on the spot. Not to mention entering the national team, just applying to Takeo University is enough to drive high school students crazy. But what about Shin Izumi? It seems that there is no ripple. She even believes that if it is not out of politeness, Shin Izumi refused on the spot. Okay, then I will leave first. Looking at the back of Sani Nakagawa leaving, Shin Izumi spread his hands helplessly. For this kind of thing, he feels that more and more people will come to him later. Nothing else. The dominance shown on the court is too strong. As Shin Izumi opened the door and walked in, a group of spectators from Shohoku immediately surrounded him. You've been gone for so long? What did you talk about? As the most gossipy age, they really want to know. Ah? Has that big sister left? I just took a photo. Sakuragi was a little disappointed. Looking at the curious people, Shin Izumi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When you play a super annoying game, you will know what questions you will ask. He sighed. His answer made everyone ashamed. We are all family, so it's okay not to put this cup. After simply packing up his luggage, Shohoku walked out of the players' tunnel. As soon as he walked out, he heard the girls' shrill cheers. He's out. He's out. It's Shohoku. Shin Izumi is at the back. Woo woo woo. Like a locomotive, all the girls squeezed Shohoku and the others who were walking in the front like wolves and tigers, and rushed straight to Shin Izumi. Shin Izumi! You are so handsome. Can you give me an autograph? I want one too. For all this. Stunned. Everyone in Shohoku was stunned. This? What is going on again? It is just like a celebrity attending an event. Looking at the surging waves of crazy fans in front of him, Shin Izumi couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his eyes couldn't help twitching. Being famous seems to be a troublesome thing. Chapter 48. After the game, everyone in the Shohoku basketball team returned to school. Shin Izumi didn't come this time. He felt that it didn't matter whether he listened or not. Everyone was used to his absence. With Shin Izumi's dominance on the court, no one was dissatisfied. They were not qualified to point fingers at Shin Izumi. But what surprised them was Sakuragi Hanamichi? He didn't come to the basketball hall either? This made Akagi a little confused. Although Sakuragi Hanamichi was fouled out in the game against Tsukubyu, he fully demonstrated his talent in rebounding, which surprised him. He only needed to find time to train well, and he would definitely be the backbone of the team. However, because he had to play almost every day during this period, he had no time to teach Sakuragi alone. At this time, Sakuragi Hanamichi was in the back garden of the campus. Alone, he stood up and sat down from time to time, feeling a little restless. So far, Shohoku has played 4 rounds, not counting the training match with Ryonan. Compared with others, even with Shin Izumi, the basketball monster, they have more or less some highlights. But apart from getting a few rebounds, his other statistics are hard to describe. How can I score? How can I stand out like Shin Izumi? Just as he was thinking hard. Outside the garden, Shin Izumi was yawning and walking towards the classroom in a daze. Izumi-san. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Duel. Sakuragi jumped up from his chair. Is this really okay? Looking at Shin Izumi who was gradually moving away, he gritted his teeth. Let's die. He immediately ran towards Shin Izumi. The next second, the place where he ran was like a tornado passing through, with dust rolling. Ahem. Shin Izumi was caught in the storm. What the hell? He brushed the dust in front of him with his hand, and saw a bunch of red hair floating in front of him. Sakuragi Hanamichi. Shin Izumi frowned and shouted. Brother Izumi. What a coincidence. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Sakuragi Hanamichi responded. Shin Izumi stared at Sakuragi Hanamichi with strange eyes. What's wrong? This guy has been feeling weird since the way back, and now he doesn't go to the basketball team for training? There's something weird. For a long time, Sakuragi Hanamichi's face turned red, and finally hesitantly said that it was okay. Shin Izumi shrugged and was about to leave. Just when his body brushed past Sakuragi, Sakuragi Hanamichi couldn't help but shout. That, brother Izumi. Shin Izumi turned around and looked at Sakuragi with a question mark on his face. Sakuragi lowered his head, touching his index fingers together, and stammered, making a buzzing sound like a mosquito. That, I want to ask, how can I avoid being sent off? How can I score like you? Before Shin Izumi could speak, 4 people suddenly appeared behind the chairs on both sides of the road. They all had a teasing look on their faces, and put their hands on their ears to listen. They were Mito Yohei and others from Sakuragi's gang. Did I hear it right? Sakuragi Hanamichi, who claims to be a genius, would actually ask questions. What is he asking? I have to listen carefully. Hehe, I said he was not right after coming back from the game today, and he didn't even go to see Miss Haruko. Sakuragi, who was still a little embarrassed to say it, looked at those people, and the next second he shouted angrily, "Didn't you damn guys go back? Why are you still here?" Shin Izumi glanced at the people who were playing around, and then looked at Sakuragi Hanamichi with curiosity. Although he is the protagonist in the original work, he and Sakuragi Hanamichi are not very familiar with each other. They only exchanged a few words when they changed players during the game. After not seeing each other for a while, he changed his personality. Ignoring the people in Sakuragi's gang, Sakuragi walked in front of Shin Izumi again. He bowed solemnly and shouted sincerely, Can you please teach me how to play basketball? I don't want to be sent off." At this moment, the Sakuragi's gang, who were originally playing and joking, were stunned. "Hey? Are you serious? This is totally unlike the Sakuragi they know." Shin Izumi was also stunned for a moment, and he was a little troubled. This thing can only be understood, not explained. "You are just a beginner, it's normal." Hearing Shin Izumi's words, Sakuragi clenched his fists tightly. This feeling is like he mustered up the courage to confess but was rejected. It made him very uncomfortable. Is this a rejection? Oh my god, it's so pitiful, the confession was rejected, and now asking for advice is also rejected. Sakuragi's gang watched the fun and muttered, "Oden, at most, I will treat you to oden." Sakuragi's face flushed. Shin Izumi was directly amused by Sakuragi's words. Sakuragi Hanamichi? Although he is an egomaniac, he is just a single-celled organism. Although he has a bad appearance, he is kind at heart. Before leaving, Shin Izumi patted Sakuragi on the shoulder and said lazily, "Tonight at 8 o'clock, Basketball Hall." Chapter 49. It was past 7 in the evening. Sakuragi Hanamichi went to the basketball hall. Along the way, he was a little impatient. He had originally thought of asking Shin Izumi for advice, but he didn't expect that he would actually become his apprentice. Although he didn't know what level Shin Izumi's strength was, no matter who his opponent was, he would be beaten without any chance to fight back. That was an absolute domination. As soon as he arrived outside the basketball hall, Sakuragi Hanamichi heard the sound of dribbling bang bang bang, from inside. He was very surprised. No wonder Brother Izumi doesn't come to training during normal times. It turns out that he trains alone at night. After underestimating it for a few words, he passed by the small window of the basketball hall. He took 2 steps forward and frowned. No. That person is not Shin Izumi. Who is that? With a curious look, Sakuragi retreated to the small window again and looked inside. The next second, he opened his mouth wide and was stunned. Stinky, stinky fox? How could it be him? At this time, Kaede Rukawa put his hands on his knees, his chest rose and fell rapidly, sweat flowed from his neck and back, and his clothes were wet. Very tired. But his eyes were as hard as a rock, staring straight at the basketball rolling at his feet. Not enough. Still not enough. He dragged his tired body and grabbed the basketball on the ground. He threw himself into training again. Sakuragi Hanamichi looked at the crazy Kaede Rukawa, his Adam's apple couldn't help but jump, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What a crazy guy! Why are you working so hard? For a moment, Sakuragi Hanamichi actually sighed. Suddenly, Shin Izumi's voice rang from Sakuragi Hanamichi's side. Do you know why? Sakuragi was really scared. Why? Sakuragi asked back. Because whether it's Kaede Rukawa, Akagi, Mitsui, Miyagi, or other players in the basketball team, they all have dreams and their own pursuits. What are your dreams and your pursuits? Shin Izumi said lightly. Dream. He muttered to himself. His eyes were a little dazed, as if he was recalling something. Why did he play basketball? The purpose was simple and clear, that is, to win Haruko's heart and make a big splash on the court. Apart from that, he didn't think about anything else. If you want to learn the skills well, you must persevere and start from the basics. It is definitely not something that can be achieved overnight, let alone dreaming that you can reach the top in one step. That is a stupid idea. Even the greatest player in the world started as a rookie. Why do you think you are the best? Sakuragi Hanamichi opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Shin Izumi continued. It's unrealistic to rush for success. Just like why do you commit 5 fouls every time now? The reasons are very simple. The first is that you are a beginner. The second is that you want to be in the limelight. You always want to score points to attract attention and never think about whether the team wins or loses. You have to remember one thing, that is, the victory of the team is above the individual's limelight. Technical problems are easy to solve, just practice, but if there are problems in thinking, it is not a matter of practice or not. Either insist or give up. If you want to complain in front of others, you must suffer first and then suffer. Shin Izumi didn't care whether Sakuragi Hanamichi could bear it or not. He didn't care whether Sakuragi Hanamichi could bear it or not. He said so much and did his best. Whether he could understand it or not depends on his own understanding. Although he also stole the limelight on the court, it was essentially different from Sakuragi Hanamichi's limelight. He was based on the premise of the team's victory, but what about Sakuragi? To put it bluntly, it was for his own selfish interests. Sakuragi Hanamichi stood there, suddenly being beaten, making him a little overwhelmed. Although what Shin Izumi said made him want to refute, he could not find a reason to refute. In fact, since he joined the basketball team, he has seen that everyone on the court has a highlight moment. To be honest, he envied, but more jealous. Why? Why can't this highlight moment be himself? But what Shin Izumi just said, that the team's victory is above personal limelight, made him suddenly realize that he had never thought about this question at any time. Seeing the silent Sakuragi, Shin Izumi pointed to Kaede Rukawa who was dribbling quickly. Why does Kaede Rukawa train so hard? Because he doesn't want to lose, he wants to win, he wants to surpass everyone who walks in front of him, he has his own pursuit, and you, my friend, what is your pursuit? Sakuragi Hanamichi said to himself what Shin Izumi said. Persist or give up. Dream. The stupid things he did in the tryout flashed through his mind. They were all for the sake of showing off, which caused the team to miss many offensive opportunities. Finally, Sakuragi raised his head and looked at Shin Izumi with a sharp gaze. I don't want to lose, at least I don't want to lose to that stinky fox. Sakuragi Hanamichi's transformation made Shin Izumi a little uncomfortable. Then he put his hand on Sakuragi's shoulder and smiled. Attitude determines everything. If you want to succeed, you must make corresponding efforts. You must remember that no matter what a successful person says, it is true, and an unsuccessful person, even if he says something wonderful, is just a clown in front of people. Come to me when you think about it. Also, remember to make up for your oden. After that, Shin Izumi did not stay, but left the basketball hall. Sakuragi Hanamichi was left standing alone outside the window, watching Kaede Rukawa sweating profusely in training. Chapter 50. At this time, Shooyo High School. Basketball Hall. The lights are on. The basketball hall, which should be full of energy, is now a little lifeless. The basketball team members are sitting together. The schedule of the selection competition is spread on the ground in front of them. Everyone's expression is a little stiff as they stare at the opponent of the next game. Shohoku. This team, which used to be eliminated in the first round in previous years, has reached the quarterfinals this year against everyone's expectations. And they won every game with a net score of 100 points. Not just ordinary strong. Point guard, Miyagi Ryota, has good speed, passing vision, and good breakthrough ability. Point guard, Hisashi Mitsui, the junior high school MVP, can still maintain the first echelon of three-point shooters even after disappearing for 2 years. Small forward, Kaede Rukawa, is rated as a super rookie besides Shin Izumi, with super scoring ability, and is a strong player who is almost an ace player in other teams. Center, Akagi Takenori, captain of Shohoku basketball team, the sole pillar of Shohoku, skilled in the basket, one of the top centers in Kanagawa. Even so, Shooyo also felt that it was nothing. He had watched the game and had a general understanding. Although there was a good performance, it was not completely helpless. This was not the real reason for their frowns. What gave them a headache was Shin Izumi, Shohoku's starting power forward. The offensive performance was really unsolvable. One person scored more than 80 points in 10 minutes? This was something they could not imagine. Last year, Sendo was also rated as a super rookie and an absolute scoring maniac, but compared with Shin Izumi, it felt a bit like a small witch meeting a big witch. The scene at this time was a bit awkward for a while, and no one spoke. Fujima tapped his forehead with his hand and closed his eyes, thinking about something. I don't know how long it took. He opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. Hey! Relax, at least we know our opponents in advance. As soon as he said this, everyone in Shooyo turned to look at him. No one spoke, as if waiting for Fujima's arrangement. Fujima put a picture of the entire Shohoku team on the ground. After looking around, he slowly said, Shohoku's newcomer Shin Izumi is very powerful. I'm afraid no one in our Shooyo can match him in singles. Everyone in Shooyo. This? Even Fujima said this? Some of them couldn't believe their ears. In terms of fame, Fujima is a well-deserved star player in Kanagawa. In terms of strength, he is also one of the top players in Kanagawa. But now he openly said that no one in Shooyo can match Shohoku, the first-year rookie, in singles? It made their already heavy mood even heavier. Fujima looked at the shocked and desperate expressions of the crowd, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew how the players would feel when he said this. Just like on the battlefield, when two armies go to war, the general of one side actually bows his head and admits defeat. This has a great impact on morale. But Shin Izumi showed his unparalleled scoring ability, which everyone knows, but they just can't get over the hurdle in their hearts. Don't want to believe it, this is the fact. Shohoku's freshman is awesome in single combat. But they also have several obvious weaknesses, and we Shooyo can just restrain them. Then Fujima looked at the Shooyo players with a smile. As soon as this was said, the originally quiet gym suddenly made a buzzing sound of discussion. I said, the captain must have a way to deal with it. In my opinion, Shohoku is nothing great, except for that no 11. Captain, tell me what tactics you have. Fujima's originally bent spine straightened up, and his expression became serious. The gym, which was originally chattering, became quiet again. Fujima has a high prestige in the Shooyo basketball team. He is not only the captain, but also the acting coach. He is usually gentle and elegant, but once he talks about business, he is like a different person. The players are still a little afraid. I don't know if you have noticed that although Shohoku's number 10 is quite tall and has good attainments in rebounding, his playing style and basic skills show that he is a beginner. And number 7, Miyagi Ryota, although he has lightning speed, his height determines that he must be a big sieve on the defensive end. These two people are our hope to break through Shohoku. Hearing Fujima's words, everyone in Shooyo nodded repeatedly. A beginner and a short man are not a big threat to them. Ito, you will be the starting point guard in tomorrow's game, facing Miyagi Ryota. Remember, try not to let him attack the inside, and don't let him shoot from mid-range. Even if he breaks through the inside, don't worry. His height won't give him any advantage against Hanagata and others under the basket. Just use the height difference to take advantage of him on the offensive end, and don't get entangled with him. Got it? Leave it to me. Across from Fujima, Taku Ito was very excited. This is the starting player. At this time last year, he was not only a substitute, but he didn't even have many opportunities to play. Chapter 51. At present, it seems that there is only Hisashi Mitsui on the outside of Shohoku. Fujima didn't think much and locked onto Hasegawa on the side. Hasegawa, Hisashi Mitsui is now in your hands, but don't underestimate him. Even though he hasn't played for 2 years and his strength has declined, his ball sense is still top-notch. Don't forget that he was once the MVP. You are our defensive expert. Don't let him shoot. Even if you risk fouling, you must lock him down. To deal with a shooter, the best defensive method is to prevent him from shooting and finding the feeling. Understood. Hasegawa nodded slightly. Fujima smiled and continued. As long as we lock down Hisashi Mitsui's three-pointer, Shohoku's offensive means will become single, and they like to attack the basket to score, which is exactly what we want. With our height, we can build a solid wall in the interior, and layups will become extremely difficult. Hanagara, this game will determine who is the top center in Kanagawa. Are you ready? I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The position of Kanagawa's top center? I'll take it. A gleam of light flashed across Hanagata's square lenses, making his eyes invisible. Fujima exhaled and continued to arrange tactics. One is Kaede Rukawa. Although he is a freshman, his playing style is extremely aggressive, no less than Sendo last year. Nagano, he is your prey. Your task is the same as Ito's. Don't let him shoot. As long as he comes to the interior, it will be our world. Nagano nodded and agreed. Finally, Fujima pointed to Shin Izumi and Sakuragi Hanamichi at the end of Shohoku and said, Takano, if Shohoku's number 10 plays, you defend him and don't let him squeeze into the inside. If number 11 Shin Izumi plays, it doesn't matter whether you defend or not. You just need to defend your teammates in the inside. Grabbing rebounds is the key. Remember, the basket is our advantage. Regarding the tactics arranged by Fujima, Takano frowned and said puzzled. Captain, number 11 doesn't need to be defended? This. Number 10 Sakuragi Hanamichi defends? Number 11 Shin Izumi doesn't defend? You know, Shin Izumi is Shohoku's undoubted trump card, and he is also a super scorer. In just 10 minutes, he cut more than 80 points from Tsukubuki. Such a powerful guy, just give up defense? Obviously, he is in a state of confusion now. Regarding the questions raised by Takano, the other Shooyo people echoed. They had no objection to the previous tactics, but for Shin Izumi? It still feels a little unreliable. Fujima looked at the puzzled people, he smiled and explained. The reason why he seems to have such a strong scoring ability is that Tsukutake's average height is not enough, and the inside line is useless. That means he can score. We are different from Tsukutake. We are the trump card in the inside line. Let's take a step back. Even if he can still score, it will definitely consume a lot of his own physical strength. How long can he last alone when others can't score? Suddenly, the people who were originally a little suspicious suddenly understood. Put the pressure on the other people in Shohoku and disintegrate from the inside. Our goal this year is to beat Kanan and enter the national competition as the first seed team. Roar! Beat Kanan, beat Kanan! Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was May 23rd. The much-anticipated quarterfinals officially began. The first game was between Shohoku and Shooyo. It was also the most concerned game for all Kanagawa fans. Because, compared to Kanan, Ryonan, or Buri, the opponents they faced were far from having such a terrifying record as Shohoku this year, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as unstoppable. Shooyo? According to some media speculation, Shohoku has little chance of winning. But Shooyo, a well-known national competition regular in Kanagawa, still has a large fan base. They always support Shooyo. At this time, Yokohama Stadium. It was already crowded. However, in the stadium, there were three teams that were particularly eye-catching. On one side, there were about 100 female fans cheering for Shin Izumi. On the other side, there were Kaede Rukawa's personal guards holding up the words "Love Rukawa," which were also quite large. But opposite them, there were at least 1,000 people sitting in a row. The number of male students wearing Shooyo's green school uniforms was jaw-dropping, and they almost occupied half of the entire stadium. Everyone held empty plastic bottles in their hands, ready to go, ready to cheer for Shooyo at any time. Other spectators who came to watch the game alone were shocked to see the cheerleading team that looked like the power of the Three Kingdoms. Tisk tisk. Although it's not the first time I've seen the Shooyo cheerleaders, I feel very shocked every time I see them. Shooyo's cheerleaders are known as the strongest in Kanagawa, so it's normal to have such momentum, but it makes people feel inexplicably scared. I don't know what kind of sparks Shohoku will burst out against Shooyo. Will Shohoku still have such a terrifying record? There are still many uncertain factors, and we have to fight to know everything. Shohoku has almost crushed all the way since the start of the selection. Its strength should not be underestimated. Coupled with the media's wanton reports, many people think that Shooyo is definitely not Shohoku's opponent. But until now, seeing the thousands of cheerleaders, they have a different idea. Shohoku and Shooyo? There will definitely be a fierce battle. Shohoku is very strong, and not many people will doubt it. In terms of the overall lineup, it will definitely not be inferior to any other team. If we only talk about the individual strength of the players, Shin Izumi is definitely expected to become the strongest scorer in the country. But there are many factors that determine a game. In addition to the lineup and players, there is also an off-field factor. Every year, Shooyo's cheerleading lineup is extremely luxurious, and this year is even better than in previous years. Cheerleading. For the team, it can inspire morale and improve the atmosphere. But for the opponent, it is a nightmare. Even some players with weak beliefs will be affected to a certain extent, and they will have stage fright, resulting in a decline in strength. That is Shooyo's opportunity. Especially, the experience of the Shohoku competition is not at the same level as Shooyo. Even Akagi, the oldest and most experienced player in the team, is already in his third year of high school. At most, he has played in the first round of the selection, and has not even experienced the second round. Not to mention the first-year players. Experience? Only by participating in enough games can you summarize it. Even with Coach Anze, a former national player, in charge, so what? So, in the eyes of many people, this game, the outcome is still unknown. Chapter 52. Although the game was still more than half an hour away and the players from both teams had not yet appeared, the Shooyo cheerleaders had already taken the initiative and burst into cheers like a tsunami. Shooyo! Shooyo! Must win! Shooyo! Shooyo! Come on! Fujima! Fujima! Hanagata! Hanagata! The sound of empty plastic bottles hitting the fence gave people a shocking feeling that the roof of the stadium was about to be blown off. Instantly, many people at the scene were shocked and sighed. It's really Shooyo! Such terrifying support, I feel my heart is trembling along with it. Kanan, Ryonan, Buri, and other teams in the quarterfinals were sitting in the stands, feeling the roaring cheers, and their expressions were different. At this time, Shohoku locker room. Everyone was changing jerseys. Kuwata and other first-year students listened to the rumbling cheers outside and looked at each other in surprise. This is really terrifying. I feel my heartbeat speeding up. Yes, I heard it clearly in the locker room. It is indeed a national-level team. They are all freshmen. They have never seen such a scene before. Moreover, the opponent is not an ordinary top 4 team, but the second seed team in Kanagawa, Shooyo. The senior players are not much better. Kaguya looked at Akagi, who was sitting on the chair with a heavy expression. He frowned and exclaimed. Akagi, did you not sleep well? Why are your dark circles so serious? Akagi turned his head to look at Kaguya and said lightly. Yes, I don't know what happened last night. I didn't sleep well all night. Kaguya put his hand on Akagi's shoulder and pointed at his eye bags. Haha, me too. When I thought about playing against Shooyo, I was so nervous that I couldn't sleep all night. Mitsui, who was standing next to them, listened to the conversation between the two. He said with some disdain. I really don't know what to say to you. It's just Shooyo. Why are you so nervous? Don't hold me back when you play. Listening to the ridicule from Mitsui, Akagi rolled his eyes and immediately retorted. How dare you say that to others? How many times have you gone to the bathroom? I had a problem with my breakfast today. Bad. After that, Mitsui stood up and rushed out of the locker room without waiting for Akagi to reply. Kaede Rukawa looked expressionless as always. He calmly put on his shoes. Miyagi sat on a chair. In his mind, he had the scene of winning the game and Ayako wiping his sweat. Shin Izumi closed his eyes and rested his mind, ignoring all the noise from the outside world. Sakuragi Hanamichi kept turning around in the locker room. The cheers outside made him a little restless. Akagi exhaled heavily, and the cheers outside like a tsunami made him inexplicably a little restless. Seeing a group of people absent-minded, he decided to inspire everyone's fighting spirit. He clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Listen carefully, don't pay attention to all the voices from the outside world. I think the most uneasy thing now is not us, but Shooyo. We Shohoku are the strongest at all times. Do you have confidence in winning this game? Yes. Shohoku. We must win. At this time, Ayako and Coach Anze submitted the player information and came to the locker room. Oh, it seems that everyone is in good condition. I can hear your voices outside the door. Coach Anze walked in and looked at the high-spirited people. He smiled with relief. After all, in his eyes, the strength shown by Shohoku is not inferior to any team, and even has a trump card like Shin Izumi. It can be said that as long as the players have no psychological problems, this game is stable. Ayako, who was beside Coach Anze, quickly took out the information she had prepared from her backpack. I almost forgot about this. This is the information I collected about Shooyo. The average height of their players is similar to that of Tsukubyu in the last game, and their playing style is not much different. They are also good at bombardment and have good outside shots, but their personal strength is much stronger than Tsukubyu. Before Ayako finished speaking, she was stopped by Coach Anze, who was standing beside her. Wait, Ayako, the information collection is good. Shooyo's starting lineup is indeed not very tall, but most of their substitutes seem to have a good height. Substitute players. Not only Ayako was a little confused, but the others in Shohoku were also a little confused. Substitute players are tall? Then they are not substitute players. If they can't even start, their strength must not be good. Coach Anze saw that everyone hadn't reacted, and he continued to smile and reminded. Shohoku's average height was not high last year. Suddenly, Ayako seemed to think of something and couldn't help but pat his forehead lightly with his hand. Oh! Thank you, Coach Anze, for reminding me. She looked a little anxious. Then she quickly flipped through the notebook in her hand while everyone was still confused. After seeing the content above, she looked a little dazed, and then murmured. Shooyo's substitutes are so tall. Then she reported the players' information one by one. As she spoke, it was obvious that many people in Shohoku looked a little ugly. This year's Shooyo? It's actually a tall lineup. Chapter 53. In a moment, the whole locker room was filled with tension, as if facing a great enemy. The first-year students whispered to each other. The average height is more than 1.9 meters? None of the teams they met before were like this. As we all know, the advantage of height on the court is still very obvious. The defensive area is directly widened. It has a significant impact on passing the ball, layups, and shooting. However, due to excessive tension, they seemed to forget that the average altitude of Shohoku is not much lower than that of Shooyo. Coach Anzai stared at everyone with a smile. Then his eyes paused for a moment on Shin Izumi and Kaede Rukawa. Although Shin Izumi looked a little lazy, his eyes always exuded the kind of contempt for everything. Compared with Shin Izumi's confidence, Kaede Rukawa had a blank face, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. His psychological quality was much stronger than others. Even Akagi was a little dazed at this time. Finally, he decided to boost morale. Everyone be quiet. He clapped his hands, signaling for silence. After the locker room was quiet, he continued to speak slowly. Shooyo and even everyone are very tall, and there is indeed a lot of pressure. The strength is not bad, but don't forget that we are also a strong team now. Never underestimate your own strength because of the strength of the opponent. His pua was like a stream of clear water, sprinkled on the somewhat dazed nerves of the crowd. The fact is just as Coach Anzai said, Shohoku is not the Shohoku of the past. In the training match, he won Ryonan, who was also one of the top 4, by more than 20 points, and crushed all opponents in the selection match. They really care too much about the strength of their opponents and ignore themselves. Coach Anzai looked over again, and the trance on everyone's face gradually began to dissipate. Finally, he still explained the precautions. That is Fujima and Hanagata. One is a top point guard, and the other is a top center. Coach Anzai didn't say anything more. Shohoku people were like chicken blood, howling. This made Hisashi Mitsui, who had just returned from the bathroom, a little confused. What happened? Okay. Let's go on the court. Coach Anzai waved his hand. Roar, roar, roar. Shohoku and his team filed out of the player tunnel. The whole audience cheered. Roar, Shohoku. Shohoku is finally out. I can't wait. I wonder if Shin Izumi can still score so strongly against Shooyo today. Shin Izumi's cheerleaders and Kaede Rukawa's cheerleaders immediately started working, holding signs and hitting the fence with plastic bottles. Shin Izumi. MVP. Shin Izumi. MVP. Kaede Rukawa, love Kaede Rukawa. Kaede Rukawa, love Kaede Rukawa. The entire Shohoku team came to the rest area under the gaze of everyone in the stadium. Compared with the noise heard in the locker room, it is not an exaggeration to say that the noise here is like the collapse of the sky and the earth. Even the usually calm Akagi's Adam's apple couldn't help but jump and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Shocking! Too shocking! Shin Izumi seemed very calm. The quarterfinals were unusual. Last year's giants were basically all present, and the fans who came to watch must be countless. But he was a little curious. Fujima? Will he start? With Akagi's shout, everyone started to warm up. Suddenly, the Shooyo cheerleaders began to exert their strength, and the already lively stadium became even more lively. The atmosphere was directly pulled to the top. Because in the player tunnel on the other side, Fujima led the entire Shooyo team to the court. This year's Shooyo is so tall. It looks so oppressive. Is this Shooyo? Woohoo, this game is worth my absence from work to watch. The audience's attention was attracted to Shooyo again. They were amazed to see the tall Shooyo lineup. Although they were warming up in the half-court. But Fujima's eyes were always on Shin Izumi. Come on. Let me see how strong you are. After warming up, both sides began to arrange the starting lineup. Shohoku starting lineup, number 7, point guard Miyagi Ryota, number 14, shooting guard Hisashi Mitsui, number 12, small forward Kaede Rukawa, number 11, power forward Shin Izumi, number 4, center Akagi Takenori. Shooyo's starting lineup, number 9, point guard Taku Ito, number 6, shooting guard Hasegawa, number 7, small forward Mitsuru Nagano, number 8, power forward Takano Shoichi, number 5, center Toru Hanagata. Players from both teams came on the court, waiting for the jump ball, causing an uproar. Shohoku played the strongest lineup. But Shooyo? Fujima didn't even play. Many viewers found it incredible. Is this a rhythm of underestimating Shohoku? On the court, Akagi and Hanagata came to the center circle and prepared for the jump ball. Although the two seem to be about the same height, Akagi is much stronger than Hanagata in terms of physique, and has a more stable temperament. It is obvious that the two have different playing styles. Hanagata smiled at Akagi and teased. Last year, Shohoku was eliminated in the first round, but that doesn't stop us from playing. I don't intend to give you the position of the top center in Kanagawa. Today, Shooyo will definitely enter the semi-finals. Ha ha ha, you were a substitute last year, but you are the starter this year. Just come on, I won't give you the position of the top center. Akagi stared at Hanagata and continued, "And do you want to win? You still have to ask Shin Izumi and the others on our team if they agree." Akagi's temperament is quite strong, and he exudes a tough aura everywhere in his bones. Naturally, he is not afraid of Hanagata's provocation. Hanaga's words made Hanagata raise his eyebrows slightly. Shin Izumi? Even he was quite afraid of this freshman who was in the limelight in the selection. But he remained calm and smiled at Akagi. Just a newcomer who has never experienced a big game. Chapter 54. Shin Izumi stood on the court, patting his legs in a relaxed manner. He saw Shooyo's number 8 player coming to him. He was not short, about the same height as himself, but he did not remember who this was. He was a little surprised that Fujima did not play. After all, the strength that Shohoku had shown since the qualifiers was really terrifying, but Fujima could still sit on the Diaoyute? Takano Shoichi did not speak, but looked at Shin Izumi. His first impression was that the guy in front of him was really the super scorer who scored more than 80 points in 10 minutes. Why did he give people a lazy and unmotivated feeling? He shook his head, not paying too much attention, and stared at the center line of the court with a focused expression. Hisashi Mitsui looked at the number 6 player walking towards him. Hedgehog head? Number 6? He shouted at Hasegawa with an unhappy face. Hey, number 6, you were the one who said in the bathroom that you would not let me score more than 5 points. Hasegawa looked at Hisashi Mitsui in surprise. These words did come from his mouth, but how could Hisashi Mitsui know? Although he was surprised, he still smiled. I did say that, but that was a modest statement. My real intention was not to let you get a single point. You. Hisashi Mitsui was obviously a little angry. Then he snorted coldly. Humph. I don't like guys who talk too hard, but let's see the truth on the court. Hasegawa shrugged, drooped his eyelids, and his face was full of disdain. SHH. As the referee blew the whistle, the basketball was thrown vertically into the air at the midline. The game officially began. Akagi and Hanagata, who were responsible for the jump ball, were highly focused. When the basketball was about to reach the highest point, both of them made a muffled sound in their noses at the same time, and then jumped high almost at the same time. A subtle bang was heard. The two had a slight collision in the air. Akagi was stronger and taller than Hanagata, and he successfully grabbed the basketball. But, according to the rules, physical contact is not allowed during the jump ball. So, Akagi was still nervous. But, the referee didn't blow the whistle. This made Shin Izumi a little surprised. Originally, in the original work, in the game between Shohoku and Shooyo, Akagi had a jump ball violation. But now there is no violation? This made Shin Izumi sigh. This is not the original comic after all. Miyagi. Akagi, who landed high, immediately shouted in the direction of Miyagi, and then took the lead to bypass Hanagata and run towards Shoyo's backcourt. Seeing this scene, Shin Izumi grinned. It seems that everyone is in good condition today, at least Akagi doesn't feel nervous or stiff. Got it. Miyagi picked up the basketball and started a fast break without any hesitation. This is his specialty. Takuitis seemed to be well prepared for all this. He moved sideways at a fast speed and blocked Miyagi with his whole body. It seemed that he knew before the game that the jump ball would definitely go to Shohoku. However, facing Takuitis' defense, Miyagi obviously didn't take it seriously. So what if he was blocked? It would just slow down the fast break time. He quickly dribbled the ball with a crossover step and turned behind his back, and he shook off Takuitis' defense very gracefully. This surprised Takuitis. He used to watch Shohoku's games in the stands. As a point guard, he would naturally pay attention to Shohoku's Miyagi, but when he faced him, he found that his speed was really amazing. Like lightning. Very fast. In just a moment, the two sides started a fierce chase. In the stands, Shoyo's cheerleaders began to exert their strength, shouting slogans for Shoyo's defense loudly. They wanted to interfere with Shohoku's offense one by one. But it was useless. At this time, Miyagi was almost rushing to the basket. Takano. Hanagata, who had already defended and contained Akagi, immediately shouted Takano Shoichi's name. Takano glanced at Shin Izumi beside him, and without hesitation, he gave up defense. He turned to defend Miyagi. Seeing Shin Izumi was free, Miyagi did not pass the ball immediately, but chose to do it himself. He also wanted to try Shooyo to see how strong he was. Facing the 193 cm Takano, Miyagi only felt a dark shadow covering him, and he said with a sly smile, "One person can't stop me." He put the ball in his hands and jumped up directly. This time, he not only attracted Takano's jump, but also attracted Hasegawa at the baseline. Seeing this, Miyagi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The opponent is too tall. If he forced a shot, he might lose the ball. The layup gesture was changed to a pass, and with a circle of his right hand, the basketball was passed from behind to Shin Izumi. Seeing Shin Izumi get the basketball on the scene, another burst of cheers broke out. It seemed everyone was waiting for Shin Izumi's offensive performance. Shin Izumi immediately rushed to the basket from the left high position. However, Hanagata, who was supposed to defend Akagi, came up at this time. "A newcomer, I want to see how good you are." Seeing this, Akagi wanted to run to the basket from the other side. But then he thought, Shin Izumi passed the ball? How is that possible? He didn't pass the ball in the last game when facing Tsukutake without double teaming. How can he pass the ball now? What's more, Hanagata is alone. Want to stop Shin Izumi? It seems unlikely. Thinking of this, he did not choose to continue running towards the basket. Instead, he started to return to defense. Many people saw his actions, which caused an uproar. What is Akagi doing? Already returning to defense? Although Shin Izumi is powerful, he is not facing some random people now, but the real top center of Kanagawa. How much trust does he have? At this time, Hanagata, who also noticed Akagi's actions, clenched his back teeth and was a little angry. Since Akagi trusts this newcomer so much, he will defeat Shin Izumi in front of Akagi, in front of Shohoku, and in front of everyone on the scene. Come on! He roared at Shin Izumi. Shin Izumi looked at Hanagata who was blocking him, his eyes still full of indifference. Hanagata defending alone? It was a bit too contemptuous. Just when Hanagata guessed whether Shin Izumi would shoot or lay up, he only felt a figure passing by him like a ghost. Then he heard a swish. The sound of the ball sliding from the net. Hanagata was startled. His eyes couldn't help but dilate, and he turned his head to look at Shin Izumi who had fallen from mid-air. Goal! Goal! Chapter 55. Wow! There was a burst of exclamations in the stadium. This guy is ridiculously fast in both speed and dribbling. He passed Hanagata and made a layup in an instant. No matter how many times I watch it, I still feel shocked. Takemoiki couldn't help but exclaimed, and his face was a little helpless. During this period, he has been watching the videotapes of Shohoku's games repeatedly, but the more he watched, the more depressed he felt. Not only is his own speed and dribbling speed amazing, but his unpredictable shooting is also a headache for him. It is completely beyond the scope of what a high school student can handle. So in this game, even if Shooyo is the second seed team in Kanagawa, he feels a little suspenseful. In addition, Shooyo has a fatal flaw, that is, there is no coach. Relying only on Fujima? It's okay if the team is in the lead, but as long as it is at a disadvantage, high school students like Fujima can't settle down at all. And according to previous Shin Izumi games, such an offensive seems to have just begun. Thinking of this, he moved his sight to Kanan's area. Looking at Riki Taketo who was sitting among the Kanan players. He was opening his fan and flapping his hands slowly. It seemed that Shin Izumi's goal just now did not bother him too much. This made Dika snort in his heart. You are pretending, I think you must be upset now. Shooyo rest area. Fujima held his hands in front of his chest, with a little surprise on his face. Shin Izumi's speed was terrifying from a close distance, and he completed the dribble and layup in almost an instant. He was quite familiar with Hanagata's ability under the basket. Although he was a center, his footwork was still very flexible, his skills were quite delicate, and his height was tall enough, which made him the strongest defense line in Shooyo. But in front of Shohoku's number 11? Such a defense line under the basket was like a virtual thing. But fortunately, as long as he defended other people, only number 11 could score, and in that case, his physical strength would be greatly consumed. He was betting that no 11's physical strength would definitely decline today after the fierce battle with Tsukumu yesterday. Facing the full-state Shooyo, Shohoku will soon be physically exhausted. He sat on the sidelines and shouted to Hanagata who was a little dazed. Hagata, hold on, give him one back. Hanagata came back to his senses and looked at Fujima and nodded solemnly. On the court, Akagi and others excitedly high-fived to celebrate the opening goal. Keep going. Expand the score. At this time, Taku Ito held the ball and organized Shooyo's attack. He slowly advanced with the ball, reminding Shooyo and others. Give them one back. Okay. Akagi looked at Shooyo, whose morale was not weakened at all, and he shouted to everyone. Keep an eye on the opponent. He didn't need him to say it, Shohoku and others had already dispersed and stood in position waiting for Shooyo's attack. Miyagi confidently went towards Taku Ito. Although he was not tall, but dribbling? Apart from Shin Izumi, he didn't think anyone could surpass him, and from the last attack, Taku Ito's speed was not fast. Then, stealing will become easy. Moment. Miyagi saw the opportunity and reached out to steal the ball. But the next second, Taku Ito's move made his face change. Taku Ito didn't intend to have a one-on-one duel between point guards. Instead, he threw the basketball directly over his head. This was a bit of a blow to Miyagi's self-esteem. Is being teased like this just because you are short? He couldn't help but glare at Taku Ito. Hasegawa on the right wing got the basketball, Mitsui lowered his center of gravity, took a defensive posture, and his sharp eyes kept observing Hasegawa's next move. "I want to see if your strength is as big as your tone." Hasegawa blocked Mitsui with one side of his body, dribbled with one hand, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and stared at Hisashi Mitsui with a teasing look. But, like Takuido, he did not covet the ball. Instead, he simply dribbled the ball over his head and threw it out. "Shoot? No, pass it." Mitsui was a little surprised, and then saw the basketball fall into Hanagata's hands. Shooyo played the height advantage by throwing the ball twice in a row. Hanagata did not rush to lay up after getting the basketball, but turned his back to hit Akagi. The sound of the basketball hitting the ground and the sound of muscles colliding could be heard from time to time. Akagi exerted force with both feet, standing under the basket like a reinforced concrete pillar, and had an absolute advantage in the strength competition. Suddenly, Hanagata squeezed hard, and with the help of the rebound force, he turned around and instantly opened a body distance from Akagi. He took a shooting posture, and then jumped to shoot. Akagi frowned, but this retreat distance was still within his defense range. "Want to shoot? You are still a little too young." He jumped up immediately and raised his arms to block the shot. Just when everyone in Shohoku thought Akagi's defense was secure, they ran to get the ball. However, Hanagata's body, which was supposed to be straight up, changed at this time. Looking closely, it began to tilt backwards from mid-air. This startled Akagi, and he smiled triumphantly at Hanagata. Fade-away jump shot. He didn't expect Hanagata to be able to practice shooting so delicately, and he didn't even notice it. "Not high enough, can't defend." Just when Hanagata thought he had won, suddenly, he heard Takano Shoichi's angry voice. "Damn it!" As soon as the voice sounded, he saw a black shadow jumping up beside him from the corner of his eye. Snap! The basketball that had just been shot was blocked. Chapter 56. How is it possible? Hanagata was shocked again after seeing who was coming. Shohoku's number 11? Shin Izumi again. He observed the positions of both sides when he attacked alone. The other players of Shohoku were restrained. It can be said that he had enough space for singles. But he never expected it. At this critical moment, Shin Izumi, who should have been restrained by Takano, appeared beside him. Watching Hanagata being blocked, Takano's face was very ugly. With his height and outstretched arms, the range of blocking can be said to be very wide. He saw Shin Izumi in front of him in the last second, which made him underestimate him. Shin Izumi is just like that. But the next second, Shin Izumi, who should have been blocked by him, suddenly increased in speed and passed under his raised arm like a ray of light. In the stands, the audience was in an uproar again. Attack and defense. Too strong. Kanan, Ryonan, and Buri looked at each other in bewilderment. Shohoku gave Shooyo 2 consecutive blows at the beginning of the game, which was quite rare in the previous Kanagawa trials. Even many players had a thought in their minds. If Shohoku really beat Shooyo, can their team really win? Good shot. Good shot. Beautiful block. Kagure and others in the Shohoku rest area clapped excitedly. Shooyo rest area. Fujima's face flashed with surprise again. 2 simple balls gave him a feeling. Shin Izumi's physical fitness didn't seem to decline at all. At this time, the dropped basketball was grabbed by Takano Shoichi, who was following Shin Izumi. This made Shooyo and the others breathe a sigh of relief. The ball was at least in their hands. Takano, who got the ball, gritted his teeth. This time the team's offense was due to his carelessness and mistakes. The team missed a great offensive opportunity. Then we have to make up for it. Don't be impulsive. Pull to the outside and reorganize. Fujima, who was off the court, couldn't help shouting at Takano, who was about to attack the basket after getting the ball. But Takano was obviously a little excited at this time. He chose to lay up. Akagi, who had just landed, wanted to move sideways to block him, but found that it was too late. He could only watch Takano jump up with the ball under his own basket and lay up. Dong dong. Shin Izumi and Hanagata also fell one after another. Just when Shin Izumi wanted to continue chasing Takano, Hanagata hurriedly stopped him. It was obviously too late to intercept Takano, who jumped up. Successful. Takano was obviously a little excited. But the basketball that just slipped out of his hand was knocked down by a big hand without sympathy. Takano was shocked. It was blocked again? Could it be Shin Izumi again? This was the opponent he thought of at the first time. But when he made the layup, Shin Izumi had just landed, and Hanagata was holding him back. Even Shin Izumi couldn't ignore Hanagata's block and rush over. This made him look at the owner of the hand. Kaede Rukawa. He couldn't help but exclaimed. From the beginning, he found that he only noticed one person all the time, that is Shin Izumi. As for Kaede Rukawa, he didn't see him at all. Because he was on the court, Hanagata didn't notice Kaede Rukawa coming around. A perfect attack was broken again. Whoosh! In the stands, watching Shooyo being intercepted twice in a row. They talked excitedly. Wow! Shohoku's defense is so strong. It seems that their attention is attracted by Shin Izumi, and they didn't expect the existence of Kaede Rukawa, a super rookie. What a pity, such a beautiful offense. Shooyo! Come on! Show your momentum! Shohoku's strong defense shocked other teams that came to the game. Even Shooyo couldn't get any advantage. This year's Shohoku has undergone a drastic transformation. On the court, looking at the basketball flying in the air, the two sides broke out again. Although Shooyo has an advantage in height, this time he was snatched by Miyagi, the shortest guy in the court. Fast break! Fast break! He started a fast break as soon as he picked up the ball. The offense and defense quickly changed. Quickly retreat! Hanagata shouted anxiously, even though Shooyo's elders retreated immediately. But their speed was not superior after all, and they could only watch Miyagi easily lob the ball into his own basket. Amidst the deafening noise, the score on the huge electronic scoreboard jumped to 4:0. If Shin Izumi's first goal made Shooyo really pay attention to Shin Izumi, but this goal? It made them pay attention to the entire Shohoku team. They did not question Shin Izumi's score, but the others in Shohoku? In their opinion before, it was just so-so. Easy to grasp. But after a simple confrontation, they found out how stupid this question was. The reason why the others looked so-so was because they were compared with the monster Shin Izumi. Good shot. Another score. Come on. Shohoku must win. In the Shohoku rest area, everyone danced and was so excited. Steady. Don't follow Shohoku's rhythm. Hanagata clapped his hands, attracting the attention of others on the court. He is the vice-captain of the team and the most trustworthy person besides Fujima. His words also have the effect of stabilizing the morale of the team. Chapter 57. What a tough opponent! Fujima sat in a chair, looking at Shohoku, who was already in a defensive posture on the court. However, he did not show too much worry on his face. Because in his opinion, this year's Shohoku is indeed very strong. Basically, every position can be said to have been greatly strengthened, and it has won 4 consecutive games before this, although Shooyo has a lot of help in the momentum of the cheerleading team. But he knew that this game was also Shooyo's first official game, and both the players' rhythm and state have not been completely active. On the court, Shooyo has the ball. Hanagata serves the baseline ball, and Taku Ito continues to advance with the ball. Shooyo's tall lineup makes them not good at fast breaks. But if they slow down the rhythm and play positional battles, that is their forte. Taku Ito played steadily and slowly pushed the ball outside the 3-point line. Looking at Miyagi who was coming up, he seemed a little cautious. Because Miyagi's speed of grabbing the ball was too fast, so he needed to be extra careful. Just when he was about to use the physical difference to force Miyagi, he found a problem. Miyagi, this guy, looked short, but his strength was not inferior to his own. Fujima had told him to force Miyagi. It seemed that it was not going to work. He tried to break through many times, but was still blocked by Miyagi on the outside. He could only look at Hasegawa. Hasegawa understood immediately and immediately stepped forward to give a pick and roll. When Takuita got rid of Miyagi in a mismatch, he ran to the bottom corner. The experienced Mitsui did not choose to follow Hasegawa, but chose to stare at Takuita directly. Seeing that Mitsui was about to pounce in front of him, Takuita flipped his little hand and sent the basketball out again. The basketball came to Hasegawa's hands. Hasegawa took the ball and looked at Miyagi who was defending him, and he couldn't help but smile. This height? It didn't seem to pose any threat to him. He raised his hand and made a shooting motion directly. Miyagi was angry. He totally looked down on himself. Hasegawa shot from mid-range and successfully attracted Kaede Rukawa to come to assist. Finding the right opportunity, Hasegawa made a wonderful pass to Nagano who was in an open position. In the arena, there was a constant buzzing sound. Shooyo's pass is so smooth. The cooperation is indeed good, and it seems that he deliberately avoided Shin Izumi's area. But this distance? It shouldn't be difficult for Shin Izumi to rush over and defend with his speed. At this time, Nagano held the ball, and he raised his eyebrows at Takano who was a few meters away. Then he bent his knees, pulled his wrists, and shot from mid-range. He shot and attracted Akagi's attention again. Akagi shouted, "Don't even think about shooting." He quickly stepped forward, jumped up, and blocked the shot. But what he didn't expect was that Nagano was actually faking a shot and passing the ball. His real purpose was not to shoot himself, but to pass the ball to Hanagata under the basket. Hanagata! With a loud shout, he passed the ball to Akagi, and the basketball was deflected from his feet. The basketball fell into Hanagata's hands. "Leave it to me!" Hanagata shouted, holding the ball with both hands, and jumped up to slam the basketball into Shohoku's basket. Accompanied by the creaking sound of the basket shaking, Hanagata, known as a flexible center, showed a slam dunk of violent aesthetics. It completely ignited the Shooyo cheerleaders and Shooyo fans in the stands. "Ohoha! Shooyo! Shooyo! Hanagata! Hanagata!" Hanagata's slam dunk not only stabilized the morale of the troops, but also seemed to vent his anger. Nagano immediately bypassed Akagi and rushed up to hit Hanagata's palm heavily. "Nice dunk! Hanagata! The real game has just begun, defend well. Score another goal." Hagata's mouth corners slightly raised, and he immediately reminded everyone to return to defense. On the court, Sendo frowned and looked at Shin Izumi's position. "It feels a little wrong." "What's wrong?" Izumi tilted his head and asked. According to Shin Izumi's speed and reaction, how could he contain Shooyo's number 8 by himself? Sendo touched his chin with his hand, with a look of doubt on his face. Izumi suddenly realized and opened his mouth wide. "Indeed, we played a game with Shohoku. Shin Izumi is very smart and can't be restricted by one person, but he seemed to be nailed to the spot just now." The two had a general understanding of Shin Izumi's strength, and they were very confused about why Shin Izumi didn't go to make up for the defense just now. At this time, Shin Izumi stood there, listening to the voices of the whole court shouting "Shooyo, Hanagata." He touched the wrinkled corner of his shirt with his hand. He glanced at Takano Shoichi who was celebrating with his teammates by high-fiving. He raised a smile. "Great, you actually used such a dirty trick." When Nagano passed the ball to Hanagata and Akagi stepped forward to block the shot, he thought about defending Hanagata. But when he was about to run, he found a problem. It seemed that he was pulled by something. It was just a brief moment. But it was too late to defend Hanagata again. Until now, he finally understood what had just happened. That was Takano Shoichi taking advantage of his teammates blocking the referee's view and holding the corner of his shirt tightly with his hands. The huge force made the originally smooth and flat corner of the shirt have some wrinkles. Shooyo, right? Hanagata, right? It's really interesting. Chapter 58. Shohoku Rest Area. Seeing that Shohoku scored 2 points so quickly, they couldn't help but sigh. Shooyo is worthy of it. He scored so quickly. Their cooperation is quite good. The morale that was a little low was instantly boosted by Hanagata. This should be the strongest opponent we have encountered since the start of the qualifiers. Shohoku must win. Shohoku, come on. This is the first time that a team has scored so quickly since the start of the qualifiers. Raised their arms again and cheered for Shin Izumi and others in unison. Coach Anze looked at Shin Izumi standing there. A cold light flashed across his thick glasses. Although Shoyo's little move just now happened to escape the eyes of the referee, he saw it all. As a former national player, he has played countless games, so he has naturally seen a lot of this situation. Some teams will even use role players to commit malicious fouls and make an extreme 1-for-1. From the first day he met Shin Izumi, he didn't think this guy was a good kid. At this time, he wanted to see what kind of counterattack Shin Izumi would have in the face of this situation. On the court, Shin Izumi twisted his neck, came to Miyagi, lowered his head and said a few words. Miyagi's expression became visibly weird. Hey? Are you sure? He suddenly looked up at Shin Izumi, his face full of disbelief. However, although Shin Izumi gave him a very indifferent feeling, there was a burst of cold light in the depths of his eyes, which made him feel a little chilly. He knew Shin Izumi was going to be serious. Oh. Forget it, I'll do as you say. After saying that, he looked at the position of Coach Anze, spread his hands helplessly, and ran directly to the front court. Shin Izumi was left standing under the basket, waiting for Akagi's serve. Seeing this scene, even Akagi was a little confused. Why did Miyagi run away? Shin Izumi? What is he doing? Did he switch positions with Miyagi? He looked in the direction of Coach Anze, but found that he was still drinking tea by himself, with an expression of watching a show. Coach Anze also acquiesced to Shin Izumi's behavior. Whatever. He smiled at Shin Izumi and threw the basketball heavily. Go, let them see the strength of our Shohoku ace. Kaede Rukawa put his hands on his knees, watching Shin Izumi advancing slowly, his eyes became extremely focused. Is it coming again? He has been trying to catch up with Shin Izumi, but no matter how he trains, he can never see the others back. He is called a genius by the world. But the other party? It seems like a monster. Seeing that Shohoku is actually played by Shin Izumi as the point guard. In the stands, both the audience and the major teams are a little dumbfounded. Shin Izumi? 193 centimeters tall, playing point guard? Although everyone who has watched the game knows that Shin Izumi has an extraordinary dribbling skill, point guards are not just about dribbling. They also need to have a very high basketball IQ, and more importantly, they need to be able to grasp the rhythm of the game, allocate game time reasonably, and make wise decisions at critical moments. Shin Izumi, this scoring maniac, he doesn't look like the kind of person who connects the team. Then many people began to get restless for no reason. Hey, hey, hey! Shin Izumi plays point guard? What can you imagine? The only thing I can think of is that he wants to tear Shoyo's defense. What a messy guy! Woohoo, it will definitely be another dazzling scoring feast later. I don't know if Shooyo can defend it. Shin Izumi, MVP. At this time, Hanagata and his men, who had already returned to defense, looked at Shin Izumi advancing with the ball and the loud cheers from the scene. They all frowned. In everyone's mind, the scene of Shin Izumi slaughtering Tsukubyu by himself could not help but emerge. That can't be called a game. It can only be regarded as a one-sided slaughter. Hanagata looked uncontrollably in the direction of Fujima in the Shooyo lounge. As if asking what to do. Fujima also frowned. He heard almost all the audience shouting, "Shin Izumi, MVP!" The voices of the Shooyo cheerleaders who originally occupied the main position in the stadium were directly covered. This will inevitably give Hanagata and others a great psychological burden. If not handled properly, the situation will quickly present a rout. He has never seen a player who can cause a sensation in the audience the moment he gets the ball. Even Shinichi Maki, the number one in Kanagawa with Emperor Mew, does not have such exaggerated support. But, now is not the time to think so much. Play steadily, Ito, don't worry about Miyagi. As long as Shin Izumi comes to the inside, he will be directly attacked by Takano. Hayes, you still keep an eye on Hisashi Mitsui. This is our home court. We are Shooyo. We are the strongest. No one can stop us from winning. His eyes were very firm, and while arranging tactics, he also did not forget to boost morale and stabilize the army. Yes. Shooyo. We must win. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at Shin Izumi. The reporters tightened their cameras, wanting to capture every wonderful moment. On the court, Shin Izumi slowly crossed the half-court line with the ball. He looked at the Shooyo team with contempt in his eyes. Chapter 59. Bang, bang, bang. Shin Izumi stood at the midline and dribbled the ball slowly with one hand. The others of Shohoku separated and ran towards Shooyo's backcourt. However, none of them looked at Shin Izumi. It seemed that they knew Shin Izumi would not pass the basketball in his hand. Everyone in Shooyo also quickly marked their opponents. Suddenly, Shin Izumi moved. If Miyagi's dribbling made people feel like a light and agile lightning, then Shin Izumi's dribbling was like an unstoppable sandstorm, which felt enough to destroy everything. Not only was it as fast as lightning, but it also had an explosive impact. Even though he was 193 centimeters tall, his dribbling was as smooth as flowing water, and every turn and breakthrough was full of power and confidence. His steps were quite large, and it only took 2 steps from the midline to the Shooyo arc top 3-point line. It was incredible. Seeing the menacing Shin Izumi, Shooyo and his team were facing a formidable enemy. He's coming! Hanagata couldn't help but shout while staring at Akagi. Ito, who was originally facing Miyagi, did not choose to follow Miyagi, but immediately rushed to the top of the arc for the three-pointer. No matter what, he had to stop Shin Izumi. This was the task Fujima gave him. Takano Shoichi was the same. The two came from opposite directions at the same time. Formed a double-teaming trend. Wanted to intercept Shin Izumi outside the three-point line. Both of them were not too short, and their outstretched arms expanded the defensive range a lot. Seeing Shooyo come up and double-teamed him, there was an uproar in the stands again. Double team. Shooyo used a double-team tactic. Can the two of them stop Shin Izumi? I think it's a bit risky. Shin Izumi's dribbling is so gorgeous, it feels like the sky and the ball are one. Two tall people, is Fujima thinking too simply? Shinichi Maki frowned, looking at the two sides who were about to collide. No, except for number 6, everyone else's attention will almost be on Shin Izumi. And even if Shin Izumi passes the 2 and enters the basket, he will be stopped by number 7 and Hanagata. By then, number 8 and number 9 will come from behind, unless they pass the ball, otherwise. Riki Takato, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Even though the two sides haven't met yet, Riki Taketo has guessed some of what will happen later. 4 people? Haha, Fujima is really arguing with Shin Izumi. Shinichi Maki smiled. At this time, facing the double team of Ito and Takano, Shin Izumi remained calm. He passed through the two of them easily like the wind, dribbled past them skillfully, and showed amazing speed and burst. Nani! Ito and Takano's faces changed drastically, and they shouted in unison. Shin Izumi's speed was really ridiculous, and he passed them all in one step. When he came to the free throw line, Shin Izumi did not continue to attack the basket, but jumped up directly. Hanagata and Nagano saw this and immediately made up for it and jumped at the same time. This is a no-fly zone. The two stretched out their arms, like two huge trees covering the sky, covering all of Shin Izumi's shooting space. No shooting space. I'm afraid this shot won't work. Miyagi and Mitsui stared at the 3 people flying in the air. Kaede Rukawa stood where he was, with no intention of going to support him at all. He stared at Shin Izumi's back with his eyes fixed. How would Shin Izumi play this ball? Shin Izumi! Pass the ball! Akagi, who was under the basket, saw this scene and immediately waved for the ball. This was not the short guys like Tsukutake. Nagano, who was 191 centimeters tall, and Hanagata, who was 197 centimeters tall, only needed to jump high and raise their hands to almost block a large area of shooting space under the basket. However, facing Akagi's request for the ball, Shin Izumi ignored it. Tightening all the muscles in his body, holding the ball with both hands, he still maintained the shooting posture. Gradually, Hanagata and Nagano looked extremely ugly. Because they found they had already started to fall. But Shin Izumi? Actually, there was a vague feeling of rising. Amazing air retention. Takamoiki sat up straight and couldn't help but sigh. However, just as Hanagata and the others began to fall, 2 more figures jumped up behind Shin Izumi. It was Ito and Takano who were passed. After being passed, the two did not remain in a daze, but reacted quickly to chase and defend. I won't let you shoot! Takano shouted. Then he stretched his arms as far as he could, trying to block Shin Izumi. But despite this, Shin Izumi had already had space to shoot. Perfect time to shoot. Riki Taketo opened his folding fan, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. This was his first time watching Shin Izumi's game live, and he had only read newspapers before. In addition to his super high speed, he also had a good ability to stay in the air. He vaguely felt that Kanan's biggest enemy this year might be Shohoku. But Shin Izumi, who had enough space to shoot, did not shoot immediately. This also made Riki Taketo frown. What a pity, I missed the best time to shoot. It seems that I lack experience. No matter what the opportunity is, it will be fleeting, especially in competitive games. If I shoot now, I will risk being blocked by Takano. Until he saw Shin Izumi's next move on the court, his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Because Shin Izumi's original shooting action instantly turned into a layup, and the hand holding the ball passed under Takano's arm before it slipped out of his hand. Abu! SHH! The basketball and the referee's whistle sounded at the same time. Shin Izumi threw the ball and scored, and at the same time caused Takano to commit 10 fouls. Suddenly, Riki Taketo was a little uneasy. It turned out that Shin Izumi didn't intend to shoot from the beginning, nor did he want the 2 points. But, while scoring, he committed a foul. This kid is very scheming. Good shot. Well done. Shohoku's rest area finally let go of his worries and cheered. In the stands, the audience was also staring. Wow, 1-on-4, and Shooyo's tall man not only scored, but also committed a foul. How strong is this guy's heart? Fujima clenched his fists. Shin Izumi's simple shot shocked him greatly. Is this calculated or a coincidence? With Shin Izumi's free throws, the score between the two sides came to 7-2. Temporarily leading by 5 points. It's okay. It's just 5 points. We can catch up soon. Fujima clapped his hands in the rest area and continued to encourage morale. Although Hanagata and others were still scored by the opponent despite the 4-on-1 defense, they did not show any discouragement on their faces, but were full of fighting spirit. Taku Ito pushed the ball forward again. He began to observe Shohoku's position. It is currently a 1-3-1 zone defense. Shin Izumi stood at the front, Kaede Rukawa and Mitsui were on the left and right wings, and Miyagi was at the free throw line. It looked like, if he broke through Shin Izumi, he would have to prevent Miyagi from stealing the ball when he came to the basket. However, he still had to get past Shin Izumi first. He tried to shake Shin Izumi's center of gravity, but found that the other party did not move at all, and his eyes were staring at him like a beast. He felt a little scared in his heart for no reason. At the moment he was stunned. He felt a big hand around him. When he reacted, snap! The basketball in his hand was directly slapped away. The flying basketball bounced straight out of bounds. Damn! What kind of shooting speed is this? Ito was a person who had experienced big scenes, so he reacted immediately and ran towards the basketball quickly, trying to get the ball back. But his speed was obviously not Shin Izumi's opponent. He had just taken a step forward when he saw the basketball that was about to go out of bounds being grabbed by the opponent. Then there was a loud rumbling sound. Shin Izumi was like a high-speed bullet train, crossing the court in just a few steps, a standard 3-step layup. The basketball was sent into Shooyo's basket again. 9-2. Shohoku continued to expand its lead. Don't be distracted when facing Shin Izumi, pass the ball around him. Hanagata reminded him when he served the ball. Ito nodded and pushed the ball forward again. He just passed the midline and was about to pass the basketball in his hand to his teammates. Just as the ball was out of his hand, he felt a gust of wind slapping his face, and then the basketball that was supposed to fly towards his teammates was intercepted by a big hand again. Ito was shocked. Number 11. Shin Izumi again. At this time, the rest of Shooyo had already pressed forward to the offensive front court. Even Hanagata, who came up last, had already positioned himself under Shohoku's basket. The closest person was Ito, but the lightning was intercepted in an instant and the opponent had already started a fast break. Chase? It's definitely impossible to catch up. Hagata and his team didn't even have time to react before they saw Shohoku's score on the electronic scoreboard change again. 11-2. Shohoku's lead was about to reach double digits. In less than a minute, Shin Izumi scored 7 points in succession. Tisk tisk. Shooyo looks like he's going to collapse. It's not even a minute. Shin Izumi scored 7 points in a row. It's too difficult for number 9 to fight Shin Izumi alone. In the stands, seeing such a one-sided situation, they started talking again. Stealing a dragon? It's rare for one person to do it twice in a row on the court. But if this person is Shin Izumi, they were somewhat numb. Shin Izumi is simply unstoppable. His reaction is like a leopard, too fast. Koshino looked at Shin Izumi, who instantly helped Shohoku to open up the score, and couldn't help but sigh. Just watch, this is just the beginning. He has a long arm span and is extremely fast. Once he gets close, the opponent's ball control point is almost within his steal range. Unless Ito passes the ball in his own half. If he doesn't even see this, he will be intercepted next time. Although it was not the first time that Sendo saw Shin Izumi show his scoring ability, every time he saw it, he felt that this man was not someone he could deal with. At least, two people had to keep a close eye on him throughout the game. But he didn't have such a strong desire to win or lose. He was happy if he won, and lost if he lost. There was nothing he could do about it. Good shot. Well done. We can see Shin Izumi's personal performance again. Kuwata and others in the Shohoku rest area shouted excitedly with admiration. Sakuragi Hanamichi sat on a chair. Although he didn't say anything, he felt the atmosphere of the entire basketball hall. Almost everyone was shouting Shin Izumi's name. He envied this scene, and could even be said to be jealous. Hey, but unlike before, he didn't go crazy and say anything like he wanted to play. The honor of the team is higher than the individual's limelight. He murmured and repeated what Shin Izumi had said to him. Indeed, Shin Izumi was now in the limelight and attracted the attention of the whole audience, but it seemed that based on this cheering, the team was indeed in the lead. The game in the field continued. Shooyo served from the baseline. Shin Izumi scored 7 points in 1 minute. Even if they didn't want to believe it, it was the fact that Ito even sent the ball out before half-court. He couldn't stand the fear of being dominated by Shin Izumi. Takano got the ball. Even though Jiraki was flexible and fast, his height was a flaw. He only needs to lift the ball, and Yashiki will have no way to pass it over his head. This time, the pass after the judgment Yang missed Shin Izumi looked very smooth. After several consecutive passes, the basketball fell into the hands of Hanagata under the basket again. Takano and Ito looked at each other and blocked Kazumaching at the same time, to prevent him from interfering with Hanagata's attack. However, they both overestimated themselves. Shin Izumi's terrible instantaneous explosive power allowed him to get rid of the double teaming of the two with a simple turnaround run. Just when Hanagata shook Akagi's center of gravity and shot the ball at a 45-degree angle. Shin Izumi was like a tiger, his agile figure was as fast as lightning, and he appeared behind Hanagata in the blink of an eye. Be careful! Ito and Takano shouted in unison. But it was too late. The basketball flying in the air was grabbed by Shin Izumi. In an instant, the whole audience was boiling. Chapter 60. The basketball hall erupted with cheers like a tsunami again. Is this called a block? No. This is called a steal. Hanagata's face changed drastically. Facing the obstruction of Takano and Ito, he could still rush over to defend at such a fast speed? Is this still a human? Takano, who was standing outside the three-point line, was also shocked. When Shin Izumi passed by him just now, although he was very fast, he still subconsciously grabbed the corner of his opponent's clothes in a hidden corner that the referee could not see. Although his 5 fingers were already hooked, he still watched the opponent pass by him. The opponent was not only fast, but also had super impact and explosive power. The moment his fingers touched the corner of the opponent's clothes, he felt driven by a huge force, and the corner of the clothes was forcibly pulled out from between his fingers. Not only did he not catch the opponent, but his fingers were stinging because of the friction of the clothes being pulled away from his fingers. It was just like a monster. But now is not the time to be dazed. According to Shin Izumi's playing style, passing the ball? It is unlikely. The only way is to rely on his own speed and explosiveness to launch a fast break. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Takano's eyes. He must be stopped. Before Shin Izumi landed, Takano began to return to defense. But even so, after Shin Izumi grabbed the block, he was like a nimble cheetah, quickly shuttling through the crowd, and in the blink of an eye he was almost on par with Takano. Damn it! Takano clenched his teeth, knowing that if he didn't stop the opponent here, the ball would go in again. The speed of the other Shoyos? Not to mention Shin Izumi, even Miyagi and Kaede Rukawa couldn't compare. Takano pushed hard towards Shin Izumi beside him. But before he could stand firm, he felt an unstoppable force rolling towards his left. Once again, he felt the opponent's terrible explosive power. At the same time, the huge force not only made his shoulders hurt, but also just when he lost his center of gravity, he took the initiative to give way. There was no chance for a controversial penalty for dribbling. Takano was shocked. Shin Izumi's figure flashed past him from the corner of his eye. As smooth as the virtuous concubine. His blocking did not cause any interference. He could only watch his own net let the basketball pass through. 132. In less than 2 minutes, the score between the two sides was actually opened to double digits. A few simple rounds. Hanagata and others who were originally full of fighting spirit showed an unbelievable look. Not only can they not defend, but they can't even attack. Oh my god! Shooyo can't stop Shin Izumi at all. Too scary. What kind of explosive speed is this? Is he really just a high school student? His dribbling is so smooth, every turn and jump is full of power, it's so cool. Ohoha! This is a one-sided massacre. As Shin Izumi scored again, the basketball hall was noisy again. All the Shooyo cheerleaders were shocked and incredible, their bodies seemed to be tied up, and their cheering movements stopped. As cheerleaders, they knew Shooyo's strength. Although Fujima didn't play, with Hanagata on the field, the strength was not something that ordinary teams could contend with. But now? It was just the beginning, and they were defeated by Shohoku? No, it shouldn't be Shohoku. It's Shohoku's number 11. The freshman. Fujima, what will you do? Although Shinichi Maki was shocked by Shin Izumi's explosive performance, he turned his head to look at Fujima in the Shooyo rest area. If Shooyo was completely defeated by Shohoku, then Kanen's strength was only slightly stronger than Shooyo. He was inexplicably agitated. Shooyo requests a timeout. The shrill whistle brought Hanagata and his team back to their senses. They walked towards the Shooyo rest area without saying a word. They were stunned. Look here. Fujima looked at the absent-minded players, clapped his hands, stood up and came to them. You played well, I thought things were too simple, Shohoku is indeed very strong, but the game has just begun, what are we working hard to improve our physical fitness and skills for? Of course it's for victory. To defeat Kanen. For the national championship. Seeing that Hanagata and his team didn't answer, Fujima's voice unconsciously rose a degree. Hagata and his team slowly raised their heads and looked at Fujima, who was full of fighting spirit and not discouraged at 10 o'clock. He was touched inexplicably. Bak. Sorry, we. Without waiting for Hanagata and his team to finish, Fujima waved his hand and half knelt in front of Hanagata and his team. Come on, everyone. We are just a little behind. We can catch up. But if we lose our mentality, the game will be in danger. His words were like chicken blood, which made Hanagata and others who looked unhappy regain some energy. Fujima saw that everyone's expression had improved slightly. He took a deep breath and looked at the Shohoku rest area. Although Shohoku's attack is fierce, no matter how strong the opponent is, we can't give up easily. We Shooyo are an unbeatable team. 0. Right now, maybe we have to change our tactics. Our main task is to break the scoring drought first, stabilize the situation, and then attack desperately. Fujima's expression was very serious, and he took off his coat. Ito, you've worked hard. His move made Hanagata and others slightly shocked. Fujima is going to play. Leave it to me next. Shin Izumi? I want to see how strong he is. In the past, no matter who the opponent was, he never played so early. Because Shooyo has no coach, and he not only has to act as a player, but also as a coach. Once he is on the court, he cannot look at the situation on the court with the eyes of an outsider. He lowered his voice very low, and patted Hanagata and others on the shoulders after he finished speaking. Got it. Hanagata and others nodded heavily. Then Fujima boosted morale again. At the same time, Shohoku rest area. Except for Kuwata and others cheering. The starters sat on the chairs. Hisashi Mitsui looked at Shin Izumi, who was surrounded by people, and he said with a complicated expression. Although I will see his terrible offensive ability in every game, no matter how many times I watch it, I feel quite shocked. Others say that my shooting is standard, but Shin Izumi's shooting is not according to the routine at all. Alas! Miyagi beside him exhaled heavily. Hey, you said he is so tall, why can't he be so fast? And I can't do it even with his extraordinary skills. Kaede Rukawa wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Although he didn't join the conversation, he couldn't help but look at Shin Izumi's profile. The more he watched Shin Izumi's god-level performance on the court, the more he felt that the gap between the two sides could not be made up by hard work. Talent and cognition are completely on a different level. They are all teenagers, why is the gap so big? Akagi, it seems that our dream can come true this year. Kagure handed Akagi a bottle of water, and his face couldn't hide the excitement. Yet, I also think that this year we have a real basketball genius in Shohoku. Akagi restrained his inner excitement. Coach Anze had no plans to change players, and there was nothing special to say. Now Shohoku's morale is high, and there is no need to make any adjustments. Soon, the timeout returned. The game started again. Fujima led Hanagata and his team walked onto the court with high morale. Everyone! Let's make up for the lost score. Oh! Go! Shooyo! We will win! Chapter 61. Fujima actually came on the court so soon. Hehe, Shin Izumi's scoring ability is too strong, Hanagata and others are almost autistic because of it. If Fujima doesn't come on the court, Shooyo will be in danger. But after Fujima comes on the court, can he save Shoyo's disadvantaged situation? Fujima's strength is not weak at all, don't be deceived by his appearance. In the stands, the audience's eyes were attracted by Fujima. They are also old fans, and they know Yushin very well. Fujima, Shoyo's absolute trump card. His popularity in Kanagawa is almost the same as Shinichi Maki. When he acts as a coach off the court, he is calm enough, and he makes various tactical arrangements at the age of only a teenager. But as long as he plays as a player, his personality will make a 180-degree turn, from a calm and indifferent personality to a passionate and hot-blooded one. It can be said that Shooyo without Fujima is at best a second-rate team, and Shooyo with Fujima is a real top-tier team. Shooyo is in a dilemma right now. Shohoku was on the rise, and they wanted to see who was better, Shin Izumi or Fujima. Fujima! Fujima! Shooyo! Come on! Shooyo! Must win! The Shooyo cheerleaders were instantly revived, and were cheering for Fujima and others passionately. Shohoku rest area. Looking at the basketball hall that was in an uproar because of Fujima's appearance. Kuwata and others frowned, and in addition to being surprised that such a sensation would occur, they were more disdainful. What Fujima, what Shooyo, in front of Shin Izumi? They will all be suppressed. Now Shin Izumi's position in their hearts is far beyond that of Akagi. Shin Izumi is the belief in their 933 hearts. Now it's going to be a good show. Fujima versus the newcomer of Shohoku. So Ichirojin said with a smile. This is a good thing, it allows us to see more, isn't it? Shinichi Maki smiled. Ever since he started paying attention to Shohoku, Shohoku has never had any rivals that can be called truly strong teams. Although Shin Izumi crushed Tsukumu with absolute dominance in the match between Shohoku and Tsukumu. But such performance cannot withstand scrutiny. After all, Tsukumu cannot be called a top team among the many teams in Kanagawa Prefecture. Now, Shooyo with Fujima is different. This is a rival that can compete with Kanan led by himself. Ha ha ha. Amu, you haven't changed at all, you are still so rational. Riki Takato on the side couldn't help laughing. Shohoku's number 11, from what he saw in the newspaper and the strength he showed on the scene, is indeed very strong, and even gives him the feeling that in terms of personal ability, he is probably better than Shinichi Maki. But what does that matter? Even though Shohoku has been winning all the way since the qualifiers, and his individual performance with Zhou Shen is invincible. There are even many reports that comment that he is expected to surpass Shinichi Maki and become the first person to ascend to the throne of the King of Kanagawa. Seeing these reports, Riki Taketo was not only not angry, but even felt amused. Is the media oversimplifying this matter? It is indeed commendable that he has performed well when he first appeared in the public eye. He cannot deny this. But what is a king? It refers to the strongest person in certain events or species, and also refers to the emperor. Nothing and no one is born a king, but only those who can stand firm after many difficulties, tests, and challenges can be called kings. Beside him, Shinichi Maki, also known as Emperor Mu, has come step by step in Kanagawa and is recognized as the strongest king in Kanagawa. As for Shohoku's number 11 rookie, Shin Izumi, after all, he is just a freshman. If he wants to ascend to the throne of Kanagawa's king, he should first pass Shooyo. As for Ryonan, Takamoiki narrowed his eyes. He was not very optimistic about Shooyo. Even though, after Fujima came on the court, he is different from Riki Taketo, he has really played against Shohoku. Although it was just a training game. On the court, Shooyo has already sounded the horn of attack. In the basketball hall, countless eyes are staring at the Shohoku area. Fujima vs Shin Izumi. What kind of sparks will be created between the two? At this time, Fujima stood 1 meter away from the arc 3-point line with the ball, keeping a relatively safe distance from Izumi Hiroshi. He noticed off the court that Shin Izumi's stealing range and stealing speed were quite amazing. This made him alert. Let's get him a goal first. Even facing Shin Izumi, he still showed strong confidence. Shooyo and Shohoku had already taken their positions on offense and defense. The battle was about to start. Shin Izumi looked at Fujima in front of him, and he was a little surprised. He had a good temperament and was quite confident. But his playing style was also very smart, not fighting closely with himself. But is this useful? Shin Izumi is 193 centimeters tall, and Fujima is only 178 centimeters tall, with a difference of more than 10 centimeters. Moreover, he knew a little about Fujima's strength. As a point guard, he has ball control skills that are not inferior to Miyagi, and his speed is good in all aspects. He even has a fast, accurate and ruthless three-pointer. In this era, it is still relatively rare. Fujima continued to cross steps and dribble in front of his body, trying to shake Shin Izumi's defensive focus. But he saw Shin Izumi motionless, with a pair of eyes staring at him indifferently, which made him a little surprised. He was still quite confident in his fake moves, which were more than enough to deal with most players. But Shin Izumi? It seemed that he saw through him. However, he did not blindly choose to single out Shin Izumi, not because he was not confident in his own dribbling, but because it was too risky to do so. He was waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, Takano and Hasegawa, who were wandering at the baseline positions on both sides, ran over at the same time. It was not a simple pick and roll, but a double team of Shin Izumi without the ball. Fujima seized the opportunity and quickly moved to the three-point baseline position on the right. The cooperation of the three people was quite skilled. And on the right, it was Miyagi's position. Miyagi's face changed slightly, but he saw the situation clearly and immediately chose to defend Fujima. But Fujima had no intention of entangled with Miyagi. He stopped and stepped back to instantly distance himself, then held the ball with both hands and jumped one step outside the three-point line. Classic big man against small man. Miyagi, in his opinion, was one of Shohoku's loopholes. Facing Fujima's sudden shot, Miyagi was obviously startled. Fujima's footwork was not only flexible and agile, but also had ball control skills. There was no way to defend this shot. He could only watch Fujima shoot. Abu! The basketball flashed an orange light and shot straight into Shohoku's basket. His shooting action was very fast, and he pushed the ball out before even reaching the highest point. Shin Izumi was slightly surprised. Taking advantage of the moment when two tall people double-teamed him, he even deliberately chose the shorter Miyagi to shoot. As expected of Fujima. In fact, with his speed, he could have intercepted Fujima when he shot, but the two tall people, Hasegawa and Takano, were obviously prepared. He stretched out his hands, one up and one down, and surrounded himself tightly. Seeing that the double-teaming tactics had achieved good results and broke the scoring drought, Shooyo and his team were so happy. As for whether Fujima would miss the shot, they didn't even consider it. The most important thing now was to try their best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The reason why Hanagata's attack was not successful before was because the speed of his shot was not fast enough. Even if two people defended Shin Izumi, they didn't dare to guarantee that they could block him for a long time. Only Fujima could see such a short shot. Nice shot! Successful operation! Several people were so excited that they celebrated by clapping their hands while returning to defense. Fujima scored a graceful three-pointer, which made the whole audience buzz again. Fujima is indeed the one. He broke Shoyo's scoring drought as soon as he came on the court. A great three-pointer. But he didn't choose to confront Shin Izumi head-on? Is he afraid of him? This should be Shoyo's tactic. Although it's a bit shameful to double-team Shin Izumi without the ball, it's a good tactic if he can score a goal. Fujima! Come on! When the Shooyo cheerleaders saw this scene, they were just like Hanagata and the others, so excited that they quickly knocked on plastic bottles to cheer. Fujima! Fujima! Shooyo! Shooyo! Just one ball! It pulled Shooyo, whose morale was a little low, back to normal. Shohoku rest area. Everyone was ashamed of Shoyo's so-called double-teaming tactics. But they still admired Fujima's personal strength. Not only was his shooting accurate, but his dribbling skills were also very skillful, and he directly fooled Miyagi who was defending. Coach Anzai couldn't help laughing. Ayako looked at Coach Anzai with some suspicion. Coach Anzai, what do you think of Na Yang's attack this time? Coach Anzai took a sip of tea slowly and looked at Shoyo's Area 0. Yo ho ho ho, is this Shoyo's tactic? It is indeed a good tactic, but this tactic may only have this one chance. Coach Anzai is a former national player, so he doesn't know much about tactics. Shoyo's tactics do look good. Two people double-team Shin Izumi, and then Fujima scores. In fact, there is a certain amount of luck involved. First, although Miyagi has a general understanding of Fujima's strength, the two have never faced each other before, and their bodies and minds have not adjusted yet, so Fujima was caught off guard. Second, generally speaking, when the opposing player cannot rely on his own ability to pass him, then the opponent will definitely come forward to do a pick and roll, but Shooyo directly arranged two people to double-team. This is something Shin Izumi didn't expect, or it can be said that he pretended to be open. Otherwise, relying on Shin Izumi's burst and speed, he can completely catch up with Fujima before the double-team is formed. Ayako nodded, not quite understanding. But she noticed that because of Fujima's goal, Shoyo's originally somewhat sluggish morale became active again. Stop mumbling, and cheer for the seniors, she said to the whispering Kuwata, and others shouted. Shoyo's attack made Kanan and Ryonan in the stands laugh. Is this still the arrogant Fujima they know? But the tactic is indeed quite useful. Shohoku has the ball. Akagi. Shin Izumi did not choose to advance slowly this time. Instead, he rushed to the Shooyo backcourt like a hunting cheetah. He's coming! Fujima immediately shouted to Hanagata and the others. Pay attention to the restricted area. Hasegawa, don't worry about Hisashi Mitsui. From the previous offensive positions of Shin Izumi, most of them were at the basket and mid-range positions, and once Shin Izumi launched a fast break, there was no record of passing the ball. This made him guarantee that Shin Izumi would definitely attack the inside to score. In an instant, Takano and Hasegawa immediately rushed to the inside to assist Hanagata, standing like a great wall in the Shooyo restricted area. Fujima took the initiative to attack. Just when he was more than 2 meters away from Shin Izumi, in his ears, a rebellious voice came lightly. Too slow. The next second, his pupils couldn't help but dilate, his face was full of shock, and the whole person seemed to be struck by lightning. His eyes stared straight ahead, and his fingers couldn't stop trembling slightly, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Shin Izumi's super speed and explosive power almost broke through his defense in an instant and rushed straight to Shoyo's basket. And he didn't react at all. This was the first time he felt Shin Izumi's speed of dribbling the ball up close. It made him unbelievable. Is this the speed that a human can have? Oh my god! So fast! He passed Fujima in one encounter. Too exaggerated! The stadium exclaimed 3.9, and sighed. Fujima's strength is unquestionable, but facing Shin Izumi? He didn't even have the qualifications to slow down the opponent. In the blink of an eye, Shin Izumi single-handedly rushed into Shoyo's restricted area and jumped up. Facing the aggressive Shin Izumi, Hanagata and his team jumped up without hesitation. The 3 tall men formed a big iron gate in the restricted area to block Shin Izumi's attack one by one. However, facing the defense of several people, Shin Izumi was not in a hurry. He turned in the air, turned his back to Hanagata and his team, and didn't look at the basket at all. He threw the basketball heavily into the air with an extremely weird back throw. Hanagata and his team were shocked. What kind of shooting posture is this? Don't even look at the basket? Are you kidding me? How can such a shot go in? Dong dong dong! Several people fell down in succession. The few people who wanted to turn around and grab the rebound found that Shin Izumi, who had landed, had no intention of grabbing the rebound at all. Instead, he went back to defense without looking back. Drew. Only the sound of the basketball passing through the net was heard. The basketball in the sky fell right into the net. Wow! Shoot without looking at the basket. Can you shoot like this? I've learned something new. You don't even look at the basketball, and you just go back to defend? How confident are you? 1 through 4. One man tore through Shoyo's defense single-handedly, it's amazing. The gymnasium was suddenly noisy, and many people opened their mouths wide, unable to believe what they saw. Fujima stood there, listening to the restless voices in the audience. He looked at Shin Izumi's back, his eyes became extremely focused. Come again. Chapter 62. Fujima felt bad when he heard the audience cheering for Shin Izumi. In the past, he had enjoyed such enthusiasm from the audience. But he knew. On the court, especially in competitive sports, the winner is the king. In the last game, he might have been cheered by the audience for his outstanding performance. Then in this game, the audience can also change their stance because of the opponent's outstanding performance. But now is not the time to sigh. Now Shoyo's situation is like a rubber band, which has become tight under the pull of Shohoku number 11, the newcomer. If he doesn't fight back, he may not be able to hold on for long and will be torn apart. But he recalled the scene when Shin Izumi passed him just now. Even as proud as he was, he felt great pressure when looking at Shin Izumi's back. He clenched his fists and clenched his back teeth. How could it be? How could Shooyo lose to a freshman? At this moment, his desire to fight was completely aroused. He shook his head vigorously and took Hanagata's serve. Started to organize Shoyo's attack. When the two sides were entangled together, Inari made a glare towards Takano and Hasegawa. A simple encounter made him know that fighting alone? Every Shooyo, including him, was definitely not a match for the number 11 rookie in front of him. But basketball is not a one-man sport after all. And no matter what team, there will be a loophole, just magnify this loophole infinitely. There is still hope of winning. I saw a sharp light flashing in the corner of his eyes. He made a fake move to break through to the right and then pulled the ball back from his crotch. But Shin Izumi ignored his shaking. Fujima did not drag his feet and decisively broke through to the opponent's left. Shin Izumi looked indifferent. In his opinion, Fujima's fake shaking moves were very realistic and very inductive, and his ball control was very smooth. If it were an ordinary player, he would be passed in almost 10 encounters. Fujima still has some strength. However, in his opinion, Fujima's movements seemed to be slowed down 100 times. Too slow. As Fujima was running, Shin Izumi saw 2 black shadows attacking him from the corner of his eye. He didn't need to look to know that they were Hasegawa and Takano. The same move twice. Shin Izumi couldn't help but sneer. Double team again. It should be that they want to rely on 2 tall people to contain Shin Izumi, and then shoot in a short time, but offense is also Fujima's strong point. This move caused everyone in Ryonan to discuss. Sendo couldn't help but sigh. But is this really useful? If all the players in the game were to discuss who had the most say in Shin Izumi, it must be Sendo. During the training game, he was suppressed by Shin Izumi and had no temper at all. Is this a guy that high school students can defend? That monster-like burst and speed are far beyond the level of high school students. He is not very optimistic about Shooyo's attack this time. Unless, can perfectly bypass Shin Izumi. Miyagi and Mitsui looked at the actions of Takano and the others, and they both cursed in their hearts. Even Miyagi was ready to defend Fujima. This is completely the rhythm of catching an honest man and pulling him to death. But just when Takano and Hasegawa were about to form a circle, Shin Izumi rushed out of Hasegawa's encirclement. At the same time, Fujima used the same old trick again. He admitted that he couldn't beat Shin Izumi in singles, but he was quite confident about beating Miyagi. After all, there was a 10-centimeter gap between the two, and in a horizontal comparison, Miyagi was slightly inferior. He took advantage of this loophole. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Miyagi's teeth were clattering. He predicted Fujima's shot. He jumped up and blocked the shot directly. When Fujima ran towards him, he observed Fujima's foot movements. The moment Fujima's center of gravity changed, he had guessed what this BD was going to do. I really underestimated you. Fujima looked at Miyagi and saw that he had seen through his intentions, with a little surprise on his face. But you want to stop him like this? It's a bit unrealistic. At the same time, his peripheral vision was always paying attention to Shin Izumi. It happened in a flash. Fujima's shooting action turned into a pass, and a ground pass was made, and the basketball was reflected from Miyagi's feet. At the end of Fujima's passing route, Hanagata had already gotten rid of Akagi's defense. As long as he received the ball, he would shoot from mid-range. Miyagi was shocked. He had never expected that Fujima would not shoot, but pass the ball. This tricky angle made him sigh that Fujima's ball control level was indeed very strong. But the next second, Fujima, who was originally confident, saw an arm stretched out on the passing route, as if dipping the net. Snap! The ball that was originally passed to Hanagata was diverted away. How is it possible? Fujima saw the figure, and the number on the jersey was printed with a big number 11. It was Shin Izumi again. He had started to calculate in his mind when he launched the attack. Even if Takano and the other two's blocking would free up a very limited time, Miyagi, who was defending, would definitely become more cautious and would most likely adopt a tight defense. And with Shin Izumi's speed and burst far beyond the ordinary, Hasegawa and the other two's double teaming would fail, and he would come to defend his shot. That's right. In the first half, everything went as he thought. But when he shot, he didn't pass the ball because of Miyagi's defense. Instead, he saw Shin Izumi rushing towards him at lightning speed, and he guessed that Shin Izumi's speed would probably reach him the moment he threw the basketball. It's not guaranteed to be blocked, but it will be disturbed to a great extent. And Hanagata under the basket has a tacit understanding with him and instantly gets rid of Akagi's defense. It's a good offensive opportunity. After a quick mental assessment, the probability of Hanagata scoring this goal is much higher. Decisively choose a tricky angle to pass. But all his pushes were completely shattered the moment the basketball was intercepted. Attack and defense immediately switched. Quick! Stop him! Fujima was obviously anxious, and he shouted to Hasegawa who was closest to Shin Izumi. As a defensive stalwart of Shooyo, Hasegawa had good awareness and reaction. But facing Shin Izumi, even if he quickly stretched out his arms to block. After Shin Izumi stole the ball, he did not start a fast break immediately, but passed the ball between his legs very similar to Fujima, and threw the ball heavily through the gap between Hasegawa's legs. The huge force made the basketball fly to the center line at a very fast speed. Nani! Hasegawa had no idea that the opponent did not pass the ball by normal means at all. At this time, Fujima was the closest to the basketball. But before he took a step, he felt a gust of wind blowing past him. It was Shin Izumi. He bent down and stretched out his hand to rub the basketball, and the basketball returned to his hand again, rushing to Shoyo's basket at lightning speed. At this time, Fujima's head was a little hot. In 2 simple rounds, he was just like a puppet, being played and manipulated by the opponent. No! He can't be so fast. Fujima felt that the blood in his body was boiling like boiling water, and a ball of fire in the depths of his eyes was like a fire snake spurting out of his eye sockets. The adrenaline in his body began to rise, and the muscles of his whole body felt trembling uncontrollably. He was angry. Stop him! No matter what, he must stop him. He chased Shin Izumi frantically, and his speed was obviously much faster than before. But he found a very serious problem, that is, the opponent's figure. It was getting farther and farther. Then, when he just crossed the center line, he saw the opponent had already stepped over the free throw line and then jumped high with a turn. Boom! The basketball was like a destructive meteorite falling from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the basket. The elegant and explosive 360-degree aerial turn and double-handed dunk. The huge force was quickly transmitted from the basket, making the entire basketball stand buzzing. Instantly, the whole audience was boiling. Whoosh! Hiss! 360-degree aerial turn and double-handed dunk. I can actually see such an explosive dunk on the spot. So cool! What a strong body coordination and ductility, just like an aerial dancer. In contrast to the excited noise of the audience, the major teams that came to the game. Everyone looked at each other. This dunk is much stronger than the ordinary dunk. Not only does it have a high difficulty in the air, but it also has higher requirements for oneself. Not only does it require a perfect body proportion, but also the control of one's own body is so good that it makes them feel outrageous. He can drive and shoot, and has many ways to score. He is simply a natural scoring machine. Kaede opened his mouth with a complicated expression. This dunk? Can a high school student do it? Although he can also fold back dunk in the air, the distance and stretch are completely not at the same level as Shin Izumi. Senior Maki. Why do I have a strong premonition that Shooyo is a bit in trouble in this game? Although he has always been arrogant, he was shocked by Shin Izumi's super dunk again at this time. Shinichi Maki did not respond, but stared at Shin Izumi who fell from the basket. Even Fujima couldn't get any advantage against him. Although Fujima was at a disadvantage, this was something Shinichi Maki had prepared for a long time. But judging from the short 2 rounds of confrontation, was Fujima at a disadvantage? This was completely a one-sided joke. Both sides were completely not players of the same level. This is what Shinichi Maki is thinking now. If we only talk about physical strength, I am afraid that even I cannot compare with him. This number 11 of Shohoku is like a monster. Riki Takato's face flashed with surprise. This year Shohoku has indeed risen. Not to mention much, just because of Shin Izumi, the strength of the team has risen rapidly like a rocket. In his mind, he couldn't help but compare the strength shown by Izumi Kong now with that talented player and Sawakita Eiji who is ranked 10th in the country. Sawakita Eiji has super one-on-one offensive ability, and even has terrifying instantaneous explosive power, amazing speed that no one can match, the ability to stay in the air as if he is free from the constraints of gravity, and top physical fitness. Even the offensive ability alone is enough to be a 1-on-5 existence throughout the court. On the defensive end, he has an extraordinary basketball IQ, a broad vision, and an extremely excellent sense of assisting and supplementing defense. It can be regarded as the first in the country in the true sense. Even Shinichi Maki can only look up to him. It can be said that compared with ordinary high schools, compared to the freshmen, he is a leapfrog. And now, he felt from every defense and every attack on this freshman. This freshman was not inferior to Sawakita Eiji at all. In fact, he was a little stronger. Shooyo has little hope of winning against Shohoku. Riki Takato let out a breath, his expression a little complicated. He didn't feel sorry for Shooyo's loss. In sports competition, it is normal to have both wins and losses. What really regretted him was that he didn't see the real strength of Shohoku, the newcomer, through Shooyo. Ryonan sighed. Aida Hikoichi was very excited. It's unbelievable, it's a 360-degree aerial slam dunk. Shin Izumi is so strong. His unconcealable excitement made Ryonan and the others on the side feel a little blocked. Koshino couldn't help but scold. Hikoichi, what on earth are you talking about? Are you happy that Shohoku is strong? Even though the others didn't say anything, they all agreed with Koshino's statement. The strength shown by Shohoku is much stronger than in the training match, and so far, it seems that Shin Izumi is the only one who has pushed the entire Shooyo team into a desperate situation. The stronger the opponent, the more uneasy they are. Tien Moiki smiled and said, the overall situation has been decided, the winner has been decided, Yang has no chance to play this game. Yuzumi and others looked at Moiki in surprise. In their impression, Tien Moiki is a very rigorous coach, and he usually does not draw conclusions easily. But it has only been a few minutes, and he has come to such a conclusion? It seems that he knows the doubts in everyone's hearts. Moiki showed a complicated look on his face and analyzed it. First, Shooyo has no real coach. Although Fujima is a coach, he is not good at responding to situations on the spot. After all, he is just a high school student in his teens. Second, Shin Izumi's personal strength is too strong. Shooyo can't check and balance, can't attack, can't defend, and can only watch the score get bigger and bigger. Third, the morale of the team. Shohoku's morale is high as Shin Izumi's crazy output, and Shooyo? Even after Fujima came on the court, he was suppressed by the newcomer in just 2 rounds. This is for Shooyo can be regarded as the most fatal problem. The morale declines, and the desire to survive in the team will be annihilated little by little. Fighting. The ending is surprising that Fujima is suppressed by the newcomers of Shohoku. After their layer of defense, the body almost lost the layup. The bottom line of Hanagata was served. He felt that the atmosphere in the audience was very wrong. This kind of wrong was from the cheers of the audience on the stands. Shin Izumi's back was back, and he didn't even think about receiving the ball to organize the attack. Hasegawa, Takano, and Nagano were also sweating and breathing heavily. Although Shin Izumi's attack was fierce, it took less than 10 minutes to return. With Shooyo's physical training, he would not look so tired even after playing most of the game. This is not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. Chapter 63. As the game continued. At the end of the first half, the score between the two sides reached an astonishing 68-18. Shin Izumi scored 60 points alone, and Shooyo also relied on bypassing Shin Izumi to get a little bit of points with difficulty. This shocked the audience. In just the first half, leading Shooyo by 50 points, Shin Izumi scored 60 points alone, which refreshed their cognition again. This is not Miyagi, Kaede, and the like, but Shooyo, the second seed team in Kanagawa, a national-level strong team. Even Fujima, after contributing a three-pointer in the first game, did not score a single point in the remaining time. The mentality of being crushed collapsed. However, after the short halftime break, Shin Izumi did not choose to play. Shooyo had been beaten and there was no fun at all. The follow-up work of cleaning up the battlefield? Let others do it. In this way, Sakuragi Hanamichi got the opportunity to play. It is worth mentioning that after Shin Izumi left the court, Shooyo seemed to gradually regain confidence in the second half, and finally had a little bit of the level of a national strong team. Relying on the height advantage to fight positional battles, the score was gradually narrowed. But Sakuragi Hanamichi actually broke out in this game. He did not make trouble as usual. Instead, he relied on his own rebounding ability to do all the work of Akagi. He enjoyed the cheers of many spectators. Seeing that he was recognized and encouraged by people because of his outstanding performance. At this moment, he seemed to have found the real fun of playing basketball. Although Shooyo still fought hard, under the successive outbreaks of Kaede Rukawa and Hisashi Mitsui. In the end, he lost the game with a huge difference of 42 points. Shooyo's defeat was something that Shooyo's loyal fans could not accept. In the first half, Shooyo's performance was simply a mess, and even Fujima was overwhelmed. This gave them an illusion that this year's Naang Minran lineup was not as strong as last year's small bombardment lineup. However, at the beginning of the second half, after Shohoku's number 11 left the court, Shooyo played their true strength. This also made these fans sigh. It turned out that Shooyo was not weak, but Shohoku's number 11 was too strong. On the court, Fujima ignored the sweat on his face and stared at the scoreboard with rapid breathing. The time of the game had run out, but the two teams had a score difference of several tens of points. In this confrontation with Shohoku, Shooyo completely lost. In his mind, it was not the brilliant performance of Kaede Rukawa and others in the second half, but Shin Izumi's calm face. Can't beat. Used all his strength, but still can't beat. He moved his eyes away from the scoreboard and looked at Kanan's position. Staring directly at Shinichi Maki in the stands. Inexplicably, he felt a little gloating. "Amu, it seems that your dominance this year will most likely give way to a newcomer." Hagata beside him was not as open-minded as him. He couldn't calm down for a long time, and a tear couldn't help but fall from the corner of his eye. He still didn't want to believe it and asked Fujima. "Is it really over?" "Yes. Even though I don't want to believe it, Shohoku is indeed terrifyingly strong." "Hey! Wipe your tears and line up to put a perfect end to our last summer." Fujima gently patted Hanagata's shoulder. "We'll start over again in the winter season." "Yet." Shohoku rest area. Kuwata and other freshmen were so excited that they celebrated the victory of the game crazily. They had made it to the semi-finals in their first year at Shohoku. Although the seniors were also very excited, they were in tears and had endless emotions in their hearts. Thinking of the past, the year before last and last year, Shohoku was eliminated in the first round and became the object of ridicule by other teams or the audience. This year, the situation has changed. Shohoku has completely risen. Just like Daxia in the old days, it was bullied by other countries, but in the 21st century, it has become stronger and is no longer the object of ridicule by others, but the object of envy and pursuit by others. At this moment, Everyone couldn't help but look at Shin Izumi, who was sitting on the chair with ease. This super ace that made Shohoku truly rise. Let's go, it's time for us to line up. Akagi let out a heavy breath, not the breath, but the humiliation of so many years. In the stands, where Sani Nakagawa was, she felt that even though the game was over, even though Shin Izumi didn't play in the second half, the audience around her still talked about it tirelessly, and the object of the most discussion was Shin Izumi. She smiled, maybe it won't be long before his reputation will be heard throughout the country. When she played against Tsukubyu before, she firmly believed that this young man would definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. After today's game, she became more determined. At the same time, in another area, a woman who was also wearing a professional suit, had a neat short hair, bright red lipstick, and 2 large hoop earrings hanging on her ears. She was the reporter of Basketball Weekly Youth Sports, Yayoi Yuta. At this time, she listened to the audience around her talking about Shin Izumi, frowned, and her expression was a little complicated. She was a reporter, yes, but she was also a die-hard fan of Sendo. During the training match between Shohoku and Ryonan, she was on a business trip and did not witness it with her own eyes. After she came back, she heard her younger brother constantly talking about how great Shohoku was, how great the number 11 rookie Shin Izumi was, and how he crushed Sendo. With Ryanan's strength this year, it is definitely expected that there will be a national champion. With Sendo's strength, he will definitely shine on the stage of the national competition. This year, he actually lost to Shohoku, a weak team? Lost to an unknown rookie? This made her feel a little awkward. But today, I came to the scene to watch the match between Shohoku and Shooyo. Shohoku's current strength is definitely the first dominant team in Kanagawa's history. The game that should have been tense was turned into a personal exhibition match by Shohoku, the 11th rookie. This made her think that Ryanan's future would not be optimistic. Takamoiki looked at the 2 teams in the queue, and he was the first to stand up from his seat. They, Ryonan, were scheduled to play in the second game. After standing up, he looked at Shin Izumi with a heavy face, and then retracted his gaze to Sendo and others. It's our turn to play. After all, the semi-finals will be in a month. There is still time to think about Shohoku's problem. The most important thing now is to get the ticket to the semi-finals first. Go! Ryonan and the others put away the complicated feelings they had just watched the game, and shouted passionately. Indica led by Moiki, Ryonan walked through the aisle and headed towards the player tunnel. On the way, Ryonan passed right in front of Kanan, and Sendo deliberately slowed down his pace, looking at the Kanan people who were in a somewhat dull atmosphere. Sendo walked to the fence in front of Shinichi Maki and put his hands on it. Hi! How do you feel? He smiled and greeted Shinichi Maki. Shinichi Maki raised his head and asked Sendo, who was smiling, puzzled. What do you mean? Shohoku's game, don't you want to play against Shohoku's No 11? They beat Shooyo, and their strength is indeed very strong. What about that newcomer? Haha, our King Kanan is not afraid of anyone's challenge, including you Ryonan. Ha ha ha, then goodbye. Sendo frowned, waved his hand and laughed, and didn't take it too seriously. He just looked at the silent Shinichi Maki and couldn't help but come to watch the fun. In fact, in his heart, he had already made a judgment on the 2 players. Shohoku locker room. Ryonan and his team will play next. Should we stay and watch the game? Kagure asked Akagi. Stay and watch. I think Coach Anzai thinks so too. Akagi frowned. He was so happy after defeating Shooyo that he didn't think about these things at all. But Kagure's words woke him up. Although Shohoku is not weak now, Shin Izumi's personal strength is even more invincible. Ryonan has played in training games before and knows a little bit. But Kanan? He had never had the opportunity to get close to a team of this level before. Shohoku was eliminated in the first round every year, so he never came to watch Kanan's game. At best, he just read the newspaper. But can what you read in the newspaper be the same as what you see with your own eyes? Coach Anze naturally agreed to Akagi's request. But Shin Izumi yawned. What's the matter with the game? Is it more important than sleeping? After getting the permission of Coach Anze, he left the basketball hall under the admiring and respectful eyes of everyone. Then, both Ryonan and Kanan won their respective games with overwhelming victories. I don't know if Sendo was influenced by Shin Izumi, but he turned into a scoring maniac in this game, scoring 80 points in the whole game, which caused constant cheers from the audience and indirectly compared with Shin Izumi. In contrast, in the match between Kanan and Takenoko, even though none of the main players played, they still won the game with a net score of more than 60 points. The Shohoku people sat on the chairs, and the exaggerated performances of the two teams made them feel nervous, and they couldn't help but talk about it. Sure enough, staying to watch the game was the right choice. Sendo's strength is so strong. Much stronger than in the training game. Kanan didn't even play Shinichi Maki and Soichiro Jin, but they won Takenoko by 62 points. Wow, they are worthy of being the king of Kanagawa. It is worth mentioning. Although Takenoko's performance was not as exaggerated as that of Ryonan and Kanan, it still won the game with a lead of more than 20 points. It can be said that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the strong senior players of Buri last year graduated, the strength of this year's players is not bad. The next day, all newspapers in Kanagawa, big or small, compiled today's battle report into newspapers and distributed them to various locations in Kanagawa at the fastest speed. Among them, 70% of the reports were about Shohoku's victory over Shooyo. Shohoku crushed Shooyo with absolute advantage, leading by 52 points at halftime. Shohoku number 11 tore through Shooyo's defense. Fujima Kenji's real post-match Q&A. Fujima Kenji missed the semi-finals, and a new king was born. A new king was born in Kanagawa? Shinichi Maki's throne is in danger? A 360-degree aerial turn and double-handed dunk in actual combat. Seeing the newspapers of the quarter-finals, many people were shocked. Shooyo? Lost to Shohoku by more than 40 points? Shohoku's number 11 rookie tore through Shooyo's defense? This is Shooyo, the second-seeded team in Kanagawa Prefecture, and a national-level powerhouse. This year's semifinals will not be so peaceful. A few days later, Kanan University-affiliated high school, basketball department office. These newspapers are stacked messily on the table. Whether it is Ryonan or Buri, there are only one or two simple newspapers, but Shohoku alone has more than a dozen. The most of them are newspapers about Shin Izumi. Crack! Riki Taketo pushed the door open and threw a bunch of information on the table. There were information about Sendo, Akagi, Uazumi, Kaede Rukawa, Mitsui, and other players, a lot of information about playing basketball, even Kagure had several pages. Only Shin Izumi, apart from some basic personal information, did not have much information about basketball. Haha, what's wrong? Everyone is frowning. Chien Deseo, Riki Taketo sat down in his seat, glanced at the Kanan people sitting in the office, and joked. The Kanan people forced a smile. Then they began to look through the information Riki Taketo threw out. Coach, is there only a little information about this guy? Kaede was a little more active than the others. He used his hands to pick Shin Izumi's personal information. Name, Shin Izumi, gender, male, age, 16 years old. Is he an orphan? He grew up in Yang Orphanage. According to the director, he started playing basketball at the age of 14 and moved out of the orphanage at the age of 15. Before joining the basketball team of Shohoku High School, he had no record of participating in any competitions. There were only a few photos of him appearing alone on the basketball court. Only 3 years of basketball experience. Less than 3 years to be exact. Soichiro-jin also held Shin Izumi's information in his hand, and he was a little unbelievable. He couldn't guarantee that every player present had been exposed to basketball since childhood, but no matter which famous player, it was almost certain that he had been learning basketball since childhood. If this information is true, at most he had only been exposed to it for 3 years. This. Recalling Shin Izumi's exaggerated performance on the court, Soichiro-jin found it hard to accept. At first, other people hadn't discovered this problem. But when the Shinkai department raised it, they realized it lived in Bungbu. So, from the information collected, it is not difficult to see that Izumi-ching is a basketball genius who taught himself on the basketball court. Riki Takato also said with some emotion. For a moment, his words echoed in everyone's ears. A self-taught basketball genius. This made the already dull office like an ice cellar. Ice cold. Chapter 64. Kanan Basketball Hall, Coach's Office. After a short silence, everyone let out a loud surprise. Nani? The atmosphere in the entire office was instantly ignited. They had never thought that Riki Takato was still there, and they were a little out of control. They didn't quite believe the information in front of them. You know, it takes a long time to start from the basic training. What's more, the strength shown by Shin Izumi. His dribbling is not fast, and it is very visually impactful, and his own speed, skills, awareness, and defensive ability are enough to be considered a perfect player. After practicing for 2.5 years, it is 3 years in total to have such strength? This? They said they couldn't accept it at all. They even suspected that Riki Takato just found some information to fool them. After all, if these materials are true, Riki Takato should be more or less moved. But now? There is no feeling of tension or shock at all. Riki Takato looked at the surprised people, he shook his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. What you see is the truth. I asked some good friends to find this information with great difficulty. At first, when Shin Izumi's information just came to him, he noticed this immediately. As a coach, he naturally saw more than everyone else present. At that time, his expression was even more difficult to keep calm than the players present. In just 2 or 3 years, he has such strength, and his physical fitness is surprisingly good, with a good arm span, terrible bounce, and a one-man ball control plus a cheetah-like speed. He is simply more abnormal than any player he has ever seen. Even Shinichi Maki, who is considered a very good player in his heart, is far from having such abnormal talent. But this is the fact. It took a long time. Everyone calmed down their restless mood. Riki Takato continued, he is indeed very strong. Before he finished speaking, Kaede couldn't wait to blurt out. Then coach, what is our tactics? You should have thought of a countermeasure, right? Kaede. Don't interrupt the coach when he's talking. It's very rude. Shinichi Maki shook his head helplessly and reminded him. Kaede covered his mouth with his hand in time and gave Riki Takato an apologetic smile. Although the others were not as rude as Kaede, they all looked at Riki Takato 107. They were also a little impatient. After all, as Kanan's wise general, Riki Takato led Kanan to complete the feat of dominating Kanagawa for 16 consecutive years during his coaching career. What difficulties have he not encountered? Even though Shohoku is showing strong strength now, they believe that their super coach has a coping strategy. After all, in their opinion, no matter how strong Shohoku is, can he be as strong as Suna? Riki Takato looked around and saw everyone's anxious expressions. He smiled and said, let's talk about it after the draw results of the competition are announced. Although the list of the top 4 teams in this year's county trials has been announced, the specific opponents still have to be decided by drawing lots. This also made Riki Takato a little unsure, and the only uncertainty was Shohoku. The Kanan people were a little embarrassed. But Riki Takato had already spoken, and they didn't dare to ask. Ha ha ha, Okay, let's go to training. Riki Takato looked at the expressions of everyone who seemed to eat shit, and he laughed again. Yes. At the same time. Shohoku High School. At this time, Shohoku High School. Because Shohoku's excellent performance in the trials has been reported in the newspapers. It has become the most watched club in the school. You know, in the past, the basketball club was a nobody, and it was almost disbanded because of poor performance. This year seems to have ushered in a reversal. As long as it's time to get out of school, the basketball hall will be crowded with people, and many students go to watch the excitement. Besides, now Shohoku basketball team is not only famous in the school, but also in the society of Kanagawa. Unfortunately, Shin Izumi, the most popular player, never showed up at the gym. This made many female students who were full of love return empty-handed, but despite this, they still went to the basketball gym every day after school, just to see if Shin Izumi was there. Finally, Akagi couldn't stand it anymore. It was impossible to train like this, so he asked Coach Anze what to do. Coach Anze smiled and gave a reply of closed gym training, and at the same time, he successfully applied for it from the school. Finally, the basketball gym was quiet. One day, Shin Izumi, who was originally sleeping on the desk, was called to the basketball gym. It was said that there was an important announcement. Ufty, Shin Izumi didn't say much, which was relatively rare. He guessed that maybe the opponent of the game had come out. According to his understanding of the original work, Shohoku's first round match was on June 20th, Sunday, the second round match was on the 26th, Saturday, and the third round back-to-back match was on the 27th. And the team's first game was against Kanan, the second game was against Buri, and the third game was against Ryonan. I just don't know if it's still the same as before. As soon as I entered the basketball hall, I saw the basketball team standing in line. Coach Anze was speaking. Shin Izumi greeted Coach Anze leisurely and chose to sit on a chair beside him with a yawn. No one had any objection to his behavior, even Coach Anze seemed to acquiesce. From Coach Anze, Shin Izumi also learned about this year's match situation. There was a small change from the original. The first game was against Ryonan, the second game was against Kanan, and the third game was against Buri. After Coach Anze arranged the training tasks, he called Sakuragi Hanamichi out alone. I don't know what the arrangements were. Shin Izumi sat on the chair and looked at the people who were talking. This year's luck is really good. Yeah, I think so too. Fortunately, it's not the first game against Buri, otherwise we would have to play against Ryonan and Kanan back-to-back in the second and third rounds. That would be very stressful. Shin Izumi didn't have any psychological changes in his eyes. It's all the same, just the difference between dying early and dying late. Ryonan High School, projection room. The whole Ryonan team is huddled together. A medium-sized video recorder is projecting images onto a white screen in front. The video is not an 18+ animation, but a bang bang bang, a chirp, a picture of players playing. Looking closely, it is the game that day when North played. The film seems to have been cut, with occasional screen cuts and jumps, but from beginning to end, only one person can be seen. That is Shohoku's number 11, Shin Izumi. The smooth, ultra-high-speed dribbling, irregular shooting, and swift footsteps are played over and over again. Alas! His skills are too perfect, so perfect that I can't find any flaws at all. Ikegami, Ryonan's defensive expert, supported his chin with both hands, and his eyes were full of red bloodshot. It seems that he has been watching for a long time. Not only him, but the other people in Ryonan were also greasy and looked a little dull. Takemoiki pressed the pause button on the video recorder and turned on the incandescent light. The originally dim projection room suddenly lit up. Ah! My eyes! Aida Yan screamed and quickly covered his eyes with his hands. Coach, what are you doing? Ouch! Tell me before turning on the light. Koshino also couldn't stop complaining. Takemoiki scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and laughed. Ha ha ha, that's right. The overall atmosphere in Ryonan is still quite good. At certain times, Daka can even play with the players. After a while, everyone looked at Takemoiki and their expressions became serious. Because they also knew their first round opponent. That was Shohoku. This was not what they were happy to see. Now it depends on what tactical arrangements Takemoiki makes. Takemoiki sat on the small bench in the front and laughed. Ha ha ha, how should I put it? Actually, we were lucky in the draw this time. Except for Sendo, the others were a little confused. How can we say that we were lucky when we drew Shohoku, a tough guy, first? Sendo didn't say anything, but smiled at the coach. Takamao raised his eyebrows and asked Sendo with a smile. Sendo, what do you think? Sendo yawned, drank a sip of water slowly, and his eyes became wise and shrewd, and he spoke slowly. Although we picked Shohoku in the first game, there is one thing, that is, we don't have to play back-to-back. On the contrary, Kanan's luck is not so good. Even if they won Buri without any effort in the first game, they will have to rest for a week. First, they will play Shohoku, and then they will play us. With Shohoku in front, I am afraid that even Kanan's iron-like stamina will not be able to withstand it, while we can easily beat Buri without much stamina consumption, and finally compete with Kanan. Yes, it is very similar to my idea. Takemoiki cast an admiring look. Sendo is one of his most proud players over the years. He not only has strong personal abilities, but also has a high basketball IQ. Unfortunately, his desire to win is not strong enough. This is also a headache for him. If his desire to win was higher, he could have competed with Mew for the title of Ugly last year. So in that case, we can win or lose the first game against Shohoku, but we're betting on the last 2 rounds. Izumi seemed to have a sudden realization, and he said in a deep voice. Not entirely, but it's an insurance policy, even if we lose the first game, it won't be a big deal. Takemoiki looked at Izumi with interest, then his eyes became a little serious and continued, of course, there will be a week of rest and conditioning after the first round, even if we face Shohoku, we can let go and give it a try. His words made everyone excited. Yes. On the other side. Kanan University affiliated high school, basketball hall. After the draw results came out, everyone came to the office. This result can be said to be very bad, because they also know that in the second and third rounds, they will play Shohoku first and then Ryonan. It's very stressful. Riki Takato looked at everyone sweating profusely, obviously they had just finished training, but now they couldn't wait to come over, and they knew at a glance that they were asking about tactics. He pondered for a moment, looked up at everyone and smiled, saying, give up the game with Shohoku. The moment the words give up the game came out of Riki Takato's mouth, except for Shinichi Maki who frowned slightly in silence, everyone else immediately lost their composure. Give up the game? Hey! Give up the game directly? Did I hear it wrong? Kaede couldn't help but turn his fingers in his ears and looked at Riki Takato in disbelief. You heard it right, the best way is to give up the battle with Shohoku. Riki Takato looked at Kaede's incredulous expression, and he raised his voice. Hey? We are Kanan. How can we give up so easily? Kaede was completely upset now, and his pupils were wide open. Whether it was Takasago Kazuma, Soichiro Jin, or other senior players, they all looked at Riki Takato in disbelief. It was hard to believe that these words came out of Riki Takato's mouth. Shinichi Maki didn't say anything, but he was obviously moved. He just looked at Riki Takato quietly. Riki Takato exhaled heavily, his smile disappeared, and he became very serious. It can be said that God didn't choose to stand on our side this time. The result of this draw was not satisfactory. No one else spoke, and the whole office fell silent. I think you also know our opponents in the 3 rounds. In the first round, we will play against Buri. There is no need to think too much. We will definitely win, and we don't even need to consume too much energy. But, we will play Shohoku in the second round and Ryonan in the third round. The 2 games are only 1 day apart, which will cause great damage to our physical strength. Everyone knows Ryonan's strength, and after a year of running in, the overall strength will definitely be stronger. I received some internal information before. Shohoku and Ryonan had a training match before. Do you know the result? Riki Taketo continued to speak without waiting for everyone to speak. The result was that Ryonan lost miserably. And at that time, Shohoku's Miyagi and Mitsui had not even returned. The tense and puzzled expressions of the crowd eased a little. If we fight Shohoku in the second round, even if we win the game with difficulty, we will face Ryonan, who is fully rested and almost in full state, in the third round. You should know that giving up the game is also a helpless move. What we should do most now is to find a way to get a place in the national competition first. The number 11 of Shohoku. Riki Taketo took a sip of tea from the teacup in front of him and continued. I watched the replay of the game between Shohoku and Shooyo over and over again. Frankly speaking, I can't think of a way to balance him. His level is not something that high school students can compete with. Moreover, I found a problem that you find hard to accept, that is, he finished the first half of the game against Shooyo, and maybe he didn't consume much physical energy himself. Chapter 65. After Riki Taketo's words, Soichiro Jin, Takasago Kazuma and other main players were silent. They couldn't imagine what they heard. A freshman who was only in his first year was said to be unrestricted by their super coach. However, judging from Riki Taketo's attitude, there was no room for negotiation on this matter. Besides, they were just players and had no right to negotiate. He couldn't help but glance at Shinichi Maki. The meaning was obvious, that is, to let the leader negotiate. But Shinichi Maki just sat there quietly, neither saying yes nor no. Kaede had a bad temper. He looked at his silent teammates and glanced at Gaotiou Yuli, who looked serious. Kanan surrendered without a fight? This was not what he wanted to see. He withstood the pressure and spoke. Shut up! Riki Taketo interrupted Kaede, then stood up and slapped the table in front of him. I have made up my mind. If anyone doesn't listen to the arrangement, I will press him down on the chair. Compared with the first place in the county, getting the ticket to the national Tang dynasty is the most important issue we should consider now. Kanan has stepped into the national competition stage for 16 consecutive years, and this year is no exception. You should know the pros and cons without me telling you. Riki Taketo, as Kanan's coach, usually looks more amiable, but only the people in Kanan's basketball team know that his words are the truth and cannot be questioned at all. Once he gets serious, no one dares to disobey his arrangement. Perhaps, only Shinichi Maki can argue with him. Kaede subconsciously looked at Shinichi Maki with a look of help, but found that the shepherd chose to remain silent without changing his expression, and others dared not say anything. The huge office suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and you could vaguely hear the thumping heartbeat. Riki Taketo then sat down slowly, and said sternly with a straight face, "Continue training." The players looked at each other and walked out of the office. Shinichi Maki walked at the end. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. He followed the team to continue training. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was June 20th, the time for the semi-finals round-robin match. Yokohama Arena. There were huge crowds and noise. The first game was a match between Group A and Group C, Kanan vs Buri. The match between Group B's Shohoku and Group D's Ryonan was scheduled for the second game. Although Kanan and Buri were both semi-finalists last year and both advanced to the semi-finals this year, it should have been a fierce game, but the situation suddenly changed as soon as they entered the court. The situation was one-sided. At the end of the first half, Kanan crushed Buri with a 68-point advantage. In the second half, Riki Takato directly replaced the ace Maki Shin and the three-point shooter Soichiro Jin, but even so, Buri still had no power to resist and finally lost with a score of 112-60. Kanan won the first victory smoothly. I didn't expect that we were both semi-finalists, but Kanan was able to win the game with a crushing momentum. Buri is much weaker this year. Ayako looked at the huge score difference and sighed. Collecting team information is part of her job. She knows that last year, Buri and Kanan were not much different, but this year? They were beaten up. All this is because Buri graduated from the third year of high school. She couldn't help but look at Shohoku. The main players in the third year of high school are Akagi and Mitsui. These two will graduate next year. Will Shohoku become like Buri now? Thinking of this, she looked at Shin Izumi who was drowsy in the chair, the cold Kaede Rukawa, Sakuragi Hanamichi who was looking around, and Ryota Kanjo who was staring at her with a red face. Ahem. It seems that the problem of Buri will not appear on Shohoku. Let's go, let's get ready. Coach Anzai stood up from his chair first, and led Shohoku to the locker room with a smile. On the other side, Dakamoiki of Ryonan led Ryonan to the locker room with a smile and without much pressure. On the court, the staff were cleaning the court for the second game. Some of the audience in the stands were talking about Kanan's outstanding performance, and more of the audience couldn't wait for the match between Shohoku and Ryonan. Because Ryonan has Sendo, the first rookie last year, and the first person in the media who is expected to shake Shinichi Maki's throne before Shin Izumi appeared. In terms of popularity and loyal fans, Sendo can be said to be ranked in the first echelon in Kanagawa, on par with Fujima. But before that, Fujima's Shooyo was defeated by Shohoku. This makes Shin Izumi have a tendency to suppress Sendo in popularity. This also makes many people interested. What kind of sparks will Sendo, the number one rookie last year, produce when facing this year's number one rookie? Shohoku locker room. Coach Anzai still didn't give too much explanation, but simply boosted morale, because Shohoku had played against Ryonan in the training match. He also had a certain understanding of Ryonan. In the eyes of the players, although Sendo is strong, he is definitely not Shin Izumi's opponent. Because the two had already played against each other in the training match. As long as Shin Izumi is on the court, it is a symbol of invincibility. This is like an NBA team, the opposing team only has an ordinary all-star player, while their own team has the basketball god Yangdan. Coach Anzai is a former national player and a steady person. Shohoku's current state can be said to be a little conceited, but he didn't say anything. Because in his heart, Shin Izumi has long surpassed the scope of high school students, and some tactics may not pose much threat at all. Such a passionate atmosphere may be more suitable for the game. As the appearance time is over, Shohoku and Ryonan came out of the player tunnel at the same time. The two teams had just come out and the whole stadium was boiling. Akagi and Uajumi, the captains, looked at each other from a distance, with some fire in their eyes from time to time. Sendo walked onto the court with a lazy look and began to do pre-match warm-up exercises. The same was true for Shohoku. Although Shin Izumi and Sendo's warm-up exercises were ordinary, they attracted most of the attention at the scene. Looking at Shin Izumi's expression, he didn't seem to take the match with Ryonan too seriously. No, he warmed up like this in every game, and only started his performance after he officially went on the court. Isn't it the same for Sendo? This is just a pre-match warm-up. Listening to the voices talking about Shin Izumi and Sendo. At the Ryonan half, a guy wearing a number 13 jersey frowned with a look of displeasure on his face. Whisper, whine, 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 it's so annoying. He was just dribbling to warm up, but suddenly he threw the basketball in his hand heavily towards his own backboard. The relatively dull dribbling sound suddenly became a loud sound of the basketball hitting the backboard. At the same time, number 13 rushed to his own basket at a very fast speed. It attracted the attention of many spectators. Hey? What happened? What is number 13 going to do? Shohoku, Akagi and others were also attracted by this sudden sound. I saw. Number 13 ran to the basket and jumped up suddenly. The super strong burst and the terrible bounce made his head almost flush with the bottom edge of the backboard. The super long arm span grabbed the rebounding basketball. Bang! With a powerful two-handed dunk, the basketball was slammed into the basket by him. In an instant, the original chattering noise disappeared, and the whole stadium was silent. The next second, the whole stadium was in an uproar. Oh my god, who is that number 13 player? What a terrifying bounce and burst, what a slam dunk! Is he a new player in Ryonan? I have never seen him before. Is this Ryonan's secret weapon? He didn't show up until the semi-finals. It seems he came for Shohoku. This game is going to be interesting. The dunk by number 13 just now instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Akagi frowned, he looked at number 13 who landed in the air, and had no impression at all. Miyagi and others were also confused. Sakuragi Hanamichi listened to the audience talking about number 13, and he gritted his teeth. Another arrogant guy is here, who is the guy with the sausage mouth? Shin Izumi also took a look, this iconic afro? Sausage mouth? He remembered it immediately. This guy is Fukuda Kichu, like Sakuragi Hanamichi, he has a weird brain circuit. 0, please give me flowers. The offensive ability is very strong, but the defensive ability is hard to describe. Akagi even came to Shin Izumi and murmured, the physical fitness of number 13 looks very good, and the ball sense is very good. Is it that Coach Tien asked him to deal with you? Shin Izumi couldn't help but smile, it's indeed an interesting guy, but it's the same to me. His words made Akagi a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything and turned around to continue his warm-up. After a period of time, he found that Shin Izumi was a tough guy who didn't talk much. No matter who he was, he always looked down on him. But he had long been accustomed to it. Who of these great gods doesn't have some personality? With a beep, the loudspeaker on the scene sounded. The game started soon. In the stands, fans of both sides began to shout. Shohoku! Shohoku! Come on! Ryonan! Must win! Ryonan! Must win! Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! Sendo! Sendo! Amid the cheers, both sides returned to the rest area and began to arrange the starting lineup for this game. Shohoku's starting lineup, number 7, Miyagi Ryota, number 14, Hisashi Mitsui, number 12, Kaede Rukawa, number 11, Shin Izumi, number 4, Akagi Takenori. The strongest offensive lineup was selected at the beginning. Ryonan's starting lineup, number 7, Akira Sendo, number 6, Koshino Hiroaki, number 13, Fukuda Kichu, number 5, Ikegami Ryoji, number 4, Uajumi. Perhaps because of Fukuda's violent slam dunk, many viewers focused their attention on him. They wanted to see how strong this mysterious player of Ryonan was. You are lucky this year. You actually surpassed Shooyo and came here. I am happy for you, but the winner of this game must be our Ryonan. I will use my actions to tell the world that I, Izumi, am the best center in Kanagawa. Izumi came to the jump ball position and half-crouched, and said coldly to Akagi who was also half-crouching in front of him. Ryonan also advanced, which is indeed a happy thing, but this game will be the same as the previous training game. The process may change, but the ending will not change. You can't beat me. Hanagata has already lost. Now it's your turn. Akagi responded unyieldingly. Didn't you brush your teeth before going out? Your mouth stinks. Same here. The two of them stared at each other like angry King Kong. Shin Izumi put his hands on his knees and heard Ikumi Ryoji's voice ringing in his ears. Even if it's a foul, I won't let you score easily. Shin Izumi couldn't help but glanced, and saw that Ikumi's eyes were flashing with ferocity from time to time. Obviously, this was the task that Dikamoiki had given him, to defend himself by any means. He smiled. Come on. A pre-match show of strength? It wasn't even trash talk, just a pair of eyes that was a bit intimidating. For Neon Country, it was indeed a cruel word, but for himself, as long as he didn't bring his reproductive organs and family members, what kind of trash talk was it? Ikumi gritted his teeth and made a chuckle when he heard Shin Izumi's words. This was the rhythm of not taking himself as a dish at all. SHH. A whistle sounded, and the referee threw the basketball in his hand straight into the sky. The game officially began. Akagi and Izumi reacted quickly, almost jumping at the same time. From the ball fight, Izumi has improved his strength during this period, at least his reaction has become faster. But in terms of jumping ability, Akagi was obviously better. Even though they both jumped at the same time and there was a height difference of several centimeters between them, they both hit the basketball in the air at almost the same time. Roar! Both of them roared like wild beasts, neither of them giving in. But I don't know if it was because Akagi was regarded as his mortal enemy, which made his adrenaline surge and suppressed Akagi in terms of strength. He slapped the basketball to the backcourt. Sendo jumped easily and successfully scored the goal. Ryonan got the ball. Nai. Sendo got the ball and gave Izumi a thumbs up. Sendo didn't rush to attack after getting the ball, but chose to advance slowly with the ball. Everyone, let's score a goal first. Chapter 66. Looking at Sendo advancing with the ball. In the stands. The audience was very surprised. Sendo actually transformed into a point guard? What's going on? Did he deliberately avoid Shin Izumi because he saw what happened to Fujima? As the top scorer in the county last year, Sendo's terrifying offensive ability was deeply imprinted in people's minds, and his playing style was always the third or fourth position, but now he actually played the first position? Now their first impression was that Sendo wanted to deliberately avoid Shin Izumi, which was a bit like admitting defeat. After the first game, Kanan did not choose to leave. Instead, he stayed on the scene to watch the game. In this match between Shohoku and Ryonan, they were very interested and remembered to watch some details of the opponent. Moreover, Riki Taketo wanted to see what tactics Ryonan used against Shohoku. This is not like Sendo's character. Shinichi Maki sat on the chair and frowned. He was somewhat surprised that Sendo had switched to playing point guard. After all, last year, Sendo had left a deep impression on him, as an absolute offensive maniac. And the stronger the opponent, the more excited he should be, and he would never give up so easily. Taking a step back, even if he was not playing against Shin Izumi, Shohoku's number 3 position was Kaede Rukawa, who was equally strong. For a moment, he couldn't see why Sendo switched to playing point guard. Riki Taketo slowly shook the folding fan in his hand and turned to look at the Ryonan rest area. I saw Tiangang Moiki with his hands folded in front of his chest, with a look of excitement and confidence. Tactics. He had fought Tiangang Moiki for decades, and as long as he saw his expression, he knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. Hey! Shinichi Maki was a little puzzled. Riki Taketo smiled lightly and stood up. Ryonan's number 13, from the dunk just before he came on the court, it is not difficult to see that he has good physical fitness and a good sense of the ball. He should be a player known for his offense. Now he has made up for Sendo's previous position and replaced Sendo from the scoring position. This game may allow us to see a different Ryonan. Shinichi Maki did not speak, but stared at Shin Izumi on the court, the player he cares about most now. If it is true as Riki Taketo said, Ryonan may have found a tactic to deal with Shohoku. On the court, Akagi looked at Sendo who had transformed into a point guard. Like Maki, he was a little confused. After all, Sendo was an absolute offensive maniac last year, and even scored a terrifying 80 points in the quarterfinals a month ago. Now he has transformed into a point guard? But even if he plays as a point guard, the threat is still great, he shouted. Miyagi, be careful, that's Sendo. Miyagi nodded to Akagi's reminder. Leave it to me. As he spoke, the other members of Ryonan have already taken their positions, and Sendo is also approaching with the ball. Miyagi stretched out his hands and took a defensive posture. Looking at Sendo who was slowly approaching, he smiled. Hey, are you Sendo? I didn't meet him in the game last year. It's a pity. As for Sendo, he had seen a game once in the last Ryonan quarterfinals, and he had seen more from newspapers. This was his first time playing a game. Very confident. Sendo smiled. His warm smile was like a big brother next door, and he directly charmed a large number of female spectators in the stands. Joking aside, Miyagi was not ambiguous in defense. The skills can be put aside for now. Just from the aura of the opponent, it is clear that he is not an ordinary person. It is the aura of his own strong self-confidence. Moreover, the height of the opponent is almost the same as Shin Izumi, and he is obviously not at the same level as the Shooyo point guard Ito who was facing him before. It must be taken seriously. Subconsciously lowered the center of gravity and moved forward a small step. If Sendo shoots directly with his height, he can't defend. It's better to defend closely. After all, speed is his strong point. Even if the opponent wants to break through, it's not easy. Unless the opponent throws the ball directly over his head, he won't be able to do much. But at the moment when his footsteps just moved, Sendo moved. He quickly lowered his center of gravity, bent down, accelerated, and broke through from Miyagi's left. Breaking through from the left? Miyagi was delighted. It's not a pass, nor a shot, but a breakthrough? This is his strong point. He reacted quickly and moved to the left to block almost at the moment Sendo started. But he just raised his center of gravity to move to the left to defend. The next second, Sendo pulled the ball back and rushed past Miyagi from the other side as quickly as a snake out of a hole. Oops! Miyagi's face changed. As an expert in fake moves and ball control, he was deceived by the opponent's fake moves. Moreover, he found that the opponent's fake moves were not only very realistic, but also very fast, and his ball control was extremely smooth. He felt that the opponent was like a weakened version of Shin Izumi. He was too late to stop him, and he was passed by the opponent. But just as Sendo passed Miyagi, a figure blocked him like a ghost. Instantly, the whole audience was in an uproar. Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! Although Miyagi gradually gained some fame in Kanagawa, compared with Sendo? How can it be compared? From the beginning to the end, they wanted to see only the scene of ace versus ace. Sendo vs Shin Izumi. At the same time, while Shin Izumi's fans were cheering, Sendo's fans were also unwilling to be outdone. Sendo! Sendo! They shouted Sendo's name and cheered for him. As for some neutral spectators, they talked excitedly. It's on, it's on! Sendo vs Shin Izumi, who's better? Shin Izumi has a strong sense of defense, as if he knew that Miyagi would be broken through by Sendo. When Sendo started the breakthrough, he showed signs of defense. The two were only one step away. In a flash, the two looked at each other. However, originally thought it would be a battle between trumps, but Sendo had no intention of this. Before Shin Izumi could defend in place, he threw the basketball in his hand at a very fast speed. The basketball was a parabola, and did not fly towards the basket. But, the edge? What? Sendo threw the ball directly? Did he know he couldn't get past Shin Izumi? He couldn't score this goal, it seems the route was crooked. The audience closest to the stands were surprised and didn't understand Sendo's behavior. Sendo's scoring ability is obviously very strong, why did he throw the ball directly after just facing Shin Izumi? Under the basket. The two big guys didn't give in to each other in the paint area. Akagi directly blocked Izumi behind him, leaving him no room to catch the ball. Damn Akagi! Don't even think about getting there. Although Akagi lost to Izumi in the initial jump ball, Akagi was better than Izumi in terms of footwork and flexibility under the basket. Even if Izumi had a slight advantage in strength, he couldn't get out of position at all. While Akagi was blocking Izumi, he looked at the flight trajectory of the basketball. This ball was likely to hit the board. He began to calculate the landing point of the basketball in his mind, ready to grab the rebound at any time. He didn't expect Sendo to throw the ball blindly without any resistance when facing Shin Izumi. It seems that he has not come out of the shadow of being suppressed by Shin Izumi in the training match. Just when the basketball was about to hit the backboard, Akagi saw a figure leaping into the air from the corner of his eye, and the color of the jersey was blue. X. Akagi reacted instantly, his pupils dilated, and he was shocked. This is not a shot, nor a throw. It's a pass. Boom. With a loud bang, the basketball that had already deviated was slammed into Shohoku's basket. Akagi turned his head and looked over. It was Ryonan's number 13 player. Fukuda Kichu. 2:0. Ryonan took the lead in scoring 2 points. Wow! The stadium was boiling for a while. Ali relay, it's actually an aerial relay. Is the number 13 of Ryonan called Fukuda? He has such a strong burst, and there must be a spring under his feet. This is not a normal training, but a real game, and we can actually see an aerial relay. It turns out that Sendo's real intention is not to shoot or throw randomly, but to pass to number 13, and the two of them are completely connected to complete the aerial relay. Ryonan's rest area was full of cheers. Ryonan! Come on! Ryonan! Must win! Watching this scene in the Shohoku rest area, Kagure and others were stunned. Ali relay? Ryonan came up with such an exciting start? And it was the first team to truly rely on strength to score 2 points in front of Shohoku. They intuitively felt that Ryonan was much stronger than in the training game. Akagi turned his head and looked at Fukuda, who was hanging on the basket with one hand, and his face was not very good. Fukuda was facing Kaede Rukawa, and Kaede Rukawa's single defense ability was not Shin Izumi is so abnormal, but few people can directly run away from his defense. This Fukuda is not simple. Kaede in the stands started to complain unhappily. Damn it, where did this Fukuda guy come from? He is so pretentious. Although he was a little surprised by the aerial relay, for some reason, he just couldn't stand Fukuda's arrogant look. I have to say, Sendo's pass was beautiful. Shinichi Maki praised Sendo's pass without hiding it. He looked at Fukuda and Sendo who were high-fiving on the court and continued. Sendo has a high basketball IQ, a wide field of vision, and good ball control. As the coach said, the number 13 replaced him from the scoring position. So it seems that Sendo is indeed a good choice to play point guard. Riki Takato's glasses flashed a gleam of light and smiled. Haha, the number 13 is indeed a good scorer. He has a strong desire to attack. In order to avoid problems with the ball, Sendo is indeed a good choice to play point guard. Moreover, the number 13 just got rid of Kaede Rukawa's defense very quickly and smartly. It is not easy for Kaede Rukawa to defend him alone, at least it is difficult to stop him in a short time. If Shohoku changes to defend the number 13, who else can Shohoku do it? Akagi under the basket can do it, Shin Izumi can do it, but if Akagi wants to contain Izumi under the basket, then only Shin Izumi can do it, and Shin Izumi's opponent Ikumi is known for his defense, but not strong in offense. It seems feasible. But if Shin Izumi defends number 13, then Sendo? Miyagi can't suppress it alone, which is equivalent to freeing Sendo from the point guard, and Sendo's scoring ability is only stronger than that of number 13. Even if Shin Izumi's defensive ability is really strong, there is Kaede Rukawa on one side and Miyagi on the other. Neither of them can defend each other well, so they can only defend on both sides, which consumes a lot of physical energy. Shohoku's bench strength and depth are not enough. If Shin Izumi is exhausted, it can be said that it is time for Ryonan to counterattack. At the end, he moved his sight to the Ryonan rest area, looking at Tiangang Moiki who was smiling. Is this the tactic you came up with? Tiangang Sr., but is this tactic really useful? After saying that, he turned to Shin Izumi. How will you respond? At this time, Tiangang Moiki saw that the tactic was 1.5 successful. He smiled. Although Shin Izumi is very strong, as long as the pass is fast enough and the players are not greedy for the ball, there is still a chance to score the ball. Even if he wants to defend Sendo and Fukuda alone, it will also be a huge consumption of physical strength. In this way, although Ryonan can't defend Shohoku's attack, Shohoku can't defend Pei Su's attack either. It's all about physical strength. Since the end of the training match, Sunan has doubled his previous physical training. In his opinion, the physical strength of Shohoku players and Ryonan players are not at the same level. Just then, Shua! The sound of the basketball passing through the net sounded. Shohoku Akagi served the ball from the baseline. Miyagi saw Shin Izumi rushing to get the ball as soon as he got the basketball. He didn't think much and gave it to him directly. In terms of scoring ability, who else can compare to Shin Izumi? At least in Yan Cheng's heart, there is no second person. Shin Izumi did not disappoint everyone after getting the ball. He shot through 4 players and shot the ball into Ryonan's basket in the air despite 2 people blocking him. A series of actions were very smooth and elegant. Ohoha! It's a perfect shot. So cool. Shin Izumi! Shin Izumi! Shohoku! Come on! Shohoku! Must win! Although Sendo and Fukuda's connection was very explosive just now, which made the Shohoku rest area and Shin Izumi cheerleaders a little mute, Shin Izumi immediately responded with a shot through 4 players and shot a layup, igniting the atmosphere of the whole audience again. 2:2. The scores of both sides were at the same starting line again. At this time, it was Ryonan's turn to have the ball again.